Chapter 422. Today, we are all Gryffindors. Saturday dawned bright and cloudless. As the Gryffindor Quidditch team filed into the Great Hall, they were met with a surprising roar of approval, not just from their own table, but from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff as "Go, Harry!" Cedric Diggory called out enthusiastically, a clear reminder of how Slytherin's recent conduct had alienated everyone else. Harry felt a genuine smile spread across his face. Even the scattered boos from the Slytherin table couldn't dampen his mood. As he made his way to sit down, he noticed Draco Malfoy looking paler than usual, and curiously, the only one of his teammates who didn't join in the jeering. Harry found himself wondering if Malfoy was beginning to rethink his loyalties. Meanwhile, Oliver Wood hovered at the edge of the table, urging everyone to pile more food onto their plates, even though he himself hardly ate a bite. No sooner had the last slice of toast been consumed than Wood was already herding his players out of the hall. "Come on, let's move," he barked. "We've got to be on that pitch in 10. As the team rose to follow him, another round of applause swept through the Great Hall. With that surge of support behind them, the Gryffindors, united in spirit, if not always in friendship, marched off toward the Quidditch field, ready to prove that today they truly were all Gryffindors. Before they left, Cho Chang darted back across the stands. "Good luck, Harry," she called, her voice bright. Harry's ears burned at the sudden attention. He remembered that earlier hug all too well, and with so many eyes on him, his cheeks flushed deeper than ever. Once the Gryffindor Quidditch team departed, Cho Chang slipped in and took a seat at Sherlock's table. "How did Harry sleep last night?" she asked. "He woke once in the night," Sherlock replied evenly. "He dreamed of a major victory." Cho Chang exhaled in relief. "That's wonderful. I was worried the tension around here might have gotten to him." Hermione Granger laughed softly. If Harry had let that affect him, then Gemma's efforts the other day would have been for nothing. At that moment, Gemma Farley, tall, poised, and impeccably dressed, glided over. Ron Weasley caught sight of her entrance, and after a quick glance at the rest of the table, shot to his feet. "I'll go check out the field too," he announced, making a discreet exit before anyone could ask questions. Cho Chang had only just settled when Ginny Weasley turned to watch Ron leave, her expression taut. But with Harry already gone, the pressure eased, and Ginny forced a small smile. Now that Gemma was here, Ron's early departure made perfect sense. He was nothing if not tactful. Once Percy strode away, Penelope slipped into the empty seat beside Gemma and fixed her with a half-teasing, half-serious smile. "Gemma, isn't it a bit odd for you to be sitting with us? Just look at those Slytherin Quidditch players. They're all giving you the cold shoulder." Gemma rolled her eyes and glanced over her shoulder. "If your team had half their skill, you wouldn't be whining. And if anyone here has a problem with me, they're welcome to come say it to my face." Penelope settled into a mock pout. Sure, like any of them would dare. Both girls were prefects and presidents of their respective houses' councils, yet Gemma's mere presence kept the Slytherins in check. In contrast, Percy couldn't even keep the little lions in line, let alone his own siblings, which only made Gemma's authority seem all the more formidable. She sniffed. "Besides, you're a Ravenclaw. Don't go lumping us all together." Penelope flashed a grin. "Well, I'm Percy's girlfriend, so I get to say us. If you ever snag a Gryffindor boyfriend, you can join the club." With that, she leaned back in her chair as casually as if she'd never left it. Across the table, Hermione stared at the two of them, utterly baffled. What exactly was Penelope driving at? When Penelope slid into her seat, the table held Sherlock and 5 of the most enchanting young ladies in the school. Inivi, Tably, their chatter turned to today's Quidditch match. "Gemma," Penelope said with a mischievous smile, "feel like making a little wager?" "On what?" Gemma asked, raising an eyebrow. "Remember when Gryffindor faced Ravenclaw last month? I bet Percy 10 galleons." Penelope felt her cheeks burn. Gryffindor had indeed won, but Percy had never collected a single galleon from her. She'd happily agreed at the time, then found more creative ways to even the score. It was still a bit embarrassing to recall. "So you want me to pony up 10 galleons too?" Gemma pressed. "10's overkill. Small stakes are more fun, and less painful if you lose," Penelope replied, winking. "How about 1 galleon?" Gemma hesitated. "You're backing Gryffindor then?" "Of course. Penelope exclaimed, throwing her arms around Cho Chang in an exaggerated hug. Harry's the one who beat our Cho fair and square. I'm not convinced your precious Slytherin captain can measure up to him. Gemma sighed, leaning back. Well, then there's really no bet to be had, because I'm cheering for Gryffindor, too. Penelope feigned shock. How boring, a Slytherin supporter rooting for the other side. Imagine the heartbreak if the house found out. Heartbreak? Gemma echoed, amusement twinkling in her eyes. Then let them go cry in some hidden corner if they like. If you're so desperate to bet, I'll just hand you a galleon right now. Penelope tilted her head. Bold words from the daughter of Gringotts. But tell me, do you really have so little faith in Gryffindor? Gemma offered only a faint smile and turned to Sherlock. What do you think? Sherlock's gaze lifted calmly. Gryffindor will win by more than 50 points. A soft laugh escaped Gemma's lips. I tend to trust his predictions. Well, Hermione cut in, it's not completely unwinnable. You could always place your galleon on Slytherin. I doubt they'd openly root for their opponents the way Gemma does. Penelope's eyes flicked toward Hermione with thinly veiled irritation. Aside from Gemma, I'd rather not speak to any Slytherin. Gemma's chuckle was light. Am I not Slytherin enough for you? Penelope's smile was cool. Oh, you are. Beautiful, poisonous, utterly captivating. Once you've ensnared someone in your world, there's no escape. She stole a glance at Sherlock, whose expression remained inscrutable, and sighed inwardly. If she didn't seize this moment, her opportunity would vanish. It seemed she'd have to remind her old rival exactly what she was capable of. Everyone ready to go? Ginny called out as she peered toward the open gates of the castle lobby. It's open. Let's move, she added, her impatience plain. Sherlock rose to his feet. You all go on ahead. I'll go find Percy. Penelope flashed a smile at Gemma and tugged her by the sleeve. Come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Behind them, Cho Chang's Ravenclaw roommate waved her away, and in no time she, Penelope, and Gemma were swept off toward the courtyard. That left only Sherlock, Hermione, and Ginny stepping out onto the lawns together. The day was gorgeous, bright sun overhead, no wind, and the grass firm after a dry spell. Perfect conditions for a quick takeoff, though any fall would sting on the hard earth. By the time the students flooded the field, Oliver Wood was already herding his teammates into the changing rooms. Sherlock glanced up at the stands and spotted Ron waving wildly from a prime viewing spot he'd staked out early. With a shared grin, the trio made their way toward the pitch. When Sherlock, Hermione, and Ginny reached the stands, Ron couldn't hide his pride. Look how everyone's rooting for us today. All around them, the stadium had become a sea of red and gold. Spectators wore crimson roses, waved banners emblazoned with the Gryffindor lion, and cheered slogans like, Go Gryffindor, Lions take the cup, and Savior wins. Behind the Slytherin goalposts, however, a mere 200 fans huddled together in green scarves, their silver serpent flags glinting defiantly. Against the roaring crimson tide, they looked almost stranded. Anticipating this imbalance, Professor Snape, ever the Slytherin standard-bearer, had come to steady his house's supporters. He sat in the front row, cloaked in emerald robes, a grim smile playing on his lips. They've been insolent enough lately, he murmured. They deserve it. Ginny's hands clenched around her seat. She remembered all too well that mocking couplet about Snape. His eyes are as green as a freshly pickled toad, and felt her dislike flare anew. Ginny froze mid-sentence, her insult to Snape still hanging in the air. Before she could say another word, Luna Lovegood slipped through the crowd and perched herself right beside Sherlock. Ginny blinked in surprise. Even if Snape shows up, it won't make a difference. Luna, what are you doing here? Luna drew herself up proudly and held out a single, brilliant red rose. Because today, she announced, we're all Gryffindor. Ron and Hermione exchanged triumphant grins and chimed in together. Well said. Nearby, Neville, Dean, Seamus, and the Patil twins rallied around them, stamping their feet and shouting as one, Yes, today, we're all Gryffindor. The Gryffindor team is on the field. At that exact moment, Lee Jordan's voice crackled over the stadium loudspeakers. As the locker room doors swung open, Oliver Wood strode onto the pitch, flanked by his teammates in gleaming scarlet robes. A deafening roar of applause rolled through the stands, just as Luna had foretold. Lee Jordan didn't hesitate for a second. he jumped right into his signature, high-octane commentary. Here they come. Under the leadership of Keeper Captain Oliver Wood, with Harry Potter on the chase, Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet as chasers, and the Weasley twins patrolling the pitch as beaters, Hogwarts has fielded what many are calling its strongest team in years. Yet somehow, they've never clinched the championship. His words tumbled out in a rapid, musical cadence that usually had the crowd tapping their feet. It was exactly this flair that had kept him behind the microphone season after season, despite Professor McGonagall's occasional protests about his obvious Gryffindor leanings. Today, however, his voice was almost lost beneath a rising chorus of boos from the Slytherin stands. The green and silver-clad students were making it very clear they thought his coverage was hopelessly biased. Luna Lovegood, sitting beside Sherlock Holmes, turned to him with wide, curious eyes. If this really is Hogwarts' best team in years, why haven't they ever won the cup? Before Sherlock could answer, Hermione Granger leaned in. Well, during their first season together, Harry had to spend the final match in the hospital wing. They were sitting together in the stands when the commentator's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. The only reason they made it through their second year was that all the other matches were canceled, he announced. That's really a shame, Hermione said softly, glancing at Luna in surprise. Sympathy wasn't something she expected from her friend. But before Hermione could dwell on it, Luna spoke up. If they lost, then they lost, Luna said evenly. The commentator shouldn't be making excuses for them. Hermione's jaw dropped. Nearby, Ron and Ginny exchanged uneasy looks with the younger Gryffindors sitting beside them. Technically, Luna was right, but her bluntness had a sting all its own. Chapter 423. He hit my elbow with his face. The sun glinted off the tall goal hoops as the crowd at the Quidditch pitch settled into an eager hush. From the commentator's box, Lee Jordan's excited rang out over the loudspeakers. Here come the Slytherins, led by Captain Marcus Flint. Word is Flint's shuffled the lineup. Looks like he's opted for sheer height over nimble finesse this time around. You can almost feel him saying, "Bigger is better." Probably a bit of payback for those boos he caught earlier, too. A fresh wave of hissing erupted from the Slytherin stands at the mention of the earlier jeers. Lee chuckled. And he's not wrong. Except for Draco Malfoy, every player on that team could practically dunk a quaffle without leaving the ground. Beside him, Luna Lovegood offered her own commentary in a dreamy tone. Tall players are perfect for spotting rack spurts, you know. They can't hide from you up there. On the field below, both teams converged at the center circle. Madame Hooch, perched atop her broom, raised her arm and called out, "Captains, shake hands!" Oliver Wood and Marcus Flint flew forward, locked eyes for a second, then exchanged a brisk, no-nonsense handshake. Without a word, they backed away to await the whistle. In the stands, Cedric Diggory and Roger Davies watched the ritual unfold, their lips twitching in barely concealed amusement. The tension between Gryffindor and Slytherin crackled in the afternoon air, and as the seconds ticked down to the first whistle, every spectator held their breath, ready for a match that promised to be as intense as it was high-flying. Madame Hooch watched from the referee's tower, narrowing her eyes as the two beaters squared off. Even from that distance, she could see the grip of their bats, so tight it looked as though they were trying to crush each other's wrists. Perhaps their opponents had been more lenient in earlier matches, she thought, but since no rules were being broken, she let it pass. Little did she know it was only a prelude. Before long, she'd be presiding over the most outrageous, hard-hitting, and borderline illegal Quidditch match of her career. "Mount your broomsticks," she called. Her whistle was swallowed by the roar of the stands as 14 broomsticks rose in unison. Harry rocketed upward, faster and higher than anyone else. The wind tore at his hair, and the last flutter of nerves vanished in the sheer joy of flight. When he spotted Malfoy close behind him, he kicked harder at the soles of his boots, determined to shake off his rival. Below him, Lee Jordan's voice crackled over the stadium speakers. "Gryffindor wins the toss. Alicia Spinet's grabbed the quaffle. She's charging straight for the Slytherin goal. But wait, Warrington's right there. He intercepts." In an instant, the chase was on. Professor McGonagall perched on the edge of the announcer's balcony, glancing over at Lee Jordan, who was already giddy with excitement. Below them, the morning sun glinted off the hoops as the season's opening Quidditch match roared to life. "There goes the quaffle, straight toward Warrington," Jordan cried. But wait, one of the Weasley twins, George, or was it Fred? They're impossible to tell apart, sends a bludger rocketing into him. That had to hurt. Warrington's dropped the ball. A collective gasp and cheer rippled through the stands as crimson and gold sleeves darted in. Angelina Johnson swooped down, snatching the quaffle from midair. "Get it, Angelina! Go, Angelina!" Lee bellowed. "She's weaving past Montague, no, past McKinley. She's absolutely untouchable today." McGonagall's lips tightened. "Jordan, sorry, Professor," he piped up, eyes still glued to the action. "Heads up, here comes a bludger straight at Angelina. But look at that reflex. She leans back, dodges it by inches, and now she's charging the goal." The quaffle flew clean through the top hoop. A roar exploded from the Gryffindor supporters. 10 points to Gryffindor," Jordan announced triumphantly. Angelina banked off the stanchion, her fist punching the air as she limbed back toward her teammates. Crimson banners fluttered overhead, and the Gryffindor bench erupted in cheers. With that early goal, they'd drawn first blood, and the match was only just beginning. The stands below had erupted into a sea of scarlet, the Gryffindor supporters roaring their approval, until Marcus Flint came barreling in so hard that Angelina Johnson nearly spun off her broom. "My apologies," Flint called out, but his words were swallowed by a chorus of boos. "Was that on purpose?" Hermione Granger asked, her voice tense as she leaned toward Sherlock, who'd handed her his binoculars. Sherlock shrugged. "Obviously. Angelina wasn't even in Flint's flight path." "It's outrageous. Why doesn't the referee penalize him?" Hermione slammed her fist against the wooden railing. "It's a debatable call," Sherlock reminded her. "It could be a foul, or it could just be bad luck." "If this were football," Hermione shot back, "Flint would at least get a yellow card." Dean and Siamis nodded vigorously beside her. From further down the row, Ron Weasley piped up, "I thought a yellow card sent you off." "A yellow card is basically a warning, one step below a red card," Hermione explained patiently. "You stay in the game, but you have to be careful. Another offense, and you'll be shown the red. If a player picks up a second yellow card, it automatically turns into a red, and they're out of the game immediately." "Oh my goodness!" Hermione gasped, clutching her hand over her mouth as Fred Weasley's bat swung back and caught Adrian Flint square on the back of the head. Flint's nose slammed into the handle of his broom, and he wiped blood across his face. "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't see him," Fred called out over the uproar of boos from the Slytherin stands. "Enough!" Madame Hooch's whistle cut through the din as she swooped between the two chasers. "Unprovoked attack on a chaser, Gryffindor penalty, and for intentional injury to a chaser, Slytherin penalty." Fred opened his mouth to argue, but Madame Hooch ignored him. She blew 3 sharp blasts on her whistle, and Alicia Spinnet hurtled forward to take the penalty shot. "Go on, Alicia," Lee Jordan yelled into his commentary microphone. "Brilliant fake. She's totally fooled the keeper." Gryffindor's up 20-0. "Nice work." Ron jumped to his feet, pumping his fist. "It's the referee's fault. If she'd called that foul earlier, Fred never would have felt the need to wallop Flint with his bat. But honestly, that was a spectacular hit. No regrets." "Hey, do you think that counts as a yellow card in football?" Seamus fidgeted before murmuring, "Actually, Ron." Dean cut him off. "Yellow? He'd be straight off the pitch with a red." Ron stared at them. "Seriously? That bad?" Dean and Seamus exchanged a glance that said it all. Your brother had clocked someone from behind with a solid piece of wood. A harder swing, and Flint's skull could have split open. Flint, bless him, seemed tougher than he looked, only his nose was bleeding. Hermione shook her head. In football terms, Fred would already be suspended. At that moment, Flint, blood trickling from his nose, flapped forward to take Slytherin's penalty. Furious at the blow, he refused his fellow chaser's offers and insisted on scoring the goal himself. Wood hovered in front of the Gryffindor goalposts, jaw clenched as Flint of Slytherin charged in for the penalty shot. In Quidditch, a penalty is the closest thing there is to a soccer penalty kick. Only the keeper stands between the shooter and the hoop, and most goals are all but guaranteed. Flint wound up and hurled the quaffle with deadly speed, but Wood was ready. In one smooth, practiced motion, he lunged, caught the shot at its peak, and drove it safely aside. By the time Wood landed, Lee Jordan's voice rang out across the stadium. By Merlin's beard, did you see that? Wood is a first-class keeper. Unbelievable. He actually blocked the shot. Jordan's excitement mirrored the crowd's roar. A save like that takes nerves of steel, peak fitness and flawless technique, qualities Wood had demonstrated in spades. Absolutely brilliant, Wood, someone shouted. Remarkable, a world-class keeper. The stands erupted in cheers. From below, Harry Potter let out a relieved breath and shot back into the sky, eyes scanning for the golden snitch. He'd memorized Wood's exact words before the match. Gryffindor could only go after the snitch once they led by at least 50 points. If Flint had scored, that cushion would have slipped even farther away. That's why Harry had hung on every syllable of Lee Jordan's play-by-play. Now, with Gryffindor still within striking distance, the real hunt could begin. Harry's only mission in the air was to keep Draco Malfoy from snatching the snitch. Below him, the Quidditch match roared on. Suddenly, Slytherin's chaser, Graham Montague, shot across Katie Bell's path. Katie, clutching the quaffle, braced to pivot, but instead of going for the ball, Montague slammed his hand into her helmet. Katie flipped end over end, miraculously stayed on her broom, and tumbled forward, losing the quaffle in the process. From his high vantage point, Harry thought back to Lee Jordan's commentary. Montague had looked cool and ruthless against Katie, not at all the flustered player he'd been when tussling with Angelina Johnson. Madame Hooch's sharp whistle split the air. She darted toward Montague, shouting her reprimand so loudly every spectator heard. A minute later, Katie Bell was granted a penalty shot, and she swept the quaffle cleanly through the goal hoops. Lee Jordan's voice crackled excitedly over the commentator's table. 30-0 to Gryffindor. Take that, you dirty, vile, shameless, despicable. Jordan, came a calm but firm interjection from Professor McGonagall. If you can't remain impartial. I'm merely stating facts, Professor, Lee protested. Fine. No more comments. The atmosphere that had begun with early fouls and heated taunts only darkened from there. What started as a fiercely competitive match was fast turning into something far less sportsmanlike. The moment the match resumed, it felt as though yesterday's ceasefire had never happened. Old grudges between Gryffindor and Slytherin spilled onto the field, turning what should have been a contest of skill into something far more vicious. Harry gripped his broom handle so tightly his knuckles ached. He'd flown countless practice drills, but nothing had prepared him for this level of aggression. Whether it was frustration that the referees hadn't intervened sooner, anger at Gryffindor's early lead, or simply a desire to win at all costs, the Slytherin players had clearly decided that rules were optional. Midway through the second quarter, Lucian Bowl, their aptly named beater, darted in like a striking serpent. Before Alicia could brace herself, his bat connected squarely with her ribs, knocking the wind out of her. The stands fell into a stunned hush as she spiraled off her broom, clutching her side in pain. Bowl straightened up, flashing a mocking grin beneath his Slytherin green. I swear, mate, he called across the pitch, I thought she was the bludger. That was the final straw. Lee Jordan, Gryffindor's commentator-turned-cheerleader, bellowed back at him, voice echoing through the stadium. Shameless! You'd sooner bash your own bludger than play an honest match, Bowl. Vile, cowardly. There's no excuse for that. And just like that, the game escalated into an all-out brawl where every pass, tackle, and dodge threatened to erupt into full-blown mayhem. George Weasley was a man of action. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove his elbow straight into Lucian's jaw. See? George protested, as though he'd just discovered the world's most plausible alibi. I was merely swinging my bat to smack a bludger, completely routine. Your face just happened to collide with my elbow. He fluffed his hair, spread his hands, and whistled innocently, as if Lucian were the one who'd assaulted his elbow. Chapter 4 and 24, The Savior's Psychological Gambit, Flint Loses His Edge. Madame Hooch barely hesitated before awarding penalty shots to both sides. First, Lucian Bowl had swung his bat at Alicia. Then George Weasley had answered back with a sharp elbow to Bowl's ribs. Now, once again, the fate of the game rested on a single save. Angelina Johnson's partner, Wood, crouched low in the goal crease. He'd already proven he belonged in the top rank of keepers, and in that heartbeat, he stretched every muscle to meet the incoming bludger. The clang of wood on wood rang through the air as he miraculously blocked the shot again. From the stands, Hermione Granger threw up her hands in exasperation. If this were soccer, they'd have stopped the match by now. Too many players have already been sent off for fouls like that. Ron Weasley, however, was on his feet, cheering with unabashed enthusiasm. "Don't go all muggle on us, Hermione," he snapped, grinning. "This is wizarding sport. Rough and tumble is half the fun. And don't forget, the Quidditch World Cup is only a few months away." Hermione sighed, but couldn't suppress a small smile. As the crowd roared, relishing every collision and near miss, it was clear that no ordinary game of Quidditch was unfolding today. Somewhere on the pitch, the Savior was weaving his next mind game, setting a psychological trap that Flint, ever overconfident, wouldn't see coming. And when he did, it might already be too late. "Compared to professional players, this little match is nothing," Seamus said dismissively. "Fine, I'll admit I'm clueless," Ron muttered. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "By the way, I still don't understand. Why can't a sent-off player be replaced?" Ron shrugged. "Last time I watched a game at Sherlock's, someone on the Red Bulls fouled out, and they just subbed someone else in." "Red Bulls?" Hermione's eyebrows shot up. Which sport was Ron talking about? Dean, overhearing, jumped in. "Ron, you mean the Bulls, right? Not the Red Bulls." "Oh yeah, right. The Bulls, not the Red Bulls," Ron said hurriedly. Seamus shook his head. "No, Ron. Basketball and soccer aren't the same. In basketball, each team has only 5 players, so if one fouls out, you need a substitute. You can't play 4 against 5. But soccer teams have 11 each, so when someone's sent off, you just play a man down." Dean cleared his throat. "Remember, a red card means your team plays with 1 fewer player, and if you drop to just 7 members, you automatically forfeit." "Sounds like a pain," Ron muttered, frowning. "Quidditch's rules are so much more straightforward." Neville, seated beside him, bobbed his head in agreement. "Oh yes, definitely." Hermione noticed Sherlock staring blankly across the field, completely tuned out of their conversation. She raised an eyebrow. "Sherlock, aren't you worried?" He turned back to her with a small, confident smile. "Worried? With Harry on his firebolt, no one can keep up, unless he wants them to." Hermione blinked, then her eyes lit up as she tracked Harry's flight. He was heading straight toward the Slytherin end, Draco Malfoy hot on his tail. That could only mean one thing. Harry was fishing. A moment ago, the Golden Snitch had winked teasingly beneath the Gryffindor goal hoops, but the lead was still under 50 points, so catching it would end the match too soon. Better to draw Malfoy into a foul and widen their advantage first. Harry knew he couldn't catch the snitch himself, and he certainly couldn't let Malfoy snatch it first. His only hope was to keep the Slytherin seeker from even spotting the tiny golden ball. Remembering how Cho Chang had tailed him in the last match, Harry's brow creased with a sudden plan. He adopted an air of intense focus, whipped the firebolt into a sharp turn, and spurred it toward the Slytherin goalposts. True to form, Malfoy followed without hesitation. Just as Harry had predicted, Draco found it far easier to trail a lone, conspicuous player than to track the elusive snitch. Malfoy was still smarting from his loss to Ravenclaw. His Nimbus 2001 might outperform Cho's Comet Tonnet 260, but he'd failed to seize the snitch last time out. With Harry now racing ahead on his superior firebolt, Draco stood no chance of catching up. Silently, he gave chase, and the rest of the Slytherin side instinctively fell in behind him. After all, when one player bolts single-handed toward the goal, opponents can't help but react. Peregrine Derek was the first to strike, sending a bludger hurtling toward Harry with a powerful swing of his bat. Harry was ready. Riding the momentum of his glide, he dipped his head just enough for the iron ball to whistle past his left ear. No sooner had he exhaled than the second bludger, launched by Lucian Bowl, came screaming in. This time Harry couldn't dodge. It nicked his elbow with a sharp sting. In that instant's hesitation, Derek and Bowl flanked him, closing in from both sides. Their tall forms loomed as they bore down, bats raised, grins of contempt on their faces. "How dare you?" Derek spat. "You wouldn't dare!" Bowl jeered. A ripple of shock ran through the stands. Spectators jumped to their feet, voices rising in alarm. In a shadowed corner, a great black dog barked fiercely, its fur bristling with excitement. "Stay calm," Sherlock Holmes murmured, pressing a restraining hand on Hermione's arm. "But they," Hermione began, her voice shaking. Before she could finish, a loud clang shattered the tension. In their eagerness to close the distance, Derek and Bowl had misjudged their approach and collided midair. Their bats met with a jarring crash, and both beaters tumbled together, momentarily incapacitated by their own blunder. Fortunately, both beaters' legs remained firmly braced around their Nimbus 2001s, its power more than enough to keep them aloft. Still, seeing Peregrine and Lucian clutch their heads and drift apart, dazed and swaying in midair, everyone recognized just how brutal that crash had been. "Harry, brilliant!" the crowd roared from the stands. Moments earlier, as the two Slytherin beaters closed in, Harry had whipped his firebolt into a razor-sharp turn and shot straight up, dodging their swing at the last second. Caught off guard, Peregrine and Lucian careened into one another with a deafening clang. Lee Jordan's voice crackled through the loudspeaker, laughter dancing in his tone. "Aye, Slytherins, you should have anticipated that. Gryffindor's got the quaffle back. Angelina's in possession, with Flint hot on her tail. Give him a poke in the eye, Angie. Only joking, Professor." Whoa. Flint collided with Angelina and snatched the ball right from under her nose. "Wood, get ready. Defend." This time, though, there was no dramatic save. Flint Seaworthy dodged past Wood, lined up his shot, and sent the quaffle sailing cleanly through the hoop. The Gryffindor stands erupted in cheers as the score finally ticked in their favor. Flint's goal finally gave Slytherin their first 10 points of the match, and the green and silver stands exploded in cheers. Lee Jordan opened his mouth to curse. "Flint, you mother!" But Professor McGonagall's penetrating gaze reminded him of his audience. He bit back the word and instead announced, "I think that's a serious foul." Strictly speaking, Flint's tackle wasn't illegal, it simply teetered on the edge of acceptable force. Madam Hooch chose not to whistle, much to Lee's frustration. Those 10 points swung momentum in Slytherin's favor, but they didn't decide the game. Almost immediately, Katie seized the quaffle and dodged through intense pressure to score, prompting Fred and George Weasley to roar in behind her, bats raised in a protective V formation. Their intervention kept the Slytherins at bay, for a moment. Spotting the twins' distraction, Peregrine and Lucian, still shaking off Harry's earlier trick, sent 2 bludgers streaking toward Wood. Even a keeper of Wood's caliber hadn't anticipated such a coordinated strike. The first bludger slammed into his stomach, knocking the wind from him. The second struck almost instantly afterward. Luckily, Wood's solid build absorbed most of the impact, and he managed to stay upright. Madam Hooch's whistle cut through the roar of the crowd. Harry clutched his broom as he tumbled in midair, each breath a rasping struggle. Below him, Lucian and Peregrine hovered, triumphant, until Hooch swooped in, furious. "The quaffle wasn't in the scoring area! You can't tackle the keeper! Gryffindor penalty!" Angelina Johnson didn't hesitate. She lifted her arms, took aim, and sent the quaffle cleanly through the hoops. 10 more points for Gryffindor, and the gap yawned even wider. Both teams then sank into a series of reckless fouls, like boxers trading blows. Each infraction called for a penalty shot, but Oliver Wood was untouchable. Time after time, 3 times in a row, he soared, stick outstretched, and denied Slytherin their chances. The Gryffindor supporters, voices hoarse from cheering, erupted with every save. With a 60-point lead, Gryffindor was tantalizingly close to victory. All Harry had to do was catch the golden snitch. He felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him as he climbed higher, circling the field. Below, Draco Malfoy gave chase, desperation driving him through every turn. Then Harry saw it, a flash of gold, darting near the goalposts. He hunched forward, legs tightening, and the firebolt responded like lightning unleashed. Above the thunder of the stands, Harry Potter surged toward the snitch, and toward a win that would bring the Quidditch Cup to Gryffindor at last. Harry's heart thundered in his chest as the wind whistled past his ears. His firebolt should have been accelerating, but inexplicably it began to slow, and with it, the roar of the crowd dimmed to a stunned hush. What was going on? He twisted in his seat and stared back in disbelief. Marcus Flint had materialized out of nowhere, clamping onto the tail of Harry's broom and yanking with all his might. Flint! What? Harry wasn't Lee Jordan. He didn't have a knack for cursing. Still, he was furious enough to throw a punch, if only he could reach the Slytherin captain. Flint's face was straining with effort. Even a tall, powerful chaser like him found it hard to hold back a firebolt that could sprint to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. Foul! Gryffindor penalty! Madame Hooch shrieked, hurtling into the air. Her whistle cut through the stadium's stunned silence. Flint released the firebolt and drifted back toward his Nimbus 2001, a smug gleam in his eye. A foul was a foul, and more importantly, his plan had worked. The golden snitch had vanished once again. Lee Jordan exploded into the microphone, storming to a spot just beyond Professor McGonagall's reach. "Flint, you motherf!" He paused, swallowing hard, then let fly with another barrage of curses. "You shameless hooligan! You vile, despicable!" He knew he was over the top, but the anger burned too fiercely to hold back. Even the threat of a McGonagall reprimand couldn't stop him. To his surprise, the professor didn't even open her mouth to scold him. Instead, she shook her fist so fiercely at Flint's direction that her sorting hat wobbled off her head and landed in the grass. An outraged chorus of boos rose from the stands. "We've never seen a trick so underhanded and disgraceful," someone yelled. The Slytherin supporters turned away in embarrassment. No one wanted to witness such a low blow. At the edge of the pitch, Professor Severus Snape stood deathly pale. His usual sneer wiped clean, his face ashen as though someone had shoved a dung bomb in his mouth. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and the rest of the Gryffindor supporters let loose a string of furious curses from the stands. "Rotten play! Pathetic! Utter disgrace!" Sherlock Holmes, his elbows resting on the balcony rail and his chin cupped in his hands, glanced from the turmoil back to the pitch. Sirius Black, in the shape of his imposing black dog Animagus form, prowled the edge of the field, a living shadow. Sherlock's voice was measured and calm. "Slytherin's arsenal is empty. If Gryffindor stays composed, we'll turn this game around." His teammates hang tense looks, and then at last their tension eased. On the field, Alicia Wood pressed the quaffle against her hip and lined up her penalty shot. From the Slytherin bench, Marcus Flint bellowed at his captain. "Malfoy, mark Potter like your life depends on it. If he breaks free again, you know exactly what to do." Draco Malfoy bristled beneath Flint's harsh tone. He closed his hand around his broomstick handle and scowled. Something about Flint's berating grit on his nerves in a way Harry Potter never had. "Understood." Harry, circling overhead on his firebolt, caught the exchange from above. He remembered Sherlock's and Gemma's unexpected praise of Malfoy, and how earlier that morning Draco had quietly refused to join the other Slytherins in mocking him. A curious warmth bloomed in Harry's chest. Spotting an opening while Flint continued barking orders, Harry swooped low, angling his broom to drift alongside Malfoy's. The match hung in the balance, and with both sides reeling from unexpected alliances and fractured loyalties, the next move could decide everything. Draco Malfoy folded his arms, glaring at Harry across the Quidditch pitch. "Potter, what are you doing?" Harry stood calm and straight, watching him coolly. "Just pointing out the obvious. You wouldn't want to sully your pure-blood pedigree, would you? Descendant of the Sacred 28, Star Seeker of Slytherin, resorting to underhanded tricks to win? Hardly dignified." Malfoy's jaw tightened. There was something oddly theatrical in Harry's tone, almost like he'd picked up a new persona overnight. Before he could retort, Harry raised a hand. "Enough," Malfoy snapped. "What do you actually want?" Harry's emerald eyes locked onto Malfoy's gray ones as he stepped closer. "A fair duel. No spells, no distractions, just skill. If I see the golden snitch again, I'll tell you its location. We'll go after it together, and then we'll know who truly earns the win." Malfoy hesitated. Harry wasn't asking Malfoy to cough up any secrets if he found the snitch first. He was relying on his own seeker's reflexes. And yet, the sincerity in those green eyes was disarming. He uncrossed his arms and gave a slow nod. "One fair duel, just you and me." "Agreed." Harry allowed himself a small, victorious smile before turning away, leaving Malfoy to wonder what Harry's bold new challenge might reveal, about the game and about themselves. Harry was certain he'd spot the golden snitch long before Malfoy did. Proposing this tentative alliance hadn't been a spur-of-the-moment impulse. Harry had noticed something shifted in Draco's attitude. Maybe he really could be reasoned with, and he couldn't ignore Sherlock's parting counsel echoing in his mind. Never go to war with another person's heart. Your only true opponent is yourself. If he could persuade Draco to drop his objections, then the only battle left would be the one Harry fought within his own mind. Chapter 425, Kisses and Tears. Malfoy stared at Harry in astonishment. It's often said that the person who knows you best isn't your friend but your enemy, and Draco knew Harry wasn't joking. Still, he had to ask, "Potter, are you serious?" Harry met his gaze evenly. "Completely serious. Just don't pull a stunt like Flint did. You're Draco Malfoy, after all. I doubt you'd stoop to hobnobbing with a pack of simpletons." He sneered at Flint, who was watching from the side. Something in Harry's words rang true. Malfoy's shoulders relaxed, and he gave a curt nod. "Fine, I'll do it." "A wise decision," Harry said with a faint, satisfied smile. Then he kicked up on his firebolt and shot back into the sky. Draco watched his retreating figure, a swirl of conflicting thoughts in his pale green eyes. Below them, Lee Jordan's excited voice came over the stadium speakers. "Angelina Johnson has the quaffle for Gryffindor. Go, Angelina, go!" Harry glanced down. All the Slytherins except Draco were already converging on Angelina Johnson. Even their keeper had abandoned the goal hoops and was racing forward to block her. Clearly, they were determined to prevent Gryffindor from extending its lead. Before the golden snitch even appeared, Harry knew he had to act. He drew in a steady breath, locked his gaze on the Slytherin chasers, and without a word, hurled his firebolt straight at them. Harry lay flat along the length of his broom, slicing through the air like a cannonball. Startled shouts rang out from the green and silver players as they scattered, leaving a wide gap down the pitch. Angelina seized her chance instantly. Swift as a hawk, she seized the quaffle and sent it hurtling through the hoops. "Well done," bellowed the announcer. "Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, has cleared the way. Angelina Johnson scores. That brings Gryffindor up to 100 points against Slytherin's 20. Harry felt the urge to plunge straight into the stands in triumph, but his years of training and the firebolt's superb braking charms kicked in. He eased the broom's speed with practiced precision, skidded it to a halt mid-air, spun 180 degrees, and shot back toward the center of the field. Just then, a triumphant shout rang out from the Slytherin end. "Potter!" Malfoy cried. Harry whipped his head around to see Malfoy diving low over the grass. A grin of victory plastered across his pale face. A tiny, blazing dot hovered just inches above the turf, a flash of gold in the fading light. The golden snitch had appeared, and Malfoy had spotted it first. Harry could see through Malfoy's triumphant shout. It was blatant showboating, meant to remind everyone just how close he was to the golden snitch. But instead of unnerving Harry, it made him recognize how much Malfoy had improved, and Harry wasn't about to concede. If he gave up now, the match would end before it really began. He urged his firebolt forward, diving low across the pitch. Sherlock's words rang in his ears. "Don't fight others. Compete with yourself." In that moment, the rest of the world faded away. Opponents, teammates, even Malfoy melted into the background. All Harry could see was the tiny, glittering snitch and one single thought: catch it. Almost on cue, two bludgers came hurtling toward him, just like before. But this time, everything slowed. Harry flattened himself against his broom as the first bludger streaked overhead. With a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, he banked around the second. It felt effortless, almost as if he were floating, free and entirely in control. Harry surged forward until he was flying wingtip to wingtip with Malfoy. Draco's eyes widened in surprise. What had sent Potter rocketing ahead? Yet he couldn't help the triumphant smirk that spread across his face. The golden snitch hovered tantalizingly close. With his right hand, Draco lunged for the snitch, while his left jabbed at Harry's broom, attempting to knock him off balance. "Potter, it's over," he sneered. He stole a glance at Harry, expecting to see panic or desperation. Instead, Potter's jaw was set, his green eyes locked dead ahead, as if nothing existed but that tiny, fluttering ball. That was the look of someone who refused to lose. Before Draco could react, Harry's hands shot off his own broom and clamped onto Draco's arms. The grip was like iron. Draco struggled to wrench free, but found himself pinned tight against Harry's broom handle. "No," he gasped. In the next instant, Harry twisted free one arm, snatched the snitch from the air, and cried it. "Got it!" He rocketed upward, his arm raised high in his signature victory pose. Harry gripped the small golden ball, the golden snitch, tight in his hand as it fluttered wildly. He hovered above the pitch, ears still buzzing with a strange, high-pitched hum, while below him the stadium erupted. Wood was the first to reach him. Eyes brimming with tears, he threw his arms around Harry's neck and wept against his shoulder. No sooner had Wood embraced him than Fred and George bounded in from either side, each slamming into Harry in a brotherly tackle. A triumphant chorus rang out from Angelina, Alicia, and Katie. "We won the Quidditch Cup! We won the Quidditch Cup!" The three of them showered Harry's cheeks with kisses as the rest of the Gryffindor team swooped down around him, their voices raw with excitement. At the same moment, a wave of crimson-robed students burst over the railings and spilled onto the field, countless hands thudding against Harry's back in celebration. Caught up in the surge, Harry and his teammates were hoisted high on shoulders, paraded through a sea of cheering classmates. From his lofty vantage, Harry spotted Hagrid standing near the edge of the pitch. The giant was draped in a garland of bright red roses, tears streaming down his face as he beamed with pride. Harry took in the jubilant chaos around him. Percy, arms wrapped tightly around Penelope, was practically bouncing off the ground, his usual reserve completely abandoned. Nearby, Professor McGonagall wept harder than Hagrid, frantically dabbing her eyes with a huge Gryffindor banner. In a quiet corner of the stands, Fang, the enormous black dog, had risen onto his hind legs, tail wagging like mad. Cho Chang and Ginny were so swept up in the moment that they couldn't speak, only beaming at Harry with wide-eyed delight. Hermione and Ron, meanwhile, were pressing in beside Sherlock, struggling to break through the swarming throng toward Harry. The crowd was too dense. Despite Hermione's determined shoves, she wound up pinned against Sherlock's side. After several futile attempts, she finally relented, sinking back with a rueful smile. Sherlock himself remained composed, though Harry detected a glint of triumph in those steely gray eyes. He knew how rarely his friend showed emotion, so this subtle sparkle told Harry all he needed. Sherlock was just as thrilled as everyone else. No one else seemed to notice it, but Sherlock's attention had quietly shifted. He was watching the opposite end of the pitch, where the 7 Slytherin players now stood defeated and drained. Even Marcus Flint, their captain, had fallen silent, no longer barking orders at Malfoy or anyone else. In that moment, Harry realized this victory would be one of the brightest days in Hogwarts history. And in the midst of roaring celebration, his eyes met Sherlock's, sharing a silent confirmation that they'd done it together. Professor Snape sat in the stands, his expression so gloomy it looked as if bitterness might drip from his brow. Opposite him, Professor McGonagall wept tears of pure joy, a striking contrast. The rest of the Slytherin supporters, over 200 strong, were equally subdued, their shoulders slumped in disappointment. Only a few, like Gemma, maintained neutral faces, clinging to a shred of house pride. Meanwhile, Harry, undeniably the match's greatest contributor, was hoisted high by his teammates and carried up to the stands. There, Albus Dumbledore stood tall and serene, a gentle smile on his lips as he held the enormous Quidditch cup aloft. Captain Wood approached, his voice cracking with emo, tie-in, as Dumbledore placed the cup in his hands. No one laughed. After 3 long years, he had finally secured the prize he dreamed of. One by one, the players passed the cup down the line until Wood stood before Harry. Still trembling with relief and joy, the captain handed the cup to Harry. Harry raised it triumphantly above his head. In that moment, a roar of cheers erupted, echoing through the stadium and sealing a victory none present would soon forget. Just then, Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley slipped quietly through the celebration and called out in unison, "Congratulations, Harry!" Before he could reply, each of them threw an arm around his shoulders and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Harry's heart skipped, though Angelina, Alicia, and Katie had already congratulated him with light pecks. Something in Cho's and Ginny's tender gestures felt altogether different. He glanced at their faces and saw tears glistening in their eyes, yet their smiles shone brighter than any victory. The sweetness of their kisses mingled with the salt of their tears, and Harry felt like a moth drawn irrevocably into a blazing fire. After years of near misses and hard-fought matches, Gryffindor had finally reclaimed the Quidditch Cup. The triumph lit a roaring blaze of excitement that set the whole house alight for weeks. The little lions reveled in victory's heady rush, and even the sky above Hogwarts seemed unusually alive. Its blue stretched wide and generous, as though every sunbeam in the firmament cheered them on. By day, the castle basked under fierce sunlight, warm waves rising off the ancient flagstones in celebration of their long-awaited glory. The day was too perfect to waste indoors. The sun streamed down, beckoning anyone who passed through the castle gates to grab a few pints of iced pumpkin juice, amble across the neatly trimmed lawn, and simply collapse in the grass. Some might set up a game of wizard's chess, watching the tiny enchanted pieces brandish their swords and charge one another. Others would wander to the shore of the Black Lake to admire the giant squid gliding beneath the surface in its dreamy silver-blue glow. But such reveries had to wait. Final exams were looming, and though the students longed for fresh air, they were instead holed up in the castle, tackling mountain-high stacks of notes in the library and cramming in the common rooms. It was in that tense, ink-scented atmosphere that Sherlock escorted Harry up the castle's winding spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. "Please, have a seat." Dumbledore greeted them with a warm smile as they entered. At the sound of his voice, the old wizard's eyes twinkled, and with a casual flick of his wand, 2 frosty cups of pumpkin juice slid smoothly across the polished mahogany desk. Harry smiled gratefully, seized the nearest glass, and took a long, refreshing gulp. The cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat, instantly washing away the weariness of hours spent studying, and he felt as relaxed as a bowstring released. "Doesn't it feel wonderful to have won the Quidditch Cup?" Dumbledore asked with a smile, twirling his silver beard. His bright blue eyes, twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, radiated gentle warmth. Harry nodded thoughtfully, then spoke up with surprising candor. "If a Dementor had appeared back then, I'm certain I could have summoned the strongest Patronus in the world." Albus Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. "Remus would be delighted to hear you say that. He's been very impressed by how far you've come." He turned to Sherlock, stroking his long, silvery beard. "And your Patronus, Mr. Holmes, is it true that it takes the shape of a lion?" Sherlock inclined his head. "Yes, Professor, a full-grown lion." Dumbledore chuckled. "Quite fitting. A little king among Patronuses." Then he looked back at Harry. "What about you, Harry? Have you discovered your form yet?" Harry scratched his forehead, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. "Not exactly. I know it'll be a 4-legged animal with a tail, but I can't pin it down yet." "Don't be discouraged," Dumbledore encouraged warmly. "At your age, producing a corporeal Patronus at all is an extraordinary feat." His face grew solemn as he shifted his gaze to Sherlock. "Now you've come here today ready to address Horace's situation?" "Yes, sir." "You brought Harry along," Dumbledore observed. "It seems we're of one mind." "Evidently." The old wizard sighed softly and admitted, "Sometimes I feel quite despicable." Sherlock met his eyes unwaveringly. "I agree, Professor." Harry's eyes flew open, pumpkin juice threatening to spill from his mouth. Dumbledore froze in mid-stride, then shook his head with a wry smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling gently. "What would you have me do?" he asked, voice calm. "Just get us there," Sherlock replied coolly. "Is that all?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "That's all," Sherlock confirmed. "Once we arrive, you can find any excuse to bow out. The rest is on us." Dumbledore chuckled warmly. "I always knew entrusting this to you was the right move." "Shall we leave now?" Sherlock asked, eager. "No," Dumbledore said, cutting him off. "June is nearly upon us." His tone grew serious as he waved a hand. "I can't allow this matter to disrupt any student's studies. You must focus on your exams." "So we wait until the summer holidays?" Sherlock pressed. "Exactly," Dumbledore nodded. "Harry will remain on Privet Drive for at least another month. I'll fetch you both then." "Fair enough," Sherlock agreed with a small nod, then suddenly held up a hand. "Wait, please wait." Harry, who'd been watching in growing confusion, could hold back no longer. His grip tightened on the cup in his hand as he stepped forward. "Professor, Sherlock, what do you mean the time isn't right? And where are you taking me?" His voice wavered with urgency. Dumbledore and Sherlock exchanged a brief look. Outside, the late spring sunlight filtered through the windows, promising answers Harry was desperate to hear. "I'd be happy to help. Could you please provide the full chapter text you'd like me to revise?" Once I have the complete passage, I'll transform it into polished idiomatic English while preserving all plot points and characters. Chapter 426, An Earth-Shattering Secret. When Harry finally stepped out of Dumbledore's office, a quiet smile tugged at his lips. Sherlock had already briefed him on what the headmaster had just proposed. This summer, Dumbledore intended to bring Sherlock and Harry to visit Professor Horace Slughorn. At last, he'd remembered the name correctly. The purpose of the visit was vital, to uncover the hidden bond between Harry and Lord Voldemort, the very secret at the heart of the Horcrux mystery, and perhaps the key to vanquishing the Dark Lord once and for all. Sherlock needed Harry for only one reason: Slughorn's undying fondness for Lily Potter. Of all his students, Lily had been his favorite. Slughorn often insisted her skill in potions even outstripped Severus Snape's, and over the years he developed a near-paternal affection for her memory. Having Harry by their side would be the perfect way to tug on Slughorn's heartstrings and persuade him to share the crucial recollections buried in his mind. Dumbledore himself laughed at the cunning of it all, calling himself despicable for using Lily's legacy as leverage. Sherlock simply grinned in agreement. Harry felt no offense. If dredging up old memories was what it took to destroy Voldemort, he welcomed the strategy. As he strolled through the castle's quiet corridors, Harry felt the familiar thrill of a new mission settling around him. The journey to Slughorn's would be a turning point, and the secret they unearthed this summer might well shake the wizarding world to its core. Being used by Sherlock never really bothered him. After all, it was Sherlock's schemes at work. Still, he couldn't resist a little teasing. "Hey, Sherlock," he said with a wry smile, "next time you pawn me off, at least give me a heads up. I don't want to be drafted into your plans without any idea why." Sherlock shot him a sideways glance. One eyebrow quirked in mild reproach. Harry fiddled with his robe, stifling a grin. With the Slughorn episode finally closed, only one thing stood between them and the holidays: the end-of-term exams. That was also why Dumbledore hadn't spirited them off to hunt down the absent potions master sooner. For Sherlock, third year at Hogwarts had been by far the easiest yet. In his first 2 years, he'd invariably received unsolicited practical defense against the dark arts instruction from none other than Lord Voldemort himself. This year, Voldemort had strangely stayed away. Aside from the brief panic over the Azkaban breakout, nipped in the bud long before it could spread, Term 3 had been remarkably calm. Honestly, the true MVPs were Fred and George Weasley. Thanks to the enchanted Marauders map they'd slipped into his hands, Sherlock had unmasked Peter Pettigrew's animagus form before the first semester ended, and finally hauled the 12-year fugitive out of the shadows. Now, with exams looming, the only question left was how much they'd actually remember from their classes. Otherwise, they'd probably have to wait until the second or even third semester to sort this out. By then, tensions might have boiled over into open conflict between humans and werewolves. Meanwhile, Fred and George Weasley were facing a challenge they'd never anticipated. In years past, their natural wit and mischief had carried them through exams with barely any study. They'd even managed respectable marks without breaking a sweat. But in their 5th year, the twins were staring down their ordinary wizarding-level examinations, and they couldn't afford their usual laissez-faire approach. If they failed to earn their OWL certificates in certain subjects, they wouldn't be allowed to continue to the 6th year, just as poor Morgos had discovered. Sherlock Holmes himself had crossed paths with Morgos during the Greek interpreter case, only to find that the young wizard had flunked every single exam and been forced to drop out of Hogwarts altogether. Fred and George weren't about to let that happen to them. They spent long evenings in the library, noses buried in textbooks, determined to master spells and theory they'd once dismissed as tedious. At the same time, the 7th years were locked in their own academic battle. They, too, were buried under an even more formidable load of revision as they prepared for the nastily exhausting wizarding tests. NEWTs were notorious for their difficulty, far tougher than the OULs, and passing them was the only ticket to many career paths in the magical world. In every corner of the castle, the hum of anxious students, young and old, filled the air, underscoring how high the stakes had become. Compared to their ordinary wizarding-level exams, The NETs were Hogwarts' most demanding qualifications, and Gemma, Percy, and Penelope all had to ace them. Of the three, Percy was by far the most anxious. He'd set his heart on a Ministry of Magic career, and he believed nothing less than outstanding marks would get him through the door. So tense had he become that any whisper or misplaced quill in the Gryffindor common room after hours drew his stern rebuke. "Honestly," Penelope muttered one evening, "even if Percy Weasley does make it into the Ministry, he'll never land an important post." Gemma frowned. "You've never been so quick to judge before." Percy snapped his books shut. "I'm graduating soon. I've decided to leave Britain, so why bother holding back?" "You've really made up your mind?" Gemma asked. Percy gave a curt nod. By early June, the room of requirement had shed its usual fire pit. In its place stood a small, burbling fountain that filled the air with cool, damp mist, an unexpected blessing against the summer heat. Gemma followed Sherlock inside and paused at the threshold, surprised. "You didn't call me here just to review exam strategies, did you?" she asked, tilting her head. Sherlock looked up from the fountain's edge, his expression unreadable. "No," he replied softly. "There's something else we need to discuss." Given Sherlock's fastidious nature, it was almost inconceivable that he'd ask a favor without good reason. He shook his head. "It's not for the exams. Why? Are you busy?" Gemma traced lazy circles around the rim of her icy lemonade, leaving damp rings on the table. She lifted one sculpted brow and offered him a rakish wink. "I am. So how are you going to compensate me?" Sherlock regarded her with cool composure. "Actually, I called about Professor Lupin." "Professor Lupin?" Gemma's fingers froze on the glass, then tightened as she absorbed his words. Her sea-blue eyes sparkled with sudden understanding. "Let me guess. You want to help him conceal his identity?" Sherlock allowed himself a small, approving smile. "Precisely. I knew you'd see through to the heart of it." Gemma laughed softly, the tinkling sound warm and bright in the hush of the cafe. "Never doubt your seventh-year big sister," she teased, leaning back in her chair with a confident air. Sherlock inclined his head, his expression one of quiet gratitude. Between the two of them, few could match Gemma's resourcefulness, and Professor Lupin's secret would be safe in her hands. Chapter 8. The Exam Timetable. Hermione leaned forward, her dark hair brushing the edge of the wooden table as she fixed Sherlock with an intense look. "Please," she whispered, voice so soft it barely carried. "Just tell us." Sherlock hesitated. His clever eyes darted around the common room, as though scanning for prying ears. Finally, he let out a slow breath. "I didn't want to say it," he admitted, "but you deserve to know." Later that evening, deep in the Gryffindor common room, Harry squinted at the parchment before him. He just finished copying the new exam schedule with his quill, but his expression was one of pure disbelief. He jabbed at the paper. "Look at this. Arithmancy and Transfiguration both at 9 o'clock in the morning. Then, after lunch, Charms and Ancient Runes at 1. Is the school deliberately trying to make us fail?" Hermione glanced across the room at Sherlock, who stood by the fireplace, arms folded. She remembered the conversation she'd had with him and Gemma only a few days ago, how they'd convinced her to focus on what truly mattered, to let go of the rest. Ever since then, she'd quietly dropped a handful of elective courses. No longer was she at every single lecture or Quidditch practice. Already, the dark circles under her eyes had begun to fade, and the tension in her shoulders had eased. Harry, meanwhile, continued to stare at the overlapping times as if the parchment itself might laugh in his face. "How are we supposed to sit 2 exams at once?" he groaned. Hermione offered him a gentle smile. "We'll manage, adapt like we always do. But yes, it's a complete nightmare." Sherlock merely observed in thoughtful silence, as though he'd expected this all along. And somehow, that was even more unsettling than the timetable itself. At this rate, she might end up like Percy, crushed under a mountain of coursework. Still, she was determined to sit all her final exams this year, except divination. She'd had enough of Professor Trelawney's theatrics and was convinced the seer was nothing but a fraud. "Then just skip those 2 classes," Sherlock murmured, eyes fixed on the page before him. "We don't really have any choice, do we?" She paused, gathering her thoughts. "You're right. In fact, I was already planning to drop divination, and—" He lifted a brow but said nothing more, giving her the silent approval she needed. With a small nod, she turned back to her notes, relief warming her chest. It was settled. She'd focus on the subjects that mattered and leave the rest behind. Ancient runes and arithmancy are both way above my head, Harry muttered, eyes fixed on the exam timetable. The slots for the next few days look fine, but the divination exam on the final day overlaps with Muggle studies again. Sherlock glanced up from his parchment, pen hovering. You don't really need to sit Muggle studies. It won't teach you anything you don't already know. If it were Ron, it'd be the exact opposite, he added, tapping his quill deliberately against the table. Harry brightened. Right, exactly. Ron, overhearing, couldn't resist a smug grin. Well, I only had to choose care of magical creatures and divination. Beyond the 5 required exams, I've only got 2 more. Aren't you jealous? Sherlock didn't look up. Harry and Hermione, however, exchanged a silent glance heavy with unspoken thoughts. Ron suddenly felt their gaze on him, uncomfortable. He ran a hand through his messy red hair and grumbled, "Oh, come on, don't glare at me. It's not my fault I ended up with an easy schedule." Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick glance, then both quietly looked away and bent their heads back over the piles of books in front of them. "Hey, come on!" Ron's outburst startled them into silence. Immediately, Harry and Hermione slipped back into their calm, studious facades as though their earlier disagreement had never happened. Ron felt his cheeks burn. He fiddled nervously with the sleeve of his jumper, suddenly aware of how foolish he must look. They were supposed to be working together. Why did he feel like the odd one out? Clearing his throat, he tried to steer the conversation back to safer ground. "Hermione, could I borrow your numerology and grammar? I was hoping to skim it before bed." Hermione frowned and began shifting a mountain of parchment essays to one side. Her fingertips brushed over the spines of thick magic textbooks as she peered at the vacant spot on her desk. "That's odd," she murmured. "I was certain I left it right here, but it's gone." "It's here with me," said a smooth voice from across the table. Ron looked up to see Sherlock leaning forward. He reached under the open volume of History of Magic and produced a hefty, leather-bound book. Its cover was embossed with an intricate star chart, and in the firelight the gold-lettered title gleamed, Numerology and Grammar. Hermione's eyes went wide. "Sherlock, where did you?" He offered a small, knowing smile as he tucked the book under his arm. "I thought it might be more useful in better hands." Sherlock held the bed, up toward Ron. "Want it?" Ron waved him off without missing a beat. "You've got your own exams to worry about. Never mind me." As Ron spoke, his eyes drifted across Sherlock's open revision notes. The margins were so crammed with neat looping annotations that Ron's scalp tingled just to look at them. Harry bit his lip, about to say something, but thought better of it. With the arithmancy and transfiguration exams scheduled at the same time, even Sherlock would have to choose between the two, and giving up transfiguration seemed unthinkable. Still, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that this particular book would serve Sherlock better than anyone else. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed through the common room. Dean Thomas burst in, cheeks flushed with excitement. Neville followed, blinking in confusion, and Seamus trailed behind, practically bouncing on the balls of his feet. Dean glanced around, as if expecting Percy to appear at any second. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he leaned in close to Sherlock, lowering his voice until it was little more than a tremor. "There's an earth-shattering secret, completely explosive. I'd wager even you, Sherlock, won't see it coming." For the first time all evening, Sherlock looked up from his notes. A genuine smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Chapter 427, Sherlock, You Are Invincible. Sherlock swept a cool, appraising glance across his friends. Dean's eyes gleamed with amusement. Neville's brow was furrowed in bafflement. Seamus couldn't hide his triumphant grin. Slowly, the corner of Sherlock's mouth lifted in a knowing smile. "You're right, Dean," he said evenly. "You stopped to visit your old Hufflepuff friend on the way here, then ran into Peeves and had to chase him off. Aside from that, I see nothing more." Neville sucked in a breath. "Sherlock, how did you?" But Seamus burst out laughing before he could finish. "Ha! So there are mysteries even Sherlock Holmes can't crack." He wasn't so interested in how Sherlock had traced Dean's steps. He was thrilled at the idea that even the great detective had limits. After all, Sherlock Holmes had earned a reputation for being infallible, untouchable almost. Sherlock only chuckled. Inevitably, I'm human, he replied, as if he'd been waiting for this exact response. Even I have my blind spots. Ron slammed his palms on the table. Stop beating around the bush. Dean, just say what you need to say. Sherlock inhaled slowly. What I have to reveal is Professor Lupin's true identity. At once, Harry, Hermione, and Ron went stiff. Professor Lupin's identity? Were they about to find out he'd been unmasked? Their anxious eyes darted to Sherlock, hoping for clarity, or at least assurance. But Sherlock remained perfectly composed. He lifted his teacup, took a measured sip of water, and then set it down with quiet deliberation. Remus John Lupin was born in March 1960, Sherlock began. He is a pure-blood wizard who arrived at Hogwarts at age 11 and was sorted into Gryffindor. During his school years, he excelled in every discipline, and from 1975 until his graduation in 1978, served as a Gryffindor prefect. Last year, 1993, he returned to Hogwarts as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Since assuming that post, he has earned glowing reviews from both staff and students. His Defense Against the Dark Arts course is now the most sought-after class at the school. Silence fell over the room as Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged uneasy glances. No shocking secret, no scandalous reveal, only the impeccable resume of the man they all admired. Yet somehow, Sherlock's matter-of-fact delivery made them wonder if there was more hidden beneath the surface. As for him personally, he's widely regarded as the best Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in recent years. Dean, Neville, and Seamus stared at Sherlock in open-mouthed astonishment. He'd just recited Professor Lupin's entire history down to the finest detail. After a moment's silence, Dean shook his head. "No, that's not it," he said, sounding almost breathless. Sherlock tilted his head. "Then am I mistaken?" Dean waved a hand. "No, your facts are spot on, but that's not the surprise I'm getting at." "Oh?" Sherlock's eyebrow quirked. "Do tell, then." Dean shot a triumphant glance at Seamus. Seamus here didn't see it either. Seamus shrugged, bewildered. "Professor Remus Lupin," Dean continued. "He's actually not." Neville and Seamus tensed, bracing for the usual murmur that Lupin wasn't human, but Dean's next words stunned them into silence. "He's not a man. Professor Lupin is a woman in disguise." A simultaneous gasp filled the room. Neville's glasses threatened to topple off his nose, and Seamus let out a strangled squawk. Hermione stifled a gasp, pressing a hand to her mouth as she glanced at Sherlock. He looked as unshaken as ever, which only fueled the daring thought racing through her mind. "A woman?" Ron, momentarily speechless, finally shook his head in disbelief. "Give me a break, Dean. Where on earth did you hear that drivel?" "It's not drivel," Dean shot back, words tumbling out in rapid-fire succession. "My source is rock solid, and I wouldn't spread this if it weren't true. Apparently Lupin's dealing with something unmentionable, maybe a terrible curse, maybe a buried family secret. And," he leaned in, lowering his voice to a hush as he glanced around conspiratorially. "Here's the clincher. It explains why she's suddenly incapacitated for a few days every month, forced to vanish without a trace. That's why everyone's been whispering. She's a brilliant Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, yet month after month the battle axe has to step in and cover her classes. Even when Professor Lupin returns, her face is ashen. She looks positively anemic." Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged uneasy glances, all of them turning toward Sherlock. "Why are you staring at Sherlock?" Dean asked with a puzzled frown. "Could it be that he knew this all along?" Ron whispered. Hermione hurried to clarify. "No, Dean, honestly, I had no idea Professor Lupin was actually a woman." She paused, noting a faint, satisfied curve of Sherlock's lips. "But if you listen to Sherlock's reasoning—" Sherlock rumbled, folding his arms. "Given Lupin's unusual physiology, maintaining a male appearance requires complex, long-term transfiguration. That must exert enormous strain on her system. Naturally, she endures a monthly episode, far worse than an average woman's cycle. That explains everything." Dean's eyes lit up as if a revelation had struck him. He straightened and cleared his throat, mimicking Sherlock's composed tone. "So," Dean began, "during that time she's too ill to teach, which is why Professor Snape steps in. And every month, when she finally returns, she's spent, pale from excessive blood loss. Looking back, it all makes perfect sense." Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood in stunned silence. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. Dean, really? You just had to spell it out like that? Dean beamed, unhindered by their embarrassment. Well, you asked. Sherlock simply arched an eyebrow, content that his deductions had finally been understood. You really are a genius, Dean, Sherlock said with a broad smile. As odd as it sounds, when you break it down this way, it all fits together perfectly. Dean's eyes lit up. You really think so, Sherlock? He clapped his hands in delight. Confirmation from Detective Holmes was, to him, as sweet as biting into a ripe watermelon. Well, as you always say, when you've ruled out the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Exactly, Sherlock agreed. Brilliant work. Dean grinned. But let's keep this to ourselves for now. We have no concrete proof, just a theory. Absolutely, Dean agreed without hesitation. You can count on me to keep it quiet. I was just about to suggest the same thing. With that, Dean and Samus exchanged excited looks, rubbed their hands together, and hurried off. Neville, however, lingered. Months of sword-fighting practice with Sherlock had sharpened his instincts, and something about their conversation felt off. He opened his mouth to question Sherlock further, only to be swept away by Dean and Samus as they returned. Sherlock watched them go, his own brow furrowed in thought. Whatever Dean had uncovered, it clearly deserved closer scrutiny, but for now, they would have to wait. Neville lingered by the doorway. Hermione glanced over her shoulder. Neville, why are you still here? She asked. He shuffled his feet. I wanted to ask. Oh, don't ask, Sherlock cut in, folding his arms. This stays between us. Neville opened his mouth, then closed it. Hermione sighed. No buts, she admonished. Come on, Dean's got a new song he wants to show us. All right, Neville muttered, falling into step behind them. Once they were all on the move, Hermione turned to Dean Thomas. Does anyone else know about this? Dean shook his head. Don't worry, Hermione. Hardly anyone. I only told you, and make sure you keep it to yourself. Of course, she said, managing a reassuring smile. But inside, her mind was racing. As Dean, Seamus, and Neville drifted out of earshot, Hermione slipped closer to Sherlock, her voice barely above a whisper. Sherlock, was that your doing? He met her gaze coolly. She watched him for a moment, then leaned in, lower still. The words tumbled out in a rush. From the instant Dean blurted that Professor Lupin was actually a woman, something felt off. Once I thought about it, this ridiculous rumor, treating it like slander, it couldn't be aimless gossip. It's a diversion, a smokescreen to protect Lupin's real secret. Sherlock's eyes flickered. Hermione went on, voice tight with urgency. If the truth ever got out that Lupin is a werewolf, it would destroy him. You orchestrated this lie to keep him safe, didn't you? Sherlock's choice of explanation was absurd, and leaking it quietly rather than making a bold public statement was so typically him. Faced with Hermione's glare, he merely nodded. All right. It was me. Hermione blinked in stunned silence, then burst into laughter and gave him a friendly punch on the arm. You say it's to protect Professor Lupin, but how on earth did you settle on something so ridiculous? Don't be fooled by how everyone is chattering now. Once they stop and think, they'll realize it can't possibly be true. Sherlock leaned back, calm as ever. The point isn't precision. You only need a red herring big enough to pull attention away. So far, it's done its job, though I'll admit it could use a bit of fine-tuning. But wait and see, time will vindicate the strategy. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks, utterly at a loss for words. In the days that followed, rumors that Professor Lupin had been disguising himself as a man swept through Hogwarts like wildfire, so thoroughly that even the mounting stress of exam week was strangely dampened by the gossip. I've got a secret, and you absolutely mustn't tell a soul. Relax, my lips are sealed. Okay, but did you hear about Professor Lupin? Shh, this stays between us. I'm serious. You're my best friend, so I'm only telling you. Fair enough. I heard it from Hagrid right after Care of Magical Creatures class. What about you? Get this. I heard the exact same thing. They exchanged conspiratorial grins. As the rumor wove its way through the corridors, each retelling grew more elaborate than the last. Soon there were half a dozen theories about why Professor Lupin dressed and perhaps even lived as a man. One version said Lupin's father had insisted on raising her as a son, so she'd adopted every masculine habit from infancy. Another claimed a powerful family inheritance could only pass through male heirs, forcing her to conceal her true gender. A darker story suggested an ancient curse hunted down the women of Lupin's bloodline, and she masqueraded as a man to stay safe. Even a respected Ravenclaw scholar, renowned for his careful research, asserted he'd discovered references to such a blood curse in dusty old tomes. Despite all these whispered facts, no one could say for certain what was true. Still, with every eager ear that passed the tale along, the legend of Professor Lupin's secret identity grew ever more sensational. Because of the curse's influence, one could alter their outward form, but not completely escape all traces of female physiology. In Lupin's case, the side effects were far more severe and overwhelming than what an ordinary woman might endure. As a result, for several days each month, she had no choice but to avoid crowds entirely. This explanation quickly became the most convincing of all the rumors surrounding Lupin's absences. A few days of illness once a month was a perfectly reasonable, even sympathetic excuse, and students from 1st to 7th year accepted it without much question. After all, Professor Lupin falls ill for a few days every month sounded far more plausible than any of the wilder theories. One or two instances might be chalked up to chance, but a monthly pattern? That was impossible to ignore. Over the course of the school year, everyone had noticed the same cycle playing out. Those not inclined to speculate simply ignored it, but eventually even the least curious students began to wonder. And let's be honest, having Professor Snape take over that particularly interesting class once a month was unforgettable, to say the least. Professor Snape was, by all accounts, a competent defense against the dark arts instructor, certainly better than Quirrell or Lockhart. But he simply couldn't compete with Professor Lupin. When you have a choice, students will always flock to the teacher they like best. In Lupin's absence, Snape was perfectly acceptable. With Lupin around, Snape might as well have been a ghost. Once Hagrid knows, the whole school knows, Sherlock observed, his tone level as he addressed his three companions. "I've already planted the seed," he continued. "Hagrid's convinced it's true. I did the same with Dean Thomas just moments ago. You may have noticed that even Snape's pleased about this turn of events. I spoke with Lupin directly. He won't make a fuss. In fact, he ought to thank me. All the groundwork is laid out. Apart from a handful of people who know the truth, nobody will question it. After all, a woman teaching at Hogwarts is far less surprising than a werewolf." Harry let out a rueful sigh. "I'm not sure there's much difference," he said. "Sherlock, you're invincible," Ron whooped, "just as I knew you would." Hermione, however, looked uneasy. "But Sherlock, this is only a stopgap. By next year, Professor Lupin could still be at risk of being exposed." Sherlock waved a hand dismissively. "Relax, this temporary fix was purely meant to buy us time." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Then, you do have a permanent solution?" Harry and Ron leaned forward, curiosity written all over their faces. Sherlock allowed himself a small, confident smile. "Indeed, I've discovered a way to resolve Professor Lupin's situation for good." Silence fell as the others exchanged stunned glances. Hermione's mouth hung open. Ron's jaw dropped. "If everything goes according to plan," Sherlock continued, "he'll be completely safe by the start of next school year." The three friends remained speechless, their astonishment echoing louder than words. Chapter 428. Melee Wizard Sherlock. The rumor that Professor Lupin was secretly a woman had rippled through Hogwarts just before exam week, but predictably, it didn't delay a single test. When Monday finally arrived, the castle fell into the hush it knew all too well during examinations. This year, though, there was an extra edge of tension. The Weasley twins were sitting for their ordinary wizarding level exams, and for once, they weren't in the mood for mischief. By midday, the third-year students were wandering the corridors like ghosts, ashen-faced, voices hushed. Professor McGonagall's long-ago warning about transfiguration being the most exacting and perilous subject at Hogwarts had never felt more real. As pupils spilled out of the Transfiguration exam hall, they clustered on the landing, trade whispers of frustration and disbelief. "That question about the teapot, turning it into a turtle?" one boy groaned, rubbing his temples. "No one's even covered that in class." "Exactly," agreed a girl, her robes rumpled. "It's well beyond our syllabus. I swear my teapot still looks like a teapot, only now it's a very confused one." Across the hall, Fred and George Weasley leaned against the stone railing, their faces uncharacteristically serious. The castle's usual pranks and laughter had been replaced by silent trudges to the next exam. Even they couldn't charm their way through a question like that. Sherlock Holmes, known among his classmates for his sharp mind rather than his wand work, stepped forward. He studied their anxious faces with detached curiosity. "We've only just begun," he observed coolly. "If turning teapots into turtles is the worst Professor McGonagall can throw at us today, I'd say we're in remarkably good shape." A ripple of nervous laughter followed, and for a moment the exam week gloom lifted. But as the crowd dispersed toward their next challenge, charms, it was clear. This week would test every ounce of wizarding skill they possessed. And in the silence of the castle, every student's heart beat with the same question: what would the next paper demand of them? Amid the classroom's collective groans, Hermione's outburst cut through the noise like a knife. "I'm doomed! My turtle looks like a sea turtle!" she cried, her voice echoing off the stone walls. Harry and Ron exchanged weary glances. Could this really be worth the drama? But Hermione didn't pause to see if anyone cared. She launched into a rapid-fire lecture, and only Sherlock seemed inclined to listen. "As far as I know," she began, pacing in front of her desk, "a pond turtle's head can rotate freely and retract completely into its shell. A sea turtle's head, on the other hand, is too large to withdraw. And look at the limbs. A proper turtle has stubby, clawed feet. Mine came out as flippers." She stopped suddenly, staring at the shell on her desk as if it had personally offended her. "Even the tail is wrong. Mine still ends in a teapot-shaped spout. How ridiculous." From the back of the room, one student muttered, "And here I thought steam spitting was the real question. Does a turtle magically exhale steam or not?" Another piped up, "Or what about the willow pattern design on my shell? Will I lose points for that?" A chorus of sighs and exasperated groans followed. No matter how they tried, tweaking proportions, adjusting patterns, debating whether a turtle should flare its nostrils, the results were the same: flawed, impractical, and far from grading standards. Hermione paused, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Honestly," she said, glancing at Sherlock, "it doesn't matter how careful you are. Damned if you do, damned if you don't." She sighed, her frustration finally giving way to reluctant acceptance. The classroom fell silent at her words. Then, with an almost imperceptible shrug, Hermione gathered her notes, ready, at the very least, to ace the theory portion of the exam. The final Transfiguration exam, undoubtedly the toughest of the term, was finally over. No matter how well or poorly each student had done, everyone felt the weight lift off their shoulders the moment they laid down their quills. After lunch, they still had the charms exam, but compared to Transfiguration, even Professor Flitwick's notoriously tricky tests seemed almost easy. That afternoon, Flitwick announced they would be demonstrating the cheering charm, one of his personal favorites. Hermione, of course, breezed through without breaking a sweat. She'd offered extra practice sessions all week, and Harry and Ron had shown up faithfully, trusting her every instruction. Their well-rehearsed wand work paid off. Both scored flawless results. Sherlock and Hermione, in their own quiet way, needed almost no preparation at all. They strolled in, performed their charms with perfect precision, and walked right out with full marks. Neville Longbottom and Dean Thomas, however, found themselves in a more animated situation. Though Neville had attended Hermione's study sessions, his nerves got the better of him. His wand flourishes grew over the top, and before he knew it, Dean was doubled over, laughing so hard he could barely stand. Professor Flitwick, ever the gentle soul, kindly escorted a still giggling Dean to a neighboring classroom, where he spent nearly an hour collecting himself before finally finishing his charm. Back in the main hall, Neville could do nothing but apologize profusely, cheeks burning. Dean just slapped him on the shoulder and grinned. Friends will be friends, after all, even when they can't stop laughing. Dinner in the Great Hall was a quiet celebration of survival. Plates emptied, books tucked away, the students hurried back up to the Gryffindor common room, ready to relax at last. With the hardest exam behind them, the rest of the term suddenly seemed a lot more manageable. Tuesday's exams comprised 3 subjects: care of magical creatures, first thing in the morning, potions in the afternoon, and astronomy that night. Of course, astronomy had to wait until after dark. Before dawn had fully broken, the students gathered outside the castle for Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures exam. By the end of the hour, his popularity had shot through the roof. He was now Sherlock's leading rival for Hogwarts' most popular professor of the year, hot on the heels of Professor Lupin. Hagrid's test was deceptively simple. He produced a huge barrel of freshly collected flobberworms and told the students that to pass, they only needed to keep them alive for 60 minutes. Since flobberworms thrive on neglect, this was arguably the easiest exam the students had ever taken, certainly easier than any they'd faced since their first year. Even the notoriously critical Slytherins cheered, exchanging unusually friendly glances in Hagrid's direction. "Hey, have you heard?" Several of them whispered to one another, grinning. At the end of the hour, Hagrid strode purposefully over to where Sherlock and his friends were clustered, bent down as though he'd come to check on Harry's flobberworms. His warm, booming voice carried across the grounds as he announced, "Well done, everyone, especially you lot," he said, nodding directly at Sherlock. "Keep 'em fed and they'll be just fine." With that, the students packed away their worm containers and drifted off toward the castle, chattering excitedly about the rest of their exams. Mystery solved. Care of Magical Creatures had turned out to be a gentle warm-up for the real challenges still to come. Professor Lupin is actually a woman. Hermione's voice rang out, her eyes flashing as she glared at Harry and Ron, both of whom looked on the verge of bursting into laughter. Sherlock, however, remained perfectly composed. "I just heard the same, Professor Hagrid," he said, turning to the giant groundskeeper. "What do you think about it?" Hagrid scratched his tangled beard and sighed. "Oh dear, I'm not sure I ought to say much. All I know is that Professor Lupin's keeping a secret. Headmaster Dumbledore and the other teachers clearly know about it too, yet nobody's seen fit to tell me. And that strikes me as odd." Harry and Ron stared at him. There's a gape. Only Sherlock spoke, his tone earnest. "They deliberately kept you in the dark, Hagrid, because you're too upright. If anyone found out about Lupin's secret, you'd march straight to him and demand an explanation. And it sounds like this is something he simply can't risk having exposed. So, for both your sake and his, Dumbledore left you unawares." "By golly, that's exactly right, Sherlock," Hagrid grinned, clapping Ron so heartily on the back that the boy teetered toward a barrel of flobberworms. Thankfully, Harry and Sherlock each grabbed an arm before Ron plunged in. Hermione folded her arms, satisfied, as the worms wriggled in their tub, silent witnesses to another Hogwarts mystery well and truly enshrouded in magic and discretion. Ron, still wiping flobberworm slime off his robes, shot Hagrid a pained look. "You were praising Sherlock. Why did you slap me?" By the time the afternoon potions exam rolled around, whatever good mood Harry had left over from Care of Magical Creatures was gone. No matter how carefully he followed the instructions, his confusing concoction stubbornly refused to thicken. Professor Snape prowled the dungeon like a predator, his lips curled in triumphant amusement. He paused at Harry's workbench, scribbled something in his notebook, and Sherlock, peering over Harry's shoulder, swore it looked like a giant zero. Snape swept away with a sneer. "Of course not a zero," he called back. Harry's shoulders slumped. Sherlock laid a reassuring hand on his arm. "Don't worry so much," he said quietly. "Honestly, compared to the others, you're doing very well. I've seen a few students end up with mixtures the wrong color entirely. Hardly any of those qualify as proper confusing concoctions. You did better than some. There were students who couldn't brew the potion at all. At least yours worked, even if the effect was a bit weak." "Thanks, Sherlock. You've really mastered the art of consolation." "You even had time to glance at everyone else's progress?" Hermione exclaimed. "I was so afraid of running out of time that I barely dared lift my eyes from my cauldron. Even when I finished brewing, I kept double-checking every step." "We actually had plenty of time," Sherlock said coolly. "This is just our end-of-term exam, not the owls." The Midnight Astronomy paper was considered moderately challenging, harder than Care of Magical Creatures, but easier than potions, and it took place in the spire of the highest tower. Sherlock, despite attending only a handful of lectures this semester, had aced it thanks to the galaxy model he and Hermione had purchased in Diagon Alley before term began. Hermione, aided by the time turner, had an almost unfair advantage. The rest of the students produced a mixed set of results. Their exam week had been packed. Charms at 9 on Monday morning, divination that afternoon, herbology in the greenhouses Tuesday, history of magic, a purely written test on Wednesday morning, and finally, astronomy at the stroke of midnight in the tower's highest turret. There wasn't much mystery to Professor Binns's history of magic exam. Anyone who'd actually paid attention in class could have scored full marks. The problem was sitting through Binns's lectures in the first place. His droning voice, laced with a faint hypnotic enchantment, had put even Hermione Granger to sleep on more than one occasion. Still, come exam day, Hermione shook off any lingering drowsiness and breezed through the questions. Sherlock was even more unfazed. His keen intellect and genuine curiosity about the wizarding world's development meant he solved the paper almost effortlessly. The rest of the students fared less well. Many resorted to desperate measures, frantically scribbling partial answers, copying the questions verbatim, anything to fill the pages. At least, they reasoned, they'd earn a few participation points. By the final morning of exam week, tensions were running high, but the second-to-last test promised a welcome change of pace. Defense against the dark arts, under the guidance of the popular Professor Remus Lupin, would be nothing like the usual charcoal and parchment ordeal. Lupin had transformed the grounds into a daunting obstacle course. The first challenge? Wading through a deep, murky pond alive with snap-happy Grindylows. Few would call it a traditional exam, but everyone agreed it was by far the most memorable. Grindylows are pale green water demons native to Britain and Ireland. Each sports a pair of curled horns, jagged green teeth, and fingers so long and wiry they look more like claws. Though they appear fierce, the British Ministry of Magic ranks them only XX. Their elongated digits can grip with surprising strength, but in a strange twist, they're brittle and prone to snapping. When Sherlock confronted a school of them in the dark lake, he didn't cast a single spell. Instead, he relied on pure hand-to-hand combat, outmaneuvering their lunges and cracking bones with well-placed punches. Within minutes, the Grindylows learned exactly why he's called the Great Detective. Beyond the deep pond lay another trial, a winding series of pits teeming with redcaps. These squat, goblin-like creatures hail from northern Europe, and wherever battle has been waged, in forgotten trenches, dungeon corridors, or any site steeped in blood, they leave their murderous footprints behind. The Ministry puts them at XXX danger level, one notch above Grindylows. Redcaps lie in wait for solitary muggles, springing out of the gloom to club them senseless. On moonless nights, they've even bludgeoned victims to death. Now that their numbers are surging, they pose a growing headache for witches and wizards alike. Sherlock and his companions would need every ounce of their wits, and maybe a little magic, to get through unscathed. Sherlock strode through the pits, sword in one hand and a shield of rock cakes in the other, cleaving aside the squat, burrowing creatures as effortlessly as slicing through melons. Their only achievement was a momentary delay. Beyond the pits yawned a swamp, where Professor Lupin had set his next challenge, a lone hinky-punk. This one-legged bog spirit haunted remote marshes after dark, its eerie lantern light luring travelers into the mire. The proper tactic was simple: ignore its glow and hurry past. Lupin was taken aback when the hinky-punk's lantern flickered on. Sherlock didn't recoil or sidestep. He charged straight toward the trap. Impossible, Lupin thought. Sherlock ought to recognize the danger at once. Earlier he'd handled the Grindylows and Redcaps flawlessly. No magic, but perfect tactics. Lupin, ever open-minded. After all, Gryffindors had swung swords once, watched in astonishment. Then Sherlock sprinted to the glowing beast, seized its single spindly leg, and yanked it from the swamp onto solid ground. Without missing a beat, he raised his longsword again, ready for whatever came next. Professor Lupin's expression went pale as he hurried across the swamp toward Sherlock. "Stop, Sherlock! Wait!" he called. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, still holding the trembling hinky-punk by its iridescent wings. "Professor, you never said we weren't allowed to deal with these creatures during the exam." Lupin paused, staring at the tiny glowing insect in Sherlock's hand. In that instant he felt his own inexperience sting, how effortlessly his student had subdued what was meant to be a stealth challenge. "I suppose I didn't explicitly forbid it," he admitted. But the point of this trial is to train your stealth skills. You're meant to cross the swamp undetected, without being misled by magical creatures like this one. Sherlock smirked, as though the loophole were obvious. If I simply remove the hurdle, none of the others will be distracted. That still counts as stealth, doesn't it? Lupin sighed, torn between exasperation and admiration. Fine, you'll receive full marks for defense against the dark arts, but you must leave this hinky-punk here for the other students. With a flick of his wrist, Sherlock set the hinky-punk gently on a mossy log. The little creature fluttered its wings in confusion, but remained unharmed. Sherlock glanced back at Lupin. So, no boggart next? I was looking forward to squaring off with whatever's in that old chest. Lupin offered a patient smile and pointed toward a weathered trunk half buried in reeds. Your final task still waits. Crawl in and face the boggart. Sherlock straightened his shoulders. Very well, he said, stepping forward. Let's see what it has in store. No need, Professor Lupin said with a wry smile. I've faced your boggart more than once, and I know you can handle it. You don't need to go through it again. Such a shame, Sherlock replied lightly. I was looking forward to confronting my other self once more. Despite his words, Sherlock fell into step beside Lupin, and together they made their way to oversee the other students' exams. After a few moments of silence, Lupin hesitated, then looked up at him. Thank you, Sherlock. Sherlock shook his head. You've more than earned this chance. Not everyone accepts. He paused, choosing his words carefully, that you're a woman, and those who do know the truth all support you. You're our best defense against the dark arts, Professor. No one wants to lose you. Lupin's lips curved into a genuine smile. Thank you for the compliment, Sherlock. Sherlock leaned against the edge of the worn sofa, arms folded, his gaze fixed on Professor Lupin. The common room firelight danced in his eyes. Admit it, Sherlock said quietly. What I did only bought us a little time. It won't solve your problem once and for all. Remus Lupin ran a hand through his hair, the silver scars on his wrists catching the light. I know. The moment word gets out, I'm a werewolf. Owlpost for tutoring requests will vanish like snowflakes in summer. No parent will allow me near their child. Then we need to find a permanent solution, Sherlock replied. Lupin shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. Don't bother, Sherlock. It's impossible. Who says so? Sherlock's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. I've already spoken with Dumbledore. By this time next year, we might just have it sorted. Lupin's eyes widened, his surprise even greater than when he'd seen Sherlock outwit that feisty hinky-punk earlier. You've talked to Dumbledore? How? I'm sorry, but I can't. Not yet, Sherlock interrupted, raising a finger silently. All in good time. Before Lupin could press for more, a sudden scuffling sound came from the large, battered trunk in the corner. With a muffled thud, Harry Potter shot out of it, his face alight with excitement. Professor, Sherlock, Harry exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. You won't believe what I just found. Chapter 429, Sherlock is getting married. Well done, Harry. Professor Lupin broke off his conversation with Sherlock and turned to his youngest student, grinning. Full marks. Harry smiled back without surprise. After all, of course his brother was standing there beside Lupin. Having completed the exam with a perfect score, Harry wasn't in any rush to leave. He remained at the edge of the testing grounds to watch the other students finish. Professor Lupin and Sherlock both observed every contestant, but Harry's attention was fixed on Ron and Hermione. Ron got off to a confident start. His wand work was precise, his every step measured, until he ran into a hinky-punk. Caught between trying to banish it as Sherlock might and ignoring its dancing lantern as Harry had, Ron hesitated. In a flurry of panic, he surged forward and found himself chest-deep in a swamp. Roots and muck clung to his robes, dragging him under before he even realized his mistake. With a desperate struggle, he managed to haul himself free, coughing and caked in mud, but he'd lost too much time. As he staggered back to the course, the timer blinked, announcing his exam was over. In the final trial against the boggart, Ron took longer than Harry to summon his courage and crawl out of the chest. There's something uniquely terrifying about facing a giant spider in a cramped box instead of in the open. When Harry emerged, triumphant and grinning, Ron stumbled out pale and trembling, but still ahead of Hermione. She'd sailed through the earlier tasks as flawlessly as Harry, yet the moment she lifted her lid, she let out a piercing scream and fled in under 60 seconds. "Hermione!" Professor Lupin exclaimed, rushing to her side. Gasping for breath, she pointed back at the chest. "Professor McGonagall, she said I'd failed every exam, and also—" Hermione shot Sherlock a quick, embarrassed look before swallowing the rest of her words. Lupin couldn't hold back a soft chuckle. So the one thing that truly petrified Hermione Granger was the fear of disappointing McGonagall in her marks. He didn't quite catch the end of her confession, but one thing was certain. This time, Hermione's defense against the dark arts score would trail behind Ron's. Ron had technically exceeded the time limit on 2 of the tasks, but he'd at least managed to finish them. Hermione, by contrast, forfeited the final round altogether. The blow shook her more than anyone could have predicted, and it took the rest of the group several minutes to calm her down. While they regrouped, the other young wizards completed their own exams, and their results were wildly uneven. In the first task, some candidates panicked at the sight of Grindylows clawing through the water, forgetting just how fragile their own fingers could be. In the second, a number of them were outmatched by a horde of redcaps until Professor Lupin intervened. During the third, several students, lured into the swamp by a mischievous hinkypunk, couldn't find their way back and, like Ron before them, needed Lupin's help to resurface. And in the final challenge, more than a few simply fled at the sight of a boggart, their fears overwhelming them as it took on their worst nightmares. At last, Hermione drew a steadying breath and approached Professor Lupin. "Professor," she said, voice firm, "I'd like to retake the exam." He gave her a sympathetic look. "I'm very sorry, Hermione, but the rules allow only one attempt." Hermione bit her lip for a moment, her frustration plain, but she nodded and accepted his decision. As the 4 of them made their way back to the castle, Professor Lupin suddenly paused in front of Sherlock and offered, "Good luck, Sherlock." Hermione, overhearing, nudged him with a teasing grin. "See? Professor Lupin really likes you." Sherlock returned her smile but said nothing. Hermione frowned. Of course, she assumed Lupin was wishing Sherlock well on his upcoming exams. She couldn't have known that Lupin's true meaning was far more personal, a discreet nod towards Sherlock's struggle with his werewolf identity. And since Sherlock himself wasn't ready to confront that matter in public, he let the misunderstanding stand. At lunch in the Great Hall, Ron leaned across the table, curiosity bright in his eyes. "Hermione, you said your boggart turned into Professor McGonagall, telling you you'd failed all your exams. What else did it say?" Hermione snapped her head up, cheeks flushing. "Is it any of your business? Must you pester me about it?" Ron blinked in surprise. "I was just asking." "Seriously, Ron?" Harry offered gently, reaching to place a hand on Ron's arm. "Let it go." Ron sank back in his seat, reddening. Hermione's glare left him no choice but to drop the subject. Harry, who had been just as curious, wisely followed suit. A tense silence settled over the table, broken only by the distant chatter and clinking of cutlery as lunch continued around them. Hermione seized the brief moment when the others were distracted and stole a quick glance at Sherlock. To her horror, he met her eyes just then, and she snapped her own gaze away, heart hammering. He couldn't know. Could he? Earlier, the boggart, wearing the stern guise of Professor McGonagall, had delivered 2 devastating pronouncements. First, Hermione would fail every single exam she sat that year. Then, even worse, came the knockout blow. Hermione Granger, Sherlock Holmes, and Gemma Farley are to be married, and you are to stand as bridesmaid. The mere thought sent electric jolts across her scalp, and she'd fled the room in a shriek. Was failing all her exams more terrifying, or Sherlock marrying Gemma? She couldn't decide. What she did know was that absolutely nobody else must ever learn of it. After lunch came the final exam. Only this time the timetable tangled Muggle studies and divination. Harry, following Sherlock's advice, joined Ron in divination, while Sherlock stayed by Hermione's side for Muggle studies. With her time-turner, Hermione could have slipped back to take divination too. She was certain she'd score top marks. But daring such a maneuver would require nerves of steel. And right now, her courage felt as fragile as glass. She kept her promise. If she said she'd drop divination, then she would. The 4 of them climbed the marble staircase together, but on the second floor, Sherlock and Hermione peeled off toward their own corridors, while Harry and Ron continued upward to the 8th. By the time Hermione and Sherlock reached Professor Burbage's classroom door, Hermione looked more than a little troubled. "I've been thinking," she said with a sigh. "I'm going to drop this course too." Sherlock tilted his head. "You're sure about that?" "Absolutely," she replied. "I can't stand another year like this. If you and Gemma hadn't convinced me, I'd have quit after Easter. Once exams are over, I'll return the time turner to Professor McGonagall. No more Muggle studies, no more divination, just a normal timetable again." "Well reasoned," Sherlock said, nodding. Hermione studied him. "And you?" "I'm still signed up for all my subjects," he answered, "but that doesn't mean I'll attend every class." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Percy and Gemma each earn 12 owls without a time turner." "That's right," Sherlock agreed. "Professor McGonagall even told me I'm the first student ever to use one." Hermione's eyes widened. "And before Percy and Gemma, Tom Riddle and Bill Weasley also scored 12 owls each." Hermione stepped out into the chilly corridor, Sherlock close at her side. She shook off the last of her fatigue and couldn't help smiling. "According to Professor McGonagall," Sherlock said, "they didn't use a time turner after all. It seems it was never necessary." Hermione nodded. "You're right. I've been running on empty all semester. Thank you, Sherlock." He gave a faint smile. "You should really thank Gemma." "I will," Hermione replied, though the name brought an odd ache to her chest. Sherlock's mention of Gemma had reminded her of the Bogart rehearsal in Professor Lupin's defense class, the way her own fears had twisted into something unrecognizable. She gave a small, self-conscious laugh and hurried on to her next exam. The great hall had been cleared of its usual tables, replaced now by neat rows of desks. Professor Charity Burbage stood at the front, her kindly face framed by gentle light. "Good luck, everyone," she said softly, distributing parchment and quills. "This will be entirely theoretical." Hermione glanced at her seatmates. All around, eager faces glanced forward, ready to prove themselves. The first question was so familiar that Hermione almost laughed out loud. Which nationality invented Arabic numerals? She dipped her quill. Next, the Canary Islands are named after which animal? And finally, a camel hair brush is made from the hair of which animal? Hermione's pen drifted across the parchment. These were the same questions they'd seen back in September on the placement test, and every answer was hidden in plain sight. She wrote down her answers without hesitation. A few desks away, a confident young wizard named Leo tapped his quill impatiently. "This is too easy," he muttered to Emma, the girl beside him. "They're obviously trying to give us extra points." Leo and Emma both scrawled their answers in bold loops and passed their parchment forward with a triumphant grin. Half an hour later, pens were stilled and parchments collected. As they filed out, Leo whispered to Emma, "I got them all right, I'm sure." But when Hermione gathered her books and stepped outside, a hush fell over the group. Word had spread, and soon Leo and Emma stood before her, trembling. Hermione?" Leo stuttered. Could we see your answers?" Hermione raised an eyebrow, but slid her parchment across a table. Emma leaned in, eyebrows arching higher with each line she read. "No," Emma whispered. "That can't be right." Leo's confident posture crumpled. "But how? I wrote Arab." Hermione closed her notebook gently. The numerals were developed in India, then popularized by Arab scholars. The Canary Islands were named for dogs, Latin canis, not for the birds you know. And camel hair brushes come from the soft hairs of squirrels. Silence. Then Leo's face went pale as a Dementor's kiss. "What?" he managed. Emma covered her mouth, eyes wide. Hermione gathered her things with a calm smile. "Sometimes the obvious answer isn't the right one," she said, and walked out into the late afternoon light, confident that even the simplest questions deserved the deepest thought. How could such simple questions be wrong? Hermione's voice rang out, and several of the younger students, once brimming with confidence, suddenly froze. "The answers are literally right there in the questions," they sputtered. Hermione placed her hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing in mild reproach. "Obviously, you weren't paying attention in Professor Burbage's first lecture. Arabic numerals were invented in ancient India. The Canary Islands aren't named for birds at all, but for dogs. And camel hair brushes? They're made from squirrel fur, sheep's wool, or even cow hair, never camel hair." Professor Burbage explained every detail. She spoke so rapidly that a few students blinked in confusion. "No, That can't be. This is clearly a prank. Several Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs who'd answered incorrectly protested loudly, while a handful of Ravenclaws raised tentative hands. Miss Granger, could you explain why? Despite her irritation that they hadn't listened the first time, Hermione nodded. All right, she said. Here's how it goes, and began to walk them through the lecture's key points once more. The numerals we take for granted every day, 1, 2, 3, and so on, are usually called Arabic numerals, but they actually began their journey in India. Indian mathematicians developed this decimal system centuries ago, and it was only later carried westward by Arab scholars. When these figures and their ingenious place value notation reached Europe, people naturally associated them with the Arabs who'd introduced them, and the name stuck. A similar twist of naming history lies behind the Canary Islands. In Spanish, there's still Islas Canarias, a name that goes back to the Latin Canariae Insulae, Isle of Dogs. According to legend, the Romans who first landed there found vast packs of large guard dogs roaming the shore, so they dubbed it the Dog Island. Over time, that image shifted in English ears to the Canary Islands, and today most people assume it refers to the little songbirds for which the islands are famous, an ironic reversal of the original Roman observation. Even in art supplies, naming conventions can be misleading. Take camel hair brushes. No camel's fur is actually involved. When these brushes were first sold in Europe, their soft, golden-brown squirrel hairs looked remarkably like the fluffy undercoat of a camel. Without the means to conduct a precise material analysis, early buyers and merchants simply assumed these were made from camel belly hair. The misnomer spread rapidly and became so entrenched that, even after artists discovered the true source, camel hair brush remained the standard term. In each of these cases, numerals, islands, brushes, language preserved a snapshot of historical misunderstanding long after the facts had been set straight. The group filed back into the Gryffindor common room, trading theories about Professor Burbage's strange exam questions. Hermione shook her head. It's like asking what color an airplane's black box is, when in fact it's bright orange. Too bad Burbage didn't follow up on that one. If she had, Sherlock replied, eyes alight, I would have answered black without hesitation. Hermione gave him a wry smile. That's Muggle studies for you, always a trick or two up its sleeve. Before they could argue further, Neville hurried over, looking pale. Has anyone seen Ron or Hermione? Professor Trelawney's taking forever with divination. Hermione exchanged a glance with Sherlock. I think I know why, she said quietly. She's calling each of us in for a private reading, apparently 20 minutes apiece. 20 minutes, Ron exclaimed, emerging from behind a tapestry. He collapsed onto a bench. She hasn't even let anyone who's already gone in tell the rest of us what happened. Everyone's too spooked to spill. Ron shot Hermione a half-laugh, half-grimace. You were right, she's a complete charlatan. Hermione shrugged. I'm hardly surprised. It's common sense. Ron opened his mouth to retort, then caught himself. You're really enjoying playing Sherlock today, aren't you? Don't you think he deserves it? Neville piped up, still wide-eyed. After all, he solved the mystery of the vanishing runes faster than any of us managed a single tea leaf. Ron rolled his eyes, but Sherlock only offered a thin, satisfied smile, already turning the gears in his mind for the next puzzle. The late afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of the Gryffindor common room, casting long shadows across the worn rugs and well-loved armchairs. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Sherlock sat in a loose circle around a low table strewn with teacups and parchment. The conversation had taken a strange turn when Ron revealed Professor Trelawney's warning. He said it whisperingly, Ron repeated, wrapping his hands around his mug. Professor Trelawney said the crystal ball warned of a great disaster if I told anyone. Hermione rolled her eyes. That's awfully convenient of her, don't you think? Sherlock leaned forward, steepling his fingers. So no one else will confirm this? He asked. Parvati Patil did say something, Ron offered. Sherlock's eyebrows rose. And what exactly did she say? She claimed she saw dozens of things in the crystal ball, Ron replied, and that Professor Trelawney declared her a born seer. Sherlock made a dismissive sound. Go on, Ron sighed. Then, well, she asked me to tell her what I'd seen in the crystal ball. But, I saw absolutely nothing. So you just invented a vision on the spot? Sherlock concluded. Exactly. Ron spread his hands helplessly. But she didn't believe me, and she warned, threatened, really. If I told anyone else, a great disaster would follow. Oh, come off it, Ron, Neville said, staring in disbelief. Please, don't give that old fraud any more credit. Ron shrugged. Honestly, Sherlock's deductions make more sense than her prophecies ever will. Hermione's reply was sharp as a whip. Comparing her divination lessons to Sherlock's methods is downright insulting to deduction. They were silent for a moment, each lost in thought, when the portrait hole burst open and Harry came rushing in as though someone had set him on fire. Harry, where have you been? Hermione cried. He skidded to a stop in the middle of the room, panting. You won't believe what just happened. Harry pushed open the portrait door and slipped into the almost empty common room. In one corner, Sherlock and Hermione were quietly absorbed in conversation. A little farther off, Ron was doing his best to coax Neville, though Neville's repeated headshakes made it clear his friend's efforts were in vain. Sherlock looked up at the sight of Harry, cheeks flushed and breath ragged. He folded his hands under his chin and regarded Harry with those sharp gray eyes. Something's gone awry with the exam. I take it, he prompted. Harry swallowed hard. He'd meant to tell his friends about this. After all, they were the first people he trusted. He drew in a steadying breath and blurted out, It's Professor Trelawney. The room fell silent. Hermione sat forward, concern flickering in her eyes. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Ron paused his pacing. Even Neville stopped shaking his head and stared. Harry's voice dropped to a whisper, but his words carried all the weight of disbelief. She actually gave me a real prophecy. Chapter 430, The True Prophecy. Harry climbed the narrow silver ladder to Professor Trelawney's tower, hot on Ron's heels. He'd been waiting downstairs for 20 minutes, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead. The moment he stepped inside, a blast of stifling heat closed around him. Heavy curtains were drawn tight across the windows, sealing the room off from any breeze. Although it was midsummer, the hearth fire roared as if it were midwinter, pouring relentless heat into the air. A thick, cloying scent of incense mingled with the smoky tang of burning logs, and Harry stifled a cough as his throat stung. Stepping carefully around low-slung tables and upturned chairs, he made his way to the center of the room. There, bathed in the quivering glow of firelight and drifting incense smoke, sat Professor Trelawney. She hovered over a massive crystal ball, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly haze. Hello, my dear. Professor Trelawney lifted her head slowly, her large eyes, half hidden behind her fringe of wild hair, fixed on Harry. In her familiar, ethereal tone, she added, Gaze into the crystal ball, slowly, and tell me what you see. Harry shifted forward as she instructed and stared into the glass sphere. He refused to blink, willing the mist inside to part and reveal something extraordinary. But minute after minute passed in silence. The only movement was the pale, restless swirl of fog, an endless, lifeless expanse of white. Well, Trelawney's voice was gentle, almost coaxing. My child, what do you see? The air in the room was stifling, an invisible weight that pressed down on Harry's shoulders. Smoke from the hearth curled into his lungs, every breath a fiery pinch in his nose. He felt trapped in the cramped space, desperate for even a sliver of cool air. Ron, fresh from his own divination lesson, had described seeing a dark shape emerge, a face materialize, anything to prove the crystal ball worked. Harry's mind raced. If Ron could see something, so could he. He let out a shaky breath and forced his expression to soften. I see a shape, he murmured, recalling Ron's words. Something or someone reaching toward me. Professor Trelawney's eyes glimmered. Yes, very good, Harry. You're doing wonderfully. Relief flooded him, even as the white fog remained stubbornly unchanged. At least he had bought himself another moment in this sweltering room, until the real truth drifted back into focus, swirling just beyond his reach. Chapter 7, Shadows of Fate. Harry paused, squinting at the crystal orb before him, as though he could coax its secrets into the light. He adopted an air of deep concentration, letting silence fall across the dimly lit tower classroom. At last he spoke. A shadow. I see a shadow. Professor Trelawney's soft, lilting voice drifted through the air like a feather. And what does it resemble, Harry? Think carefully. What form does this shadow take? Harry exhaled slowly. He knew that whatever he named, the professor would spin it into some foreboding prophecy. A sly smile tugged at his lips as he settled on an answer guaranteed to set her nerves aflutter. I see a figure, my closest friend, the magical school's very own detective, Sherlock Holmes. For a moment, Trelawney's quill scratched across the parchment in her lap, then abruptly stopped. An inky blotch marred the page as she murmured under her breath, eyes glazing over with portentous concern. My dear boy, she whispered, voice trembling, you may well have glimpsed the bond of destiny between you and poor Holmes. Look at his shadow. Is it whole? Unbroken? Harry straightened in his seat, meeting her gaze with unshakable confidence. Entirely complete, he replied, voice firm. In that instant, the crystal's depths seemed to whirl with unreadable significance, yet he already knew what he intended to do. Are you certain? Professor Trelawney leaned forward, her wide eyes locked onto Harry's, as if he held the answers in his soul. Harry forced himself to stay calm. Yes, Professor. Trelawney's voice dropped, ped to a whisper, urgent and trembling. You didn't see him writhing, tortured by some dark shape looming behind him, ready to swallow him whole? Harry's stomach nodded. He wanted to scream. Instead, he spoke evenly. No. He's perfectly fine, standing tall and healthy. The seer's brow furrowed. No tears? No wounds? No blood? Harry's patience snapped. The oppressive heat in the tent seemed to intensify, the thick air pressing against his temples. He took a breath, steadying himself. No, Professor. There's nothing wrong. Trelawney pressed her hands together, as though in prayer, her wide eyes finally softening. The silence that followed was heavy, but Harry was glad for the pause. He simply wanted fresh air and a break from her unnerving insistence. He looked perfectly normal, cane in his right hand, probably a pipe in his left, deerstalker hat perched on his head, then he just walked away. Harry rattled off the first description that came to mind, picturing the classic Sherlock Holmes image from his Patronus charm lessons with Professor Lupin. He was convinced that the more vivid his details, the easier it would be to fool Professor Trelawney. When he finally fell silent, Trelawney let out a quiet sigh. Very well, Harry. That's enough, though I must confess I'm a bit disappointed. Still, you did your best. Relief washed over him. Finally, it was over. He pushed himself to his feet so quickly his legs tingled with pins and needles. Clutching his bag, he headed for the door. Another second in that stifling room felt unbearable. Suddenly, a jarring crack echoed behind him, shattering the tense stillness. A voice slipped through the air almost too low to hear. Tonight. Harry jerked as if struck by lightning. Every muscle tensed and spun around, heart pounding. Harry stopped dead in the doorway. Professor Trelawney sat rigidly in her armchair, her posture as stiff as if she'd been carved from wood. Her eyes were vacant and unblinking, as though glazed over by some invisible veil, and her mouth hung open in a silent, eerie gape. A shiver slithered down Harry's spine. He had never seen the divination professor like this. Summoning courage, he stepped forward. Professor Trelawney? Are you all right? He stammered. But she gave no sign of hearing him. Slowly, her eyes began to roll, first one way, then the other, as though struggling against an unseen force. Harry's heart raced. She looked suddenly as if she might topple from the chair at any moment. For one frantic second, he wondered if he should call Sherlock for help. Then he reminded himself, Sherlock wasn't a healer. He needed Madame Pomfrey. He took a step toward the door, ready to fetch someone from the hospital wing. Before he could move, Trelawney spoke. The voice that emerged was harsh and startlingly unfamiliar. No soft, ethereal whisper, but something raspy, hollow, as though another soul had seized control of her body. Harry froze, dread pooling in his stomach. The Dark Lord lies alone, she rasped, her vacant gaze fixed somewhere beyond the walls. Friendless, abandoned by his followers. At her words, the blood drained from Harry's face. The classroom felt suddenly too small, too shadowed. He swallowed hard, gripping the back of a nearby chair. What could Professor Trelawney mean? And where had this strange, fearsome voice come from? Professor Trelawney's voice droned in the flickering firelight, each word laboring forth like breath through an aged bellows. His most loyal servant has been chained for 12 long years. Tonight, that servant will shatter his bonds. Tonight, a powerful ally will join him. Tonight, the Dark Lord will rise again, stronger and more terrible than ever before. Tonight, that ally will will set forth to meet the Dark Lord. That servant will break free." Her head lolled forward with a strangled gurgle, as if the prophecy itself had been squeezed from the depths of her throat. Then, abruptly, she jerked upright, her expression twitching between embarrassment and confusion. "My apologies, my dear," she murmured, blinking suddenly at Harry. It must be this heat. I nearly dozed off." Harry sat motionless, his wand forgotten across his lap. His pulse thundered in his ears as he struggled to make sense of what he'd heard. Professor Trelawney peered at him, her large eyes widening at his pallor. "Is there something troubling you, my dear?" Harry's voice came out in a hoarse whisper. "You just said the Dark Lord would return, and that someone would help him." She blinked once, then shook her head as though clearing a fog. "The Dark Lord? Good heavens, child, there's no need to be so dramatic. I am clearly off my rocker today." She patted her robes nervously. "Now, why don't you fetch me some water? And perhaps you'd like to go see Professor Flitwick about that arithmancy assignment." Still staring at her in disbelief, Harry rose slowly. The words of the prophecy, the servant, the ally, echoed through his mind. Whatever had just happened in that cramped classroom, he was certain of only one thing. None of it was over. Not by a long shot. The one whose name must not be spoken. Professor Trelawney froze, her teacup rattling against its saucer. Wide-eyed, she gasped, "My dear child, that's no jest! Oh, heavens!" Harry's heart thudded in his chest. "But you said it! You said the Dark Lord!" Trelawney's cheeks flushed. She waved a trembling hand. "You must have dozed off, Harry. There's no such prophecy. This exam is over. Now off you go." She swept past him, sweeping away her parchments with a flourish. Harry stared after her for a moment, mind in turmoil. Had she really named Voldemort in a reading, or was it just his imagination? Anxiety tightened its grip around him. He climbed down the ladder and navigated the spiral staircase with unsteady steps, every echoing footfall magnifying his unease. By the time he slipped back through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room, his pulse was racing. All around him, students celebrated their last exam, laughter and chatter drifting toward the open windows as they hurried out to enjoy the spring air. Harry barely noticed. Professor Trelawney's words reverberated in his mind, refusing to release him from their dreadful promise. Harry slipped through the fat lady's portrait door and into a nearly empty Gryffindor common room. In one corner, Hermione and Sherlock sat huddled together, their heads bent over an unseen paper. Not far from them, Ron crouched beside Neville Longbottom, pleading with his friend, who stubbornly shook his head. The whole scene was tense. Neville looked torn, and Ron's efforts seemed doomed to fail. Harry closed the distance and, breathless, recounted everything that had just happened in divination. Hermione's eyes flew wide, and she clasped a hand over her mouth. She, who had always dismissed Professor Trelawney as a fraud, now looked genuinely rattled. Sherlock, by contrast, sat bolt upright, his usual reserve replaced by a bright, almost feverish gleam in his eyes. "Sherlock," Hermione whispered, leaning in, "have you figured it out?" Sherlock offered Harry a small, knowing smile. "Yes, between your testimony and the kernel of truth in Professor Trelawney's vision, a pattern fell into place, one I've been chasing since term began." Harry frowned. "You're not seriously saying she made a real prophecy?" Sherlock inclined his head. "Precisely. It's astonishing. Everyone knows Professor Trelawney for her daily, wildly inconsistent forecasts, most of which are empty fluff. Yet at that critical moment, she delivered a prediction of remarkable clarity." He chuckled softly, his eyes still alight. "I never would have believed I'd see her offer genuine divination, and on cue, no less. All our exams are done, Harry. Take the rest of today off and get some proper rest. Tomorrow we'll call on Professor Dumbledore. I want to recommend that she give Trelawney a well-deserved raise." Harry and Hermione stared at Sherlock in surprise. He'd already confirmed that Professor Trelawney's so-called true prophecy was real, namely, that Lord Voldemort would return, aided by both, an accomplice and a servant. Yet Sherlock's calmness was at odds with their expectations. In fact, they were so startled, they barely noticed that he'd spoken of recommending another raise, subtly suggesting there'd been previous raises. "But you've already prevented Pettigrew's treachery, and Sirius's name has been cleared," Harry protested. "How could Voldemort possibly return now?" Sherlock offered a patient smile. "My dear Harry, We can't look at events in isolation or treat them as immutable. In my deductions, I'm always careful to avoid unexamined assumptions. The wizarding world is anything but static, and history has a way of repeating itself when we least expect it. Even more so now that we know about the magical world, predicting anything is near impossible, and Professor Trelawney is living proof, Sherlock said, folding his arms. Hermione's eyes snapped to him. So you're saying there's still a chance Pettigrew could be saved? Sherlock let a small, enigmatic smile play on his lips. We can't rule it out entirely, but it's very late. Let's bring it up with Dumbledore tomorrow. Harry nodded. Doubt still lurked in his mind, yet he trusted Sherlock's judgment. Hermione, however, pressed her advantage, determination shining in her eyes. I'm coming too, she declared. Sherlock shook his head gently. My dear Hermione, even if you accompany us to the headmaster's office, I'm certain Dumbledore will ask you to wait outside. Hermione stood her ground. Then I'll take my chances. If he orders me out, so be it. We'll deal with it then. Me too, Ron chimed in, brushing Neville aside and stepping forward. He'd missed the start of the conversation, but quickly grasped its import. Sherlock and Harry had urgent business with Dumbledore, and Hermione was insistent on tagging along. Could Sherlock really leave Harry out of this? The next morning, Sherlock led Harry, Ron, and Hermione through the hushed corridors to Professor Dumbledore's office. Once inside, Sherlock wasted no time. He recounted every detail of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Dumbledore listened behind his half-moon spectacles, his eyes drifting from Sherlock to Harry and then lingering on Ron and Hermione. When the headmaster finally spoke, his voice was soft but carried an unmistakable weight. Ron, Hermione, I'm sorry, but I must ask you to step outside for a moment. Hermione and Ron exchanged astonished looks. Hermione's brow furrowed. Ron took a nervous step forward. Sir, does it have to be this way? He pleaded. Sherlock and Harry will fill us in later. Why can't we stay? Dumbledore offered them a reassuring smile, though there was a mysterious glint in his eyes. Trust me, Ron, I will specifically instruct them not to share any of this with you. That only left Ron more bewildered. He stood in stunned silence as Hermione reluctantly led him out of the office, leaving Harry and Sherlock alone with the headmaster's enigmatic gaze. Chapter 431, Sybil Trelawney's First Prophecy. Does it have to be like this? Sherlock murmured after Hermione and Ron had slipped out of Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore met his gaze. If this concerned only Professor Trelawney, I might show more leniency toward your friends. Sherlock's dark eyes flicked from Dumbledore to Harry. But you said there's another person involved. With all due respect, Professor, I suspect you're withholding an even more significant detail. The headmaster sighed and turned toward Harry. Indeed, until now, only Severus Snape and I have understood the full extent of what Madame Trelawney foresaw. I would have preferred to keep it confidential, but Sherlock's insight has forced my hand. Not insight, Sherlock corrected, voice calm and precise. Deduction. Harry's heart thudded in his chest. Snape? What could Severus have to do with Sybil Trelawney's prophecy? He glanced at Sherlock, whose expression was unreadable but somehow reassuring. Professor Dumbledore, Sherlock prompted, you owe us the truth. What role did Snape play in this? Dumbledore folded his hands, his eyes reflecting both regret and resolve. Harry stiffened, bracing himself for revelations that might turn everything he thought he knew inside out. Sherlock leaned back, giving Harry a brief, apologetic look. Harry, don't let your mind run away with itself. Harry opened his mouth to ask how Sherlock could possibly know what he was thinking, then caught himself. Some mysteries, he decided, could wait until after Snape's confession. Sherlock didn't bother hiding his knowledge, nor could he, if he'd wanted to. After exchanging a few quiet words with Harry, he turned back to Dumbledore. So the prophecy that drove Voldemort to target Harry all those years ago was also made by Professor Trelawney under the same circumstances, wasn't it? Dumbledore nodded, a knowing smile in his eyes. You've worked it out. Sherlock returned the smile, folded his hands under his chin, and leaned back. Then I'm all ears. Dumbledore grew thoughtful, his gaze drifting as if he were peering into the past. Let's begin with Sybil Trelawney's story. He paused, gathering his memories. Miss Trelawney is a curious mixture of charlatan and true seer. To the casual observer, she appears eccentric, frayed robes, wild hair, dramatic flourishes, but her gift is genuine. Divination is unlike any other branch of magic. Sybil is the great-great-granddaughter of the original Cassandra Trelawney, a legendary seer. While each generation diluted the potency of that legacy, Sybil still inherited the spark of true prophecy. Professor Dumbledore sat behind his desk in his familiar, cluttered office, his twinkling eyes fixed first on Harry, then on the unflappable figure of Sherlock Holmes. With a soft sigh, he began to recount the life of Professor Sybil Trelawney, a tale as winding as the corridors of Hogwarts itself. At 11 years old, Dumbledore said, Miss Trelawney arrived at Hogwarts and was sorted into Ravenclaw. Born into the proud lineage of Cassandra Trelawney, seer to the court of Stragoni benefactors, Sybil carried the weight of her ancestors' reputation from day one. It wasn't long before she caught the eye of Professor Horace Slughorn. Her heritage and her flair for the dramatic earned her a place in his exclusive gatherings of promising students, the Slughorn Club. Harry listened with interest, but when Dumbledore mentioned her marriage, he couldn't stop himself from glancing at Sherlock. The detective's cool gaze reminded him of that very first divination lesson. Sherlock had observed Professor Trelawney so keenly that he dismantled her mystique in minutes and had even quipped, "You predict the future, I deduce the past." The class had fallen silent at the confrontation, and Trelawney had never forgotten it. And that, Dumbledore continued with a fond smile, is why our dear Sybil remains somewhat, shall we say, wary of Mr. Holmes. Harry suppressed a grin. Sherlock had indeed unmasked the seer on his first day in divination, and the memory still made Trelawney tremble. Dumbledore leaned forward. After graduating, Miss Trelawney set off into the wider magical world, hoping to parlay her family name into a grand career. She refused every position she deemed unworthy of a Trelawney seer and passed over countless opportunities, too vain to compromise, too inexperienced to realize her own limitations. She was ambitiously variegated, yet, I'm afraid, practically inept. Dumbledore tapped a slender finger on a folded parchment. But fate has its own design. In 1980, circumstances aligned, and Sybil Trelawney's life took a turn none of us could have predicted. He paused, letting the hush settle over the room. Harry exchanged a look with Sherlock, whose peculiar smile suggested he already knew where the story was headed. Whatever was coming next, it was certain to be extraordinary. Sybil Trelawney's first, and, as it turned out, most memorable, interview with Professor Albus Dumbledore took place in the dim back parlor of the Hogshead Inn, deep in Hogsmeade. She had come to request the position of divination teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, convinced that her birthright as a seer made her the perfect candidate. Dumbledore greeted her with his customary warmth, though Harry later realized the headmaster was inwardly unsettled. Trelawney had already earned a reputation for concocting dramatic prophecies to gullible clients, and Dumbledore, ever polite and respectful of her famed ancestry, had agreed to hear her out before making his decision. For nearly an hour, they spoke of omens, crystal balls, and tea leaves. Trelawney waxed lyrical about her visions and the importance of fate, yet every demonstration fell flat. No trance, no portent, nothing but empty flourish. Finally, Dumbledore cleared his throat and, as gently as he could, told her she wasn't suited to teach divination at Hogwarts. It was much the same refusal he had once delivered to Harry's Aunt Petunia when she'd pleaded for her own position in the school. As Trelawney rose to leave, Dumbledore offered her some parting kindness, an automaton of hospitality from an uncomfortably embarrassed host. But then, just as she stepped toward the door, her expression slackened. Her eyes glazed, her posture stiffened. She fell into the same trance Harry had witnessed once before. From that motionless hush, her voice emerged, low, distant, hauntingly clear. Dumbledore and Trelawney alone in that shadowed room, yet her words seemed to echo straight into Harry's memory. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Dumbledore's smile vanished. His eyes, bright beneath his half-moon spectacles, were hard to read, but he listened, enraptured, until every syllable had fallen silent. When Trelawney finally blinked and slumped back into herself, Dumbledore rose and bowed, this time in genuine deference. Though he would never again employ her in a classroom, he knew then that she had delivered a true prophecy. And Harry, remembering the story years later, could not help but gasp at the moment Sybil Trelawney, fraud though she often was, foresaw the boy destined to challenge Voldemort. Could it be that Professor Trelawney was the one who foretold his destiny all along? That the person who shaped his entire life was, in fact, her? Harry's voice trembled as he spoke. Sherlock glanced between Harry and Dumbledore. "Professor, as we saw yesterday, she has no memory of making that prophecy," Dumbledore continued. "Yet I knew it was genuine. In those dark days, when Lord Voldemort cast his shadow over the entire wizarding world, her words became a beacon of hope. To protect her, I reversed my decision and allowed divination classes to resume." Sherlock's eyes narrowed. What was the prophecy in full? Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles and regarded Sherlock with genuine surprise. "For years I summarized it as, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born at the end of the 7th month to parents who have defied him 3 times. Harry, you pointed out in your first year that while that wasn't wrong, it wasn't complete either. The unabridged prophecy reads, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will possess a power the Dark Lord knows not." A hush fell over the room as the weight of those final words sank in. "And either must die at the other's hand, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." "In your second year," Sherlock pressed on, "you admitted that wasn't the whole prophecy. You said you couldn't tell me the rest, at least not yet. So now, can you?" Dumbledore watched him in silent restraint, his eyes a blend of admiration and helplessness. "Still can't say it?" Sherlock insisted. Dumbledore rose without another word. He crossed to the ebony cabinet beside Fawkes's perch, eased its latch, and drew out a shallow, rune-etched stone basin. Harry, who had never seen it before, glanced in wonder, but Sherlock recognized it instantly, the Pensieve. Years ago, at Dumbledore's invitation, he had witnessed the headmaster's meeting with a young Tom Riddle through that very pool of memory. Returning to the table, Dumbledore set the basin down and tapped the tip of his wand to his temple. The air shimmered as he prepared to plunge into the hidden depths of the prophecy and to show Sherlock the rest of the truth he had long withheld. Albus Dumbledore drew in a breath, and at once a few strands of silver, fine as spider silk, slid from his temple. He raised his wand, guiding those shimmering threads into the shallow stone basin at his side, then eased into his chair behind the desk. In the Pensieve, the strands unfurled into a swirl of luminescent mist. Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter watched in silence as Dumbledore regarded the floating memory. After a moment's reflection, the headmaster sighed, lifted his wand once more, and gently prodded the silver haze. Almost immediately, a figure emerged, a woman wrapped in a shawl, her enormous eyes magnified grotesquely by thick spectacles. Even before she spoke, Sherlock and Harry recognized Professor Sybil Trelawney, the very subject of their recent conversation. Though her feet remained submerged in the basin, her body turned slowly, as if caught in a silent eddy. Then she spoke, and Harry felt a chill at the sound of her voice, not the tremulous, otherworldly tone he knew, but a deep, husky resonance, the same voice he had heard only yesterday. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not." Chapter 8. The Silver Prophecy. The silvery mist rippled one last time, and Professor Trelawney's ethereal form seemed to waver above the dais. Her voice echoed through the silence of Dumbledore's office. "And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." With that, her image dissolved, sinking into the silver substance until only its ripples remained. For a long moment, nobody moved or spoke. Sherlock Holmes stood perfectly still, his keen eyes fixed on the spot where the mist had vanished. Harry Potter watched him, then glanced at Dumbledore. The portraits on the walls, witches and wizards long since departed, remained as motionless as the ancient stone, and even Fawkes the Phoenix sat quietly in his perch, glowing faintly in the lamplight. Finally, Sherlock broke the hush. "Albus," he said, voice low and deliberate, "you've shown us this prophecy, yet you still won't explain how Lord Voldemort came to know of it. How did he learn what you thought was hidden?" Dumbledore's eyes were calm but distant as he regarded Harry over the tip of his half-moon spectacles. "Sherlock," he replied, "the question you truly need to ask is this. Why have I kept the details of this prophecy from Harry?" Turning to Harry, he added gently, "I sent Hermione and Ron away, but purposely left you here alone. You've noticed that, haven't you? I've made a decision. I just haven't told you what it is." Harry swallowed, his scar tingling as he braced himself for the answer. "So what are you waiting for?" he asked quietly. Dumbledore's gaze softened, and he leaned closer. "Because I care about you too much," he said. "I care more about your happiness than about revealing every fragment of truth. I care more about your peace of mind than I do about unfolding every part of my plan, and I care more about your life than about the countless lives that might be lost if my plan should falter." He paused, letting his words sink in. Sherlock and Harry exchanged a glance, a shared understanding of the weight resting on Dumbledore's shoulders. The old headmaster closed his eyes for a moment, as if steeling himself. Then he opened them, the light of determination shining through. "All right, Harry," he said softly. "It's time you learn the rest of the story." With that, he turned toward the heavy door, motioning them to follow. As they stepped forward together, the office felt charged with purpose and with the promise of truths at last revealed. In other words, my actions have fit perfectly into the story Voldemort expects from sentimental fools who still cling to love. Sherlock snorted, and Harry shook his head. "Professor Dumbledore, I still don't understand." Dumbledore regarded them both through his half-moon spectacles, his expression gentle yet grave. "I never planned to tell you when you were 11. I told myself you were far too young. There were burdens no child should carry. Even after you confronted you-know-who in your first year, I remained convinced that learning the whole truth then would have been too much." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "By your second year, neither of you could have anticipated the perils you and Sherlock would face, perils beyond anything even seasoned witches and wizards had encountered. And yet, once again, your bravery and ingenuity surpassed every expectation I had. What surprised me most, however, was discovering how early Sherlock had already pieced things together." Dumbledore turned to Sherlock, admiration shining in his eyes. "As you pointed out just now, when you first pressed me for details, there was a fleeting moment I considered telling you everything, but almost as quickly as the thought occurred, I dismissed it. There are truths that, in my judgment, must reveal themselves in their own time. I simply couldn't accept what you were telling me. To me, 12 felt no different from 11. Sherlock let out a short laugh. "And 13 doesn't feel any different from 12, nor 14 from 13, nor 15 from 14. You can spin stories for everyone else, Dumbledore, but you can't lie to yourself." At Sherlock's cutting words, Dumbledore sank back in his chair and exhaled slowly. "Yes," he admitted, voice heavy with regret. "A simple truth I refuse to acknowledge. I watched you all through your third year, watched you clear Sirius of guilt and unmask Peter Pettigrew, rewarding the innocent and bringing the guilty to justice. Now, at 13, you've done what none of us managed for 12 years. You saw through Pettigrew's deception. He fooled us all, even me, but he couldn't fool you. My excuses are exhausted. It's time you heard the whole story." Dumbledore paused, gathering himself, then looked Sherlock in the eye. Voldemort never fully understood that prophecy, and Sybil placed it in the Hogshead Inn for a reason. The back room there drew a, let's say, more colorful crowd than the Three Broomsticks. Spies, gamblers, thrill-seekers, perfect cover for a secret like that. With those words, Dumbledore leaned forward, ready at last to reveal the truth Sherlock had waited so long to hear. "That night taught me, the hard way, that in this castle you can never be sure you won't be overheard. When I slipped into the divination tower to meet Professor Trelawney, I never imagined I'd catch anything more than her usual riddles. By sheer luck, or misfortune for our spy, the intruder was discovered halfway through the prophecy and promptly thrown out before he could hear the rest. Dumbledore recounted it all with an effortless calm that barely concealed how important it was. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. So he only heard. Just the beginning, Albus confirmed. That a boy would be born at the end of July to parents who had defied Lord Voldemort 3 times. He missed the crucial ending, that if Voldemort attempted to kill this child, the power would rebound and mark the boy as his equal. Without those final words, the Dark Lord had no warning. Not that slaying you would be fatal to him, nor that you would wield a strength he could not fathom. Harry glanced at Sherlock, whose expression was as unreadable as ever. Even before Dumbledore finished, Harry knew Sherlock had already pieced everything together. His look carried a silent plea for confirmation. Sherlock met his gaze and gave the faintest, almost imperceptible nod. He shook his head with a wry smile. "Since you've already begun, you may as well tell me everything." Dumbledore paused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Do I really have to?" Chapter 432, Snape's Secret. Sherlock leaned forward, sensing Dumbledore's hesitation, and pressed his advantage. "You just admitted it yourself. We're 13 now. You've run out of excuses." Dumbledore hesitated, his eyes drifting to the window as if searching for the right words. "Actually," he said quietly, "Harry won't turn 14 for another month." A hush fell over the room. Then, gently tapping his wand against the polished desk, Dumbledore spoke again, his voice grave. "I'm afraid I must ask everyone to step outside for a moment." Harry felt a chill at the back of his neck. He'd long assumed that dismissing the portraits of former headmasters was an old habit Dumbledore had abandoned, certainly not something he did lightly. Yet here he was, ordering it now. The gravity of the situation eclipsed even Sybil Trelawney's prophecy. Whatever lay ahead, it was more critical than any foretold doom. Once the enchanted portraits fell silent and drifted from the room, Harry wasted no time. "Sherlock, Professor Dumbledore," he said, heart pounding. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Dumbledore gave him a knowing smile. "My dear Harry, I thought you might have guessed." Sherlock leaned forward, gray eyes steady. "Severus Snape." Harry's breath caught. Sherlock continued, enunciating each word. "He was the one who eavesdropped on my conversation with Professor Trelawney and carried the first half of the prophecy straight to Lord Voldemort." Memories surged back. Peter Pettigrew's disgraceful trial, his desperate plea to dodge the Dementor's kiss, and his public accusation that Snape was a Death Eater. Yet Dumbledore had stood firm, acknowledging that Snape had once served Voldemort, but had defected before the Dark Lord's fall. His testimony was unassailable. Snape was spared the worst of the Ministry's wrath. "But why did Snape switch sides?" Harry asked, voice trembling. Dumbledore's gaze softened. "That, Harry, is a question most people never pause to ask. They preferred the tidy narrative of justice, write a fallen Death Eater's record, and move on, without probing the why." Sherlock tapped the table. "I have. I believe Severus's allegiance sprang from something far more personal. He loved your mother, Lily Evans, with a devotion that bordered on obsession. He resented your father, James, for winning her heart. His guilt over Lily's death drove every choice he made thereafter." Harry stared at them, mind racing. The man he had loathed all his life suddenly felt more complex, hero and villain intertwined by love and remorse. And now, for the first time, Harry wondered whether understanding Snape's true motive might change everything he thought he knew. At first, Sherlock believed Severus Snape's guilt was straightforward. He'd simply failed to save Lily in time, much as Sirius Black carried the burden of failing to protect his godson. But as the case unfolded, and Sherlock dug deeper into Snape's past, little details began to point to something far more insidious. Only today, after piecing together eyewitness accounts and covert correspondence, did Sherlock finally glimpse the full truth. Yes, Snape had been unable to save Lily. But that was only half the story. Worse, he had unwittingly driven her into Voldemort's path. The eavesdropper Dumbledore always hinted at wasn't some anonymous Death Eater. It was Snape himself, still freshly sworn to Voldemort's service when he snuck into the divination tower. There, he overheard Sybil Trelawney's half-spoken prophecy. Believing it unimportant, he delivered what he'd heard straight to the Dark Lord, without knowing who it concerned. He certainly never imagined Voldemort would pin it on the Potter's child, Harry, and decide to snuff out the boy in his cradle. The moment the pieces fell into place, Snape's regret was instantaneous. His loyalty to Lily Evans had never wavered. Even as he donned the Death Eater robes, his love for her endured. But by betraying that overheard fragment to Voldemort, he'd sealed her fate. Realizing the horror of what he'd set in motion, he crumpled before the Dark Lord, begging, pleading for Lily's life. But the prophecy had already taken root in Voldemort's mind. Lily and James Potter soon found themselves marked for death, and the avalanche of events that followed could not be halted. Sherlock closed his notebook, the final lines of his deduction scrawled in precise ink. Snape's greatest crime was not merely his inability to protect Lily, it was his unwitting betrayal that handed her over to the very darkness she would ultimately sacrifice herself to defy. The shadow of that truth would hang over Snape forever, and now Sherlock knew it was time to confront him with every painful detail. Sherlock's reconstruction was chillingly simple. At the height of Snape's service, Voldemort had in fact promised to spare Lily Potter's life. After all, Severus was by far the most capable of the Death Eaters, so skilled and so trusted that the Dark Lord, guilty of hundreds of murders, could afford this one small favor. Yet Snape felt that promise was utterly insufficient. He knew better than anyone how fleeting Voldemort's oaths could be, how quickly he might revoke them on a whim. And Snape knew Lily even more deeply. If she had but one breath left, she would use it to shield her child. No mere word from Voldemort could guarantee her safety. Desperate, Snape turned to the one man whose power Voldemort secretly feared, Albus Dumbledore. He begged Dumbledore to protect Lily, knowing that the headmaster's involvement was the only true safeguard. Dumbledore, ever vigilant for the light in dark times, and bound by friendship to James Potter, a former member of the Order of the Phoenix, seized the opportunity. He struck a bargain with Snape. In exchange for his fealty, Severus would serve as a spy within Voldemort's ranks. And so, under Dumbledore's guidance, Snape became the Dark Lord's most trusted right hand, and the Order's indispensable mole, ensuring that both Lily and her unborn son would stand a fighting chance against the coming storm. Calling Severus Snape merely shrewd, or even cunning, wouldn't do him justice. He was utterly devoted to Lily Potter, willing to betray his master, Lord Voldemort, without hesitation. When Albus Dumbledore demanded sworn protection for Lily's husband and child in exchange for his cooperation, Snape swallowed his pride and agreed. In the weeks that followed, he funneled vital intelligence to the Order of the Phoenix, enabling Dumbledore to present an unassailable case at the Ministry trial. Snape's defection had come before Voldemort's fall, and his testimony proved impossible to refute. But Snape's greatest gift was the revelation that a spy lurked within the Order itself. Voldemort, trusting his servant implicitly, shared this alarming detail, but withheld the spy's identity. Left without a name, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and the others cast suspicion far and wide, even turning their wary eyes toward Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Ironically, neither Dumbledore nor his inside agent, Snape, ever imagined that the true traitor was the most unlikely of all, the seemingly harmless Peter Pettigrew. At the last possible moment, James and Lily Potter made a decision no one anticipated. They switched their secret keeper from Sirius Black to Peter Pettigrew. That fateful choice set a chain of tragic accidents into motion. Despite Dumbledore's tireless efforts to shield the Potters, Voldemort soon learned of their hiding place from Pettigrew. He swept into Godric's Hollow unchallenged, and the rest is history. James never stood a chance. He was caught off guard, wandless, and utterly outmatched by Voldemort's power. The betrayal by Pettigrew ensured there would be no warning, no time to mount a defense. But Lily's final moments played out differently. In the fragment of memory Harry heard when Dementors overwhelmed him, Voldemort paused again and again, demanding that Lily step aside. Only after she refused, choosing to protect her son at any cost, did he finally strike her down. Sherlock Holmes, in examining these facts, couldn't shake the sense of something amiss. Why hadn't Voldemort killed Lily on sight, as he did James? The answer lay in the very way she shielded Harry. Each time Voldemort commanded her to stand aside, she pressed forward instead. Her love for her child rooted her in place. It wasn't fear of betrayal or lack of power that delayed Voldemort's curse. It was Lily's unwavering defiance. Severus Snape, who understood both Lily and Voldemort better than most, had predicted this. He saw the Dark Lord's obsession to destroy Lily's choices, her attachments, especially the bond she shared with James. In his twisted mind, he believed erasing Lily's love would break the Potter's resistance. Instead, it cemented it, summoning a magic more profound than any spell Voldemort knew. That sacrificial protection would not only save Harry's life, but change the course of the wizarding world forever. After Lily Potter threw herself in front of the curse to save her son, Voldemort's promise to spare her proved hollow. In that fateful moment, Lily chose Harry's life over her own. Her last, desperate act of love was enough to turn the Dark Lord's own killing curse back upon him. Harry survived untouched, and Voldemort was reduced to a shadow of himself. Thus was born the legend of the boy who lived. Sherlock Holmes stood beside Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, quietly laying out every piece of the puzzle. He spoke of Severus Snape's broken heart after Lily's death, of the 10 years of mourning that followed, and of the potions lesson when Snape first looked into Harry's bright green eyes and saw a perfect reflection of Lily's own. That one glimpse had unleashed all the grief Snape had managed to hide, and, Sherlock argued, explained the bitterness and hidden compassion in his every gesture toward the boy who lived. When Sherlock finished, Dumbledore remained silent for a long moment. His half-moon spectacles caught the lamplight as he chose his words with deliberate care. "Sherlock," he said at last, "you remind me of an old friend." Holmes's eyes flickered with interest. "Nicholas Flamel?" he ventured. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. "Not him." "Then who?" Sherlock asked, leaning forward. The question hung in the warm lamplight. Across the centuries, Dumbledore's circle of friends had been small but remarkable, and now he hinted at yet another, hidden from history's view. Sherlock Holmes allowed himself a rare, keen smile of anticipation. "An old friend whose very presence reminded him of Harry whenever he saw you. That certainly piques my curiosity," Sherlock remarked. Dumbledore smiled. "Let's set that aside for the moment. Your overall conclusion is sound, but you've overlooked one small, almost trivial detail." "Oh? Pray tell." Sherlock suspected Dumbledore was steering the conversation away from his mysterious acquaintance, but he didn't mind. He was just as keen to expose the one flaw in his reasoning. "After Lily's death, Severus slipped into a darkness deeper than most could fathom," Dumbledore continued quietly. Sherlock's eyes narrowed. "He considered ending his own life?" Dumbledore nodded gravely. "He once truly wished to leave this world." Sherlock raised a single brow. "Suicide. Now that was an aspect he'd never deduced." Dumbledore's office was warm with lamplight and the faint crackle of the hearth as he looked from Sherlock to Harry. His expression was grave. "Yes," he said softly, "I used Harry's safety as my safeguard, for Severus Snape's life." Sherlock's eyebrows shot up. You told Snape that if he died, Harry would die too?" Dumbledore inclined his head. "I appealed to the one pure thing in his heart, his love for Lily. If he truly loved her, he would protect her child." Harry's pulse hammered in his ears. He'd long heard how people said he looked just like his father, but Dumbledore continued as though reading his thoughts. "Yes, Harry, you resemble James in so many ways, but those green eyes, they are your mother's alone." The old wizard's tone grew sterner. "Remember, Voldemort is not gone forever. He can, and likely will, return. Severus's task is to shield you from the Dark Lord and any Death Eaters who remain loyal to him." A hush fell. Then Dumbledore added, "When the new term began, Severus accepted the posts of Potions Master and Head of Slytherin. Harry, you must never be wary of him." Sherlock drew a steadying breath. "In fact, I'd say Severus cares about keeping you alive more than anyone else here, even more than Professor Dumbledore himself." Harry's jaw dropped. He stared at the floor, unable to speak. Dumbledore's eyes softened as he turned to Sherlock. "I made Severus swear that this secret would stay between us, not Hermione, not Ron, and certainly not the rest of the school." Sherlock nodded firmly. "Understood. Their lips are sealed." Harry remained rooted in place, shock and confusion warring in his chest. Dumbledore stood, and his voice took on its commanding warmth once more. "From this day forward, when you face Professor Snape, Harry, you will act as if you know nothing of our arrangement. Do I make myself clear?" Sherlock exchanged one last look with Harry, then met Dumbledore's gaze. "No problem." Harry swallowed, the weight of the secret settling around him like a cloak. his fiercest protector hidden behind a mask of frost. Dumbledore settled into his armchair, steepling his fingers beneath his silver beard. "Sherlock, let's turn our attention to Sybil's second prophecy. What do you make of it?" Sherlock shook his head, impatience flickering in his sharp gaze. "Honestly, Professor, we don't need that prophecy to see what's coming." He paused, as if weighing each point before speaking. "First, Lord Voldemort will return. That much is certain. We've faced him before, hunted down his Horcruxes, and we know there are more out there. Second, his power will only grow stronger. You don't earn the title Dark Lord if you can't amass power." He stopped, his expression unreadable. The prophecy's only notable detail is the role of that so-called loyal servant. Beyond that, it adds nothing we can't deduce through logic. Sherlock's eyes locked onto Dumbledore's, suspicion edged in every word. "Professor, do you really place so much faith in prophecies?" Dumbledore's serene expression grew grave. "This isn't one of Sybil's usual dramatic pronouncements," he said quietly. "This vision carries a weight far older and deeper than her everyday forecasts. I assure you, Sherlock, it is genuine." "Is there any evidence?" Sherlock asked, his brow furrowed. "Voldemort's continued existence doesn't necessarily mean the prophecy will come true, does it?" Dumbledore nodded slowly. "There is a sealed chamber in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. We passed it during the hearing." Sherlock's eyes widened with recognition. "Yes, the one no one's allowed to enter." "In that room," Dumbledore continued, "lies a power more wondrous and more terrifying than death, human intellect, or the natural forces that bind our world. It is perhaps the department's greatest mystery. According to everything we understand, Harry possesses this power in abundance. Lord Voldemort has none, and that, precisely, is what the prophecy foretells." Sherlock sat back, thoughtful. He'd always suspected Dumbledore placed too much faith in the prophecy. Now, however, it seemed there was more to it than mere speculation. Harry, who had been silent until then, looked up. "Professor," he said quietly, "the prophecy's ending. It sounds like it's saying two people can't both survive. Only one can live." Dumbledore met Harry's gaze, his expression softening. He felt the weight of what he'd just revealed, and knew it was far too early to tell the boy everything. "So that means—" Harry's voice trembled as he fought to pull words from the well of despair. "In the end, one of us has to kill the other?" Dumbledore met his gaze with gentle gravity. "Yes." A heavy silence settled over the office. Finally, Dumbledore cleared his throat and addressed Sherlock. "Do you think the servant the prophecy refers to could be Peter Pettigrew?" Sherlock's eyes narrowed. "If a Dementor truly consumes someone's soul, is there any way to restore it?" "Impossible," Dumbledore replied without hesitation. He paused, then added, "Nevertheless, I believe I have a plan." Sherlock considered the statement. Before arriving in the magical world, and before witnessing Professor Trelawney's famously unreliable predictions, he would have scoffed at such talk of prophecy. Even now, despite his skepticism, he recalled Dumbledore's reminder. Trelawney had been wrong far more often than she was right, yet those two accurate foretellings were vital, and she had never doubted them. In that spirit, Sherlock knew better than to dismiss the possibility outright. As Mycroft had once advised him, hypothesize boldly, then verify carefully. His most loyal servant, chained for 12 years, many would assume you mean Peter Pettigrew, but that isn't the only candidate, the young wizard said, leaning forward. Professor Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully. "You recall my remark about certain Death Eaters? Even after Voldemort's fall, some remained fanatically devoted to him." The student nodded. "Yes, you mentioned a handful never abandoned their loyalty." "Precisely," Dumbledore replied, tapping his fingers together. "Take Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius's own sister. From the moment she was incarcerated in Azkaban, she was utterly convinced that Lord Voldemort would return. Such unwavering faith doesn't fade, no matter the evidence to the contrary." Chapter 433. My legendary father Sherlock couldn't suppress a laugh when Dumbledore remarked that some Death Eaters had remained fiercely loyal to Lord Voldemort, even as Azkaban's iron gates clanged shut behind them. "Fascinating," Sherlock mused. "Apparently that noseless charmer still commands genuine devotion. He's not relying on sheer terror alone, after all." His praise was laced with irony, and Dumbledore simply smiled. "You must remember." The headmaster replied, Tom Riddle wasn't always the ruthless villain we know today. Early on, he was strikingly handsome, brilliantly persuasive, and possessed a magnetic presence that drew countless followers to him. It was only after he delved ever deeper into the dark arts, splitting his soul to create Horcruxes, that he transformed into the hollow shell of arrogance and hatred we see now. Sherlock tapped his temple. So in a sense, he brainwashed himself into impotence. You could say that, Dumbledore agreed. Sherlock leaned forward. Speaking of devotion, Professor Trelawney keeps referring to Voldemort's most loyal servant. To my mind, Peter Pettigrew doesn't fit the description. The headmaster raised an eyebrow. Oh, and who would you consider more deserving of that title? Sherlock allowed himself a small, knowing smile. Sirius was right all along. Pettigrew was nothing more than an opportunist. Professor McGonagall settled back in her armchair, her face serious. The man we're hunting actually shadowed your father and Sirius Black at Hogwarts, she began. He believed they were natural leaders among the students. After they graduated and Voldemort's power began to swell again, he didn't hesitate to switch allegiance. When the Dark Lord vanished, this wizard used animagus magic to turn himself into a rat and slip into hiding. If our spy had been Bellatrix Lestrange, she would have come after you years ago. Harry's heart thudded in his chest. So you think the servant named in the prophecy is someone else entirely? McGonagall nodded. It's very possible. I'll recommend that the Ministry of Magic comb through Azkaban's logs for any recent breakouts. If even one wizard escaped around the right time, that could be our man. I'll bring it up with them immediately, Harry said, rising. What about the ally the prophecy mentions? Sherlock Holmes, who had been leaning thoughtfully against the window frame, pushed himself upright and joined them at the table. He frowned. If Professor Trelawney's vision is accurate, this ally must be the architect of Voldemort's return. Our best move now is to ask the headmaster to help us compile a list of candidates who fit the prophecy's criteria. In my estimation, though, this person has never been a Death Eater. That detail alone narrows the field considerably. But even so, working through the shortlist will be no simple task. A heavy silence fell over the office as the three of them exchanged glances. Harry took a steadying breath. The pieces were falling into place, but the puzzle was far from solved, and the danger, he knew, was only growing. Harry heard laughter and cheers drifting through the walls of Dumbledore's office. No doubt students celebrating the end of finals. It was surreal to think that people could still be carefree, completely oblivious to the storm gathering beyond Hogwarts, Lord Voldemort's imminent return. Of course, why should they worry about something they didn't know? Even if someone warned them, who would believe it? And then there was Severus Snape. Dumbledore insisted that Snape had loved Harry's mother all along, that protecting Harry had been his solemn vow. But Harry couldn't shake the memory of Snape's betrayal. If Snape hadn't turned, his parents might still be alive. He would still have a family. I believe there's one more matter we need to discuss, Harry, Dumbledore said at last, his eyes gentle behind half-moon spectacles. It was as if he had plucked Harry's doubts right from his mind. Harry looked up. About Snape? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, I know you harbor serious reservation about him. When Severus first came to me, when he revealed everything, I did not hold back my contempt. I was furious at his selfishness. He had sought to save Lily Potter at any cost, completely disregarding the danger to everyone else. I thought him reckless and cruel. Harry's heart pounded. You felt that way? He did too, Dumbledore continued. After our argument, Severus agreed with my judgment, and then he made a request. He wanted your entire family hidden, protected, so that even if his plan failed, at least you would be safe. Harry stared at him in stunned silence. Dumbledore's candor left him reeling. It was one thing to hear that Snape loved his mother. It was another to learn that Snape, in his guilt, had chosen to shield Harry's whole family. Dumbledore paused, letting the weight of his words settle. He knew he could never atone for what he'd done, he said softly, but he vowed to guard you, no matter the cost. For the first time, Harry saw Snape's actions in a new light, not as cold betrayal, but as desperate, remorseful loyalty. The office was quiet now, save for the distant celebrations. And as Harry sat back in his chair, he wondered if forgiveness might be possible after all. Do you remember what I told you at Pettigrew's trial? Dumbledore asked, watching Harry's eyes flicker in the torchlight. Harry nodded. The memory of that day still stung. Before he came to me, the headmaster continued, voice softening, Peter Pettigrew was, without question, a true Death Eater. Yet he chose to repent, for your mother's sake, and pledged himself entirely to our side. His warning saved many lives. Had he not turned, your parents might well have been safe. I cannot ask you to forgive him, Harry. That decision is yours alone, but now that you know the whole story, I hope you'll consider it carefully. Harry looked up. A single tear escaped Dumbledore's eye and fell into the silver curls of his beard. The headmaster blinked it away, composure returning almost at once. By morning, the castle lay empty and silent. Exams were over, the air thick with early summer heat, and every student from third year upward had decamped to Hogsmeade for a well-earned break. Harry had planned to go too, until last night's revelations in the headmaster's office changed everything. Since his first year at Hogwarts, Harry had visited Dumbledore's office more times than he could count. But last night's session had been the longest, most earnest conversation he'd ever had with the headmaster, and he knew he owed it all to Sherlock's tenacious questioning. Because Sherlock refused to let the truth remain hidden, Harry finally learned why Pettigrew, once his parents' betrayer, had turned on Voldemort in their last desperate hour. More than a decade ago, Professor Trelawney's prophecy set everything in motion. Then, Severus Snape's checkered past became the turning point that changed the course of events. Under Dumbledore's careful protection, Harry had remained in the dark about most of it, and he couldn't imagine the headmaster ever revealing these truths without Sherlock's involvement. Whether it would have come out in his fourth year, his fifth, or not until after graduation, certainly not now, Harry had no way of knowing. First, he needed to clear his mind before meeting Sirius. Sherlock, however, had no interest in Hogsmeade and had opted out of the trip early on. Since Harry wasn't going either, he joined Sherlock for a stroll across the deserted castle grounds. Eventually, they sat by the lake, watching the giant squid drift lazily, its tentacles rippling on the water's surface. Harry studied Sherlock, who seemed once more lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up. Sherlock, A shadow fell across both of them. Harry looked up and blurted out, Hermione, weren't you supposed to be in Hogsmeade? This weekend was the third year's last chance to visit the village, and Hermione had been eager to pick up local specialties for her parents. Yet here she was, right on time, right where Harry least expected her. Harry stared in disbelief as Hermione Granger, who should have been on her way to Hogsmeade, strode up to where he and Sherlock were waiting. I asked Ron to bring my things, he blurted, still reeling from the unexpected appearance. Without missing a beat, Hermione settled gracefully beside Sherlock and gave Harry a cool, practical smile. Actually, I'd rather review the exam material with Sherlock right now than spend the afternoon in Hogsmeade. Review answers? Harry began, bewildered. Hermione, a familiar voice interrupted him. He looked up to see Ron Weasley plopping down beside him. I'm not going to Hogsmeade either, Harry said reflexively, and immediately winced. Ron crossed his arms, scowling. Well, if neither of you is going, what's the point of me going alone? Ronald, Hermione said crisply, where are the things I asked you to bring? Ron waved a hand. I gave them to Neville and Dean. Don't worry, they can handle a few parcels. Hermione snorted dismissively, then turned to Sherlock. Let's get started, shall we? As Hermione and Sherlock bent over their notes, Ron leaned in close to Harry, lowering his voice. So, he murmured, what actually happened in the headmaster's office last night? Harry had already mentioned it once at breakfast, but now Ron was pushing for details. Harry dodged the parts he couldn't share and ran through the events again as best he could. I don't believe it. You really won't tell us what Dumbledore said. Ron exploded, arms crossed. I thought we were friends. Listen, Harry began, but he trailed off, utterly flummoxed. Instinctively, he shot a beseeching look at Sherlock. Sherlock met his gaze, then turned to Ron with quiet firmness. Ron, he said, whether we share this with you has nothing to do with friendship. Ron's jaw dropped. What did you just say? He demanded. Save the surprise, Sherlock replied coolly. Even the closest people in this world keep secrets. Spouses, parents, children, siblings. It's only natural. They stood on the shore of the Black Lake, the giant squid's pale tentacles drifting lazily in the dusk waters. Ron crossed his arms. Friends, too. But Sherlock cut him off without mercy. If you decide someone isn't your friend simply because they won't tell you everything, then maybe you shouldn't be friends at all. Ron's face went red. I didn't mean it like that. Hermione stepped between them, her voice low but insistent. Sherlock and Harry swore to Headmaster Dumbledore that they wouldn't breathe a word of this to anyone, Ron. Please don't put them in an impossible position. Besides, she added with a small, teasing smile, if you hadn't reminded Dumbledore last night, he might never have remembered in the first place. Ron looked down at his feet, ashamed. Hermione turned to Harry, noticing his distant gaze on the squid, and mistook his silence for worry over Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Come on, Harry, cheer up. Harry managed a weak smile. I'm okay, really. I was just thinking about the holidays. Holidays? Ron brightened immediately. That sounds brilliant. Harry, you absolutely have to stay at my house, Ron said with a grin. I'll ask Mum and Dad and let you know. Plus, I've finally worked out how to make a long-distance call. It's called a telephone call, Ron, Hermione interjected. Honestly, you should take Muggle Studies next year. Ron ignored her correction and turned back to Harry. Anyway, the Quidditch World Cup is this summer. Why don't you come stay over and we can go together? Dad usually gets us tickets. Harry's spirits immediately lifted at the suggestion. He'd been feeling down ever since that unpleasant encounter with Snape, and he eagerly began planning the trip with Ron. Hermione, however, kept dragging Harry back to their exam answers for one last review. Unnoticed, time slipped away. For the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, the days between the end of exams and the start of the summer holidays were always the most carefree, and this year was no exception. Rumors still swirled that Professor Lupin was actually a woman, since he'd taken yet another leave of absence, and Professor Snape was still covering Defense Against the Dark Arts. Every time Harry saw Snape in the corridor, a swirl of conflicting emotions tugged at him. Albus Dumbledore's tear-filled words kept echoing in Harry's mind. I have no right to ask you to forgive him, but I hope that now you know the truth. You'll give his actions more careful thought. Since that day, Harry had obsessed over those words. It was undeniable that Snape's betrayal had guided Lord Voldemort to the Potter's hiding place, an act that cost Harry his parents and left him an orphan. Yet Harry also recognized that, once he understood the danger, Snape risked everything to switch allegiances and serve as a double agent. In reality, many forces conspired against the Potters. At the top was Voldemort himself, driven by fury at the prophecy. But a close second, arguably even more contemptible to Harry, was Peter Pettigrew. Knowing precisely what awaited the Potters, Pettigrew still disclosed their location, becoming an unrepentant accomplice. To Harry, Voldemort had always been an open enemy, but Pettigrew had once been a trusted friend to his parents and to Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, which made his treachery all the more unforgivable. As Professor McGonagall said, we suspected so many people back then, Fenwick, Dearborn, Meadows, Vance, but never him. Lily, James, Pettigrew, how could you bring yourselves to this? Betrayal by those closest to you is far more devastating than any enemy's strike. Beyond Voldemort and Pettigrew, other key figures unintentionally sealed James and Lily's fate. Severus Snape, who revealed Lily's hiding place to Voldemort, Sirius Black, who at the last moment persuaded them to switch their secret keeper from himself to Peter Pettigrew, and in a cruel twist of irony, James and Lily themselves, whose decision placed them directly in danger. Harry had spent his early years in the Muggle world, knowing almost nothing about his parents. The only impressions he had were second-hand anecdotes and scattered childhood memories. But when he finally entered the magical community, whether talking with Hagrid, consulting Dumbledore, or sharing meals with the Weasleys, one portrait emerged again and again, James Potter as fearless, brilliant, and universally adored. A celebrated hero of the First Wizarding War, a legend within the walls of Hogwarts. Harry soaked up every glowing word, convinced his father was the very definition of perfection and the man he most wanted to become. As Harry stepped through the gates of Hogwarts and settled into life at the school, he began to uncover new details about his father. details magnified by Sherlock's probing questions and deductive insights. Piece by piece, an unsettling picture emerged, and though Harry fought against admitting it, the stark reality became impossible to ignore. James Potter was very likely not the flawless, legendary hero he'd spent his whole life idolizing. Chapter 433, 3-Year Agreement. Harry's feelings toward Professor Snape had always been tangled, part resentment, part curiosity, but Snape's feelings toward Harry were brutally simple. He despised him. Whether by picking fights in class, docking Gryffindor house points, or delivering barbed, sarcastic commentary, Snape made his contempt plain. These days, every time Snape caught sight of Harry in the corridors, a muscle twitched at the corner of his thin lips, and his long fingers flexed and released, as though he could barely restrain himself from throttling the boy. In the past, Harry might have been baffled by such relentless hostility. Now, after all they'd endured together, he'd stopped asking why. Everyone carried their own burdens, and Severus Snape was no exception. When Professor Lupin returned from a short break, he gathered Harry and Sherlock for their next tutoring session and dropped a surprise announcement. "You two can stop attending the Dementor resistance classes and Patronus charm lessons," he said, his tone easy. "At this stage of your training, there's no longer any need for them." Harry exchanged a glance with Sherlock. Neither had expected Lupin's news, but both understood what it meant. The next chapter of their education, and their 3-year agreement, was about to begin. Professor Remus Lupin's pale face broke into a broad smile as he watched Sherlock send a brilliant, silvery stag racing across the courtyard, fully formed, majestic, and utterly detailed. When the Patronus faded, Lupin turned to his companion, eyes alight with admiration. "Sherlock," he said, voice trembling with excitement, "aside from Albus Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort, I can't think of anyone more talented at this than you." Sherlock inclined his head with discreet satisfaction. Lupin then pivoted toward Harry, whose own Patronus had sputtered into a shapeless mist. "You too, Harry," Lupin encouraged. Harry bit his lip. "But mine's still so blurry," he admitted, shoulders slumped. Lupin stepped forward and gently ruffled Harry's hair. "No, Harry," he said softly, "it's not the Patronus charm itself that's the problem." Harry looked up, puzzled. "It's that you haven't yet seen your inner self clearly," Lupin explained. "Your Patronus lacks a solid form because it reflects who you are inside. Every Patronus is unique because each witch or wizard's personality and inner world are different, and so the emotion you summon is different." Harry swallowed, absorbing Lupin's words. "Most witches and wizards produce an everyday animal, a fox, a swan, a hare. Some Patronuses are magical creatures, dragons, thestrals, even phoenixes, and on rare occasions you'll see one take the shape of an extinct beast, like a mammoth." Harry's eyes widened. The idea of his own Patronus as some elegant, ancient creature stirred something hopeful within him. Lupin smiled and placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "Focus on who you truly are, Harry. Let that image guide your magic. When you truly see yourself, your Patronus will follow suit." "Your grasp of the Patronus charm is actually as strong as Sherlock's," Lupin said, leaning forward. "The only thing holding you back is that you haven't fully confronted your own inner self." Harry blinked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Confront my inner self? How do I even do that?" "Don't worry," Lupin replied, his expression warm. "When the moment comes, I'm certain you'll be able to produce a complete Patronus." He turned to Sherlock, a pleased smile spreading across his face. "By the way, Albus came by earlier. He asked me to continue teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts next year. It seems the jinx Voldemort placed on the position has finally been lifted." "That's wonderful," Harry exclaimed, relief and excitement lighting up his features. "Everyone will be so happy, Professor. You've been the best Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher we've ever had." Lupin chuckled softly, rubbing Harry's shoulder. "Thank you, Harry. It's been my privilege." Sherlock, reclining in a nearby chair, shook his head slightly. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Until next term officially begins, anything can still happen." Harry and Lupin exchanged a knowing look and sighed. After all, this was Sherlock, forever the cautious voice of reason. "Let's change the subject," Professor Lupin said, sliding open a drawer and drawing out a neatly wrapped package. "Sirius sent me a gift by owl." Harry and Sherlock leaned forward as Lupin untied the ribbon. Inside lay an exquisite gown of jade green silk, its bodice embroidered with silver thread in a pattern of twining vines. The fabric caught the lamplight, gleaming like a pool of moonlight. Even Harry, who'd never paid much attention to clothing, recognized the quality and craftsmanship. This dress must have cost a small fortune, and anyone wearing it would be the center of attention. Harry bit his lip to keep from laughing. He certainly has unique taste in presents. Lupin allowed himself a short, wry smile. Well, if it makes him happy. He paused, eyes distant, as though recalling some long-buried memory. As long as they're happy. Sherlock studied Lupin's expression with interest, cataloging every flicker of emotion. Another piece of the puzzle, he thought. The next morning dawned crisp and bright, the final day of term, the last day of the school year. In the great hall, the customary hush fell as the head prefect unfurled the parchment bearing the exam results. Hermione Granger claimed the top spot once more, her name glittering at the very summit of the list, a record-breaking achievement. A few lines lower, Sherlock's own name appeared, followed by a string of high marks. He had passed with flying colors, his analytical mind as sharp as ever. All around them, students erupted into cheers and groans, the spring term festivities officially beginning. But for Harry, Sherlock, and Lupin, a quieter satisfaction settled in. Another year over, another set of mysteries waiting just over the horizon. Gryffindor was astonishingly strong this year, flawless across the board. Even Harry and Ron had passed all their exams. Harry himself was stunned. He couldn't believe he'd actually passed potions. He was certain he'd bungled every step, and Professor Snape's scowl on exam day had convinced him he was looking at a 0. Must have been Dumbledore stepping in, Ron said, thoughtful. That's the only reason Snape didn't fail you outright. He glanced at Sherlock, standing nearby. What do you think, Sherlock? Sherlock was silent for a moment, his dark eyes assessing Harry. Finally he said, You understood, Snape. Hermione, who'd been listening at the edge of the group, suddenly burst into laughter. Ron whipped around and shot her a warning glare. Hermione... She struggled to catch her breath between giggles. I'm sorry. I just thought of something funny. Hey! Perhaps it was the relief of getting such good marks, or the freedom she felt now that she'd decided to drop Muggle studies and divination once and for all. Whatever the reason, in that moment, Hermione was as carefree and joyful as a child, her happiness utterly infectious. She forced down her smile, leaned close to Sherlock, and whispered, I've returned the time turner to Professor McGonagall, so next year I'll have a completely normal timetable. You'll come to class with me, won't you? If you insist, he replied. I insist. All right. When Sherlock nodded, Hermione's joy grew even more, but nothing compared to the happiness of Ron's 3 older brothers. Fred and George had finally passed a few OWLs, guaranteeing themselves actual lessons to attend in their 6th year. Both earned satisfactory grades in charms and defense against the dark arts, though they only just scraped through potions. Even the twins couldn't mirror each other perfectly. George passed herbology, which Fred didn't, while Fred's extra credit came in transfiguration, a subject George failed to clear. Percy, ever the model student, achieved the high NEWT scores he'd been aiming for. His wife, Penelope, and their daughter, Gemma, also did exceptionally well. As Deputy Headmistress McGonagall put it, each of them could look forward to a smooth entry into the Ministry of Magic. Gryffindor had done it again. Thanks to top scorers like Hermione and an outstanding run in the Quidditch Cup, they clinched the House Cup for the 3rd year in a row. The end-of-term Great Hall was awash in red and gold banners, and the Gryffindor table buzzed with triumphant laughter and clinking goblets. Professor McGonagall stood proudly at the head of the table, her stern features softened into a radiant smile. Under the leadership of the new Lion King and Savior, this 3rd consecutive victory felt like the dawning of a true Gryffindor era. By contrast, Professor Snape, Hufflepuff's former Snake King, looked as grumpy and bitter as though he'd just swallowed a bezoar. Since the arrival of Sherlock's year alongside Harry's, Slytherin's once unstoppable 7-year winning streak had fallen apart. This year, they didn't even manage to lift the Quidditch Cup. Potter, in particular, had been an absolute thorn in their side. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw watched the celebrations from their end of the hall with relaxed smiles, while Hufflepuff happily cheered along with Gryffindor. Though each house has its own traditions and rivalries, today they all shared in one undeniable truth. Gryffindor reigns supreme. After a couple of butterbeers too many, Penelope bounded across the great hall straight to the Gryffindor table. And before anyone could react, she planted a bold kiss on Percy's cheek. A ripple of delighted whoops and applause rose from the students around them. Even Harry, for the moment at least, forgot all about Professor Snape's sour expression. He dove back into his feast, eating, drinking, and laughing with the rest of them. "Sherlock, tomorrow," Harry began, turning to his friend so he could plan their next move. But the seat next to him was empty. "Sherlock? Where did he go?" he asked, scanning the tables. "He was right here a minute ago," Ron said, equally puzzled. Both boys looked to Hermione for an explanation. Hermione rolled her eyes. "If Sherlock wants to slip away without telling anyone, who's going to stop him?" Harry shrugged. "True enough. He's done it before. No point in chasing him." Yet Hermione's scowl only deepened. Ron couldn't help but chuckle. "Hermione, you literally just said you can't stop him. Why are you so worked up?" "I'm not angry at Sherlock," she snapped, her cheeks flushing. "I'm angry at myself." Ron leaned over to Harry and whispered with a grin, "See that? Women, they get cross over the smallest things, something to keep in mind." Harry offered no response. He just sat there, watching Hermione's restless fingers drum on the table, wondering how to help his friend, and how to reach Sherlock before he vanished again. "Ronald, I swear I'm going to tell Mum exactly what you just said." "Ginny, come on. I was only joking. Honestly, just joking." Ron and Ginny's squabbling only made Hermione more exasperated. She hadn't even noticed Sherlock slip away. As she'd warned Ron, if Sherlock really wanted to vanish, there was nothing she could do to stop him. Yet that was exactly what infuriated her. After he disappeared, her gaze flicked almost unconsciously toward the Slytherin table. Of course, Gemma Farley was gone. A sinking realization hit her. Damn it, they'd done it again. They'd pulled this stunt once before at the Halloween feast in their second year, though Hermione had been off at nearly headless Nick's death day party and never realized it. She'd never expected them to try it right in front of her now. Hermione took a deep breath and set her jaw. Sherlock and Gemma must have slipped off to the room of requirement. If she hurried up to the 8th floor, there was a good chance she'd catch them the moment the hidden door swung open. With determination flaring in her chest, she rose from the table and darted for the portrait of the fat lady. Hermione lingered just outside the room of requirement, arms folded and brow furrow. Ed. But what was the point of barging in now? Sherlock had slipped away without a word of farewell. If she interrupted them, she'd only make herself a nuisance. Besides, tonight was Gemma's last night at Hogwarts. By morning, she'd be on her way to Romania for further study, and wouldn't return for at least 4 years. Tonight, then, Hermione decided she would let them have this moment. And given Sherlock's famously reserved nature, she was confident nothing untoward would happen. She pushed open the door and immediately saw them. Sherlock stood with his back to a bookshelf, a goblet of butterbeer cradled in one hand. Opposite him, Gemma held a delicate stemmed glass, her posture easy and unguarded. The pair were engrossed in low conversation, the flicker of torches casting soft shadows across their faces. Earlier that evening, before the feast, Gemma had sent her invitation to Sherlock through Watson. In years past, he would have declined on principle. But times had changed. Gemma was no longer just the Slytherin prefect or the student council president, or even merely the caring older sister he'd leaned on. She had become his friend, and as any friend's request would demand, Sherlock had come. Hermione paused in the doorway, took a steadying breath, and deciding not to intrude, quietly stepped back out. Tonight, she would give them this farewell, and trust that in the end, her friends would look out for one another, just as they always had. Do you really think Miss Granger might be hiding just beyond the door, waiting for us to step out? Sherlock set down his violin, the only piece of furniture here both of them had touched tonight, and shook his head. No. Gemma Warbeck laughed softly, swirling the wine in her glass. So you're absolutely certain? I know Hermione Granger too well. She wouldn't do something like that, and she has no reason to. Gemma raised an eyebrow. You're very different around her than you are with anyone else. Sherlock regarded her coolly. There's no difference. But you seem off tonight. Oh? In what way? She tilted her head, offering him a curious smile. Sherlock's gaze dropped to her lips. You're wearing lipstick, he observed. You never used to. Her smile brightened, the soft glow in her cheeks matching the deep rose on her lips. I wanted to try something new. I see you've noticed. Very much so. Well? She pressed, a playful tilt to her voice. Do you approve? It suits you, he said after a moment. Otherwise your lips look far too small. Gemma laughed, delight twinkling in her eyes. My lips aren't small at all. Are they not? Sherlock mused. Large and small are relative concepts, after all. I'm just speaking from my own perspective. It might not feel insignificant to you, Gemma said quietly. We'll talk about that later. Oh, Sherlock replied with a half smile, gesturing toward her mouth. Tell me something else first. After a moment, Gemma nodded. All right, after this summer, I'm going to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. In the hushed stillness of the room of requirement, Gemma's voice sounded unnaturally clear. She sat on the low window ledge, light filtering through the glass, tracing gentle patterns across her skin. Unconsciously, her fingers twirled a loose strand of her chestnut hair, and Sherlock watched her without speaking, partly out of habit, partly in silent encouragement. Suddenly, Gemma rose and crossed the stone floor in a few light steps until she stood directly in front of him. Sherlock noticed a fresh, almost minty scent clinging to her hair and clothes. Her sea-blue eyes held him captive, every flicker revealing a new shade of emotion, the quiet sorrow of a farewell looming on the horizon, the spark of determination driving her onward. Do you remember the 3-year agreement I mentioned? She asked, her voice steady, despite the storm of feeling in her gaze. Sherlock nodded immediately, meeting her eyes. He saw in them the promise of an adventure, one that stretched far beyond this room, beyond the coming summer, and perhaps then beyond their time together. After I earn the highest Dragon Tamer certification, I'll return to the British Ministry of Magic, Gemma said softly, her voice betraying a faint tremor of nerves. 3 years isn't an eternity, but it's long enough that I want to leave you with something special before I go. She cleared her throat and adopted a firmer tone. Sherlock, please turn around and close your eyes. Sherlock's gray brow twitched. Gemma had made similar requests before, but tonight the air between them felt different, loaded with unspoken significance. He trusted her without question. With a slight nod, he spun away and gently shut his eyes. Moments later, he heard the muted click of a pouch opening and the soft scrape of metal against fabric. His chest tightened, but he remained perfectly still. Then came the crisp, unmistakable sound of scissors snipping through hair. Hold still, Gemma whispered over her shoulder. He felt a brief tug as she gathered a small lock of his dark hair. Then the scissors fell silent. A single strand drifted to the carpet at his feet. Sherlock turned back. In Gemma's hand was a tiny velvet pouch, the lock of hair nestled within. He stared at it for a long moment, then up at her quietly earnest expression. I thank you, he managed, his voice low. He reached out and took the pouch, slipping it into his coat pocket. Gemma offered him a small, shy smile. So even when I'm far away, you'll have this reminder of me. Sherlock closed his eyes for a heartbeat, absorbing the weight of her gift. When he opened them again, he gave a slow nod. I'll treasure it. They stood together in the warm glow of the room, each holding on to the silent promise of their friendship, sealed by a single snip and a handful of dark hair. Chapter 435, Gemma's Kiss. Gemma drew a slim pair of scissors from deep within her robes, her pale fingers tightening around the cold metal handles. In a single, fluid motion, she clipped a strand of Sherlock's hair. There was neither hesitation nor waste of time, just the faintest glint of steel and a whisper-soft snip. From Sherlock's vantage, the sound was almost imperceptible, like a butterfly's wing brushing against his ear. The entire exchange occupied barely a heartbeat. Gemma withdrew her hand as swiftly as she'd moved, curling the dark lock into her palm. Her knuckles blanched as she pressed the hair between her fingers, the tension in her grip evident in the slight tremor of her hand. It was as though she held not ordinary hair, but a fleeting sliver of moonlight, priceless and fragile, and she would not let it slip away. For Gemma, Sherlock's hair carried a world of meaning. From the Middle Ages through the 19th century in Europe, lovers exchanged locks of hair as tokens of their devotion. They would cut a strand of their own hair, weave it together with their beloved's, and fashion it into rings, brooches, bracelets, or other keepsakes. To give someone your hair was to give a piece of your life and pledge your loyalty. These intimate trinkets were more than decoration. They embodied the profound bond between two people. Victorian couples especially treasured them, carrying the tiny mementos wherever they went, a constant reminder of the other's presence even when they were apart. Gemma drew a steady breath. All right. Her voice hadn't wavered in volume, but Sherlock could hear the faint tremor beneath her calm words. He turned to face her fully and opened his eyes just as she raised her hand. With quiet resolve, Gemma clipped a single strand from her long, chestnut-colored hair. Sherlock's gaze dropped to her palm, where she pinched two strands between thumb and forefinger. One was unmistakably his, black as midnight with a smooth, glossy sheen. The other glowed a warm autumn brown, Gemma Farley's hair. In that simple twist of fate, the centuries-old ritual sprang to life before him, forging a promise neither distance nor time could break. Gemma cupped the two strands of Sherlock's hair in her palm, her thumb gently brushing their ends as though handling a fragile, unspoken vow. A spark of curiosity lit Sherlock's eyes. Though he'd closed them only moments before, his acute awareness had registered every motion, her silent plucking of his hair. He'd been ready to object, certain she meant to use it for a polyjuice potion, but her expression betrayed no such intent. Gemma offered no explanation, only a faint, knowing smile. The curve of her lips suggested mischief long in the making, and her eyes gleamed with some private triumph. With a practiced flick of her wrist, she produced her wand, murmured a brief incantation, and the two hair strands began to coil together of their own accord. They wound around each other, their differing sheens blending seamlessly, until in the space of a heartbeat, a slender, exquisite ring lay resting in her palm. From Sherlock's perspective, the ring looked as if it were woven from transparent silk, faintly aglow with a silvery light. At its core, two strands of hair, his and Gemma's, were intertwined. The craftsmanship was simple, even a little rough, as though handmade on a whim. Yet in Gemma's eyes, this modest band carried the weight of 1,000 galleons, packed tight with all the feelings she couldn't find the words to speak. Before Sherlock could lean closer or ask a question, Gemma's fingers darted into her pocket, tucking the ring away with such speed and secrecy it was clear she didn't want him to inspect it. "Here," she said, sounding breezy. "It's just a little charm. I thought, maybe it'll bring me some luck." She skirted any mention of tokens or the ancient symbolism of weaving hair, a gesture of life, loyalty, and deep connection. Gemma wasn't sure Sherlock knew those old meanings, but she was certain he was sharp enough to notice her actions had been deliberate. All the same, she prayed that by calling it a simple good luck charm, she had deflected any further questions. Gemma forced herself to stay silent. She'd learned one thing for certain. If Sherlock didn't ask, she wouldn't volunteer a word, and if he did, she would babble until the moment passed. She'd already recognized her own feelings, but this was all she could manage. Sherlock's eyes drifted from her hand, still curled around the edge of her pocket, up to her face. Despite every attempt to hide it, the soft flush on her cheeks remained, like candlelight caught in porcelain. And in her gaze, he saw a bright tremor, as though dawn's first light had settled on a misty lake. She had been right that he didn't know the old custom of giving hairlocks. Still, he sensed there was more to this than simple curiosity. He recalled all too vividly the day she'd pressed that galleon into his palm, her thoughtful, deliberate gift. But this, snipping a lock of hair on the spot, fashioning it into a keepsake, then slipping it away, was unlike anything she'd done before. A quick deduction formed in his mind. This token was meant to be secret, intensely personal. Gemma pressed her lips together, determined not to explain. Sherlock's steady gaze held hers, and whatever he was thinking, he chose to say nothing, for now. Sherlock paused, studied the small object in Gemma's hand, then merely inclined his head. It's certainly an unusual ring, but... When he didn't continue, Gemma felt relief wash over her. Her fingers pressed against the smooth metal hidden in her pocket. She was sure he'd noticed something odd, but he'd chosen not to pry. That silence was almost a kindness. Still, Sherlock's "but" always sounded ominous. "But what?" she asked, trying to steady her voice. He met her eyes, his expression grave. The craftsmanship isn't very refined. It feels rough. Gemma's heart skipped. She managed a wry smile. I can't imagine how someone like you even has friends, much less more than one. Sherlock offered a faint shrug. That question should really be directed at you, dear Gemma. I seem to recall you were the first to propose friendship. Her cheeks warmed at his reminder. She inhaled deeply, determined to change the subject. Fine. Consider this ring your first gift to me. Now it's my turn. He raised an intrigued brow. Oh, and what might that be? Gemma reached into her purse and pulled out a slender envelope. As she handed it to him, her pulse quickened at the mystery she'd prepared. Sherlock's eyes lit up with genuine surprise, an expression she rarely witnessed. Now that's a gift I didn't see coming, he confessed, his curiosity fully piqued. Gemma allowed herself a small, triumphant smile. In that moment, giver and recipient found themselves on equal footing, friends at last, in a game of subtle outwitting and unexpected generosity. Gemma didn't just accept the lock of his hair as a keepsake. She wanted to give him something in return. A trade, of sorts. With deliberate calm, she rose a hand and unbuttoned the second clasp of her collar. Under Sherlock's curious gaze, she gently peeled off her headgirl badge, its polished silver face flickering coolly in the candlelight. Before he could speak, she slipped her other hand into her pocket and produced a second badge, nearly identical in shine, but subtly different in design. Sherlock's sharp eyes recognized it at once, her Slytherin prefect badge from the previous year. She laid both badges side by side in her open palm. In the warm glow, they seemed to pulse with memory. These, she said, voice soft but steady, represent the proudest and hardest years I've ever known at this school. Gemma extended her palm toward him, offering the two badges with a gentle smile that held both relief and a quietly guarded sorrow. You were there when I pinned them on, she murmured. You saw everything I sacrificed, the weight I carried. To have you keep them, it means more to me than letting them sit forgotten in my jewelry box. In the dim glow of the room of requirement, Gemma held out Sen, with silver badges between them. They don't belong only to me, she said, her voice steady but trembling at the end. They belong to the one friend who saw through every scheme and every effort I ever made, Sherlock Holmes. It was the first time she had confessed her motives so plainly in front of him. Despite the slight catch in her tone, her eyes shone with an honesty and vulnerability she'd never shown before. These tokens, she continued, aren't burdens, they're memories. Someday, when you find the time to sort through your mind palace, I hope seeing these will remind you of our strange, wonderful days together. Remember the overeager Slytherin prefect who just wanted to prove herself to you, and the student council president who, in the end, became someone quite different. Sherlock raised an eyebrow as he studied the badges, symbols of her authority, her growth, her history. He said nothing. The silence stretched between them, thick and charged, broken only by the sound of their steady, uneven breaths. Gemma's heart fluttered with uncertainty. Had she been too bold? Just as Gemma was about to swallow her disappointment and change the subject, Sherlock finally stirred. He picked up the two badges, letting his thumb trace the cool metal as he held them carefully in his palm. Thank you for your parting gift, dear Gemma. He met her gaze steadily, his voice as calm as ever. I'll take good care of them. After all, this is the first time you've treated these badges with such solemnity. Up until now, only Percy Weasley handled them with this much reverence. The first half of his remark felt like an unexpected sweet, but the second half was a sharp, puckering twist. Gemma wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, though she couldn't stop the corners of her lips from lifting. Thank you, my dear Sherlock, she said lightly, but these aren't a farewell gift. They aren't? Sherlock raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his tone. Are you certain? Absolutely. Gemma's playful smile widened, her sea-blue eyes dancing. She stepped forward so that their bodies were nearly touching, close enough to feel each other's breath against their cheeks. The low candlelight behind them cast two shadows on the wall, wavering in the flicker until they overlapped, almost merging into one. Sherlock didn't flinch or step back. He simply stared at her, confusion flickering in his normally inscrutable gray eyes. It was a rare sight. In that moment, Gemma had erased every signal he might read. hiding behind a veil of mystery. What on earth was she up to? Goodbye, Sherlock. Her voice was soft as a feather brushing violin strings, imbued with both resolve and an unspoken tenderness. Before he could respond, she placed her hands lightly on his shoulders and pressed her lips to his left cheek. The kiss was as fleeting as a snowflake alighting on a palm, yet it carried the warmth and scent of her hair, and like a spark against steel, it cut through Sherlock's calm facade. She lingered only for an instant, then gently pulled away, leaving him stunned in the wavering candlelight. It was over almost before it began. A fleeting brush of cool lips against warm breath that sent Sherlock's finely tuned mind momentarily off balance. For an instant, his trademark logic stuttered, overwhelmed by sensation. Then Gemma slipped away without hesitation, her movements so fluid it was as if she'd practiced them 1,000 times. Her cheeks glowed like dawn, and her sea-blue eyes shimmered with a blend of moisture, shyness, and quiet determination. She gave him no chance to read her expression or to respond. Even her ears were flushed so deeply they seemed on the verge of bleeding as she turned away. "Take care," she whispered, so softly her words might have been carried off on the breeze. Her chestnut hair arched gently around her shoulders, and beneath the open collar of her shirt, the skin at her collarbone rose and fell, still trembling with the echo of her quickened heartbeat. Without a backward glance, she strode toward the door and released the latch with a single, muted click. A gentle breeze drifted in from the corridor, carrying the cool, familiar scent of Hogwarts. Stone walls mingled with the must of old parchment. It lifted Gemma's skirt and tousled her hair, whisking away the last trace of her perfume from the chamber. Just as the heavy oak door began to swing shut, she stole one final glance back. Sherlock stood perfectly still. In his palm lay 2 silver badges, their surfaces aglow with a faint, pale light that danced across his fingertips. His face was half lit by flickering candlelight and half lost in shadow, his expression unreadable, like a marble statue caught in silent thought. Gemma didn't have the time or courage to decipher what he was thinking. She'd already pushed herself as far as she could. Under different circumstances, she might have dared to kiss him, a more intimate farewell, but not now. Click. The door closed, and the room of requirement fell completely silent. Sherlock remained alone, the 2 luminous tokens resting in his hand, each one a small vessel bearing life's weight and warmth. The 2 badges in his palm, the prefect's and the student council president's, still held the warmth of Gemma's fingertips. The gentle pressure of her lips on his cheek tingled, and he could almost catch the lingering scent of her hair in the air. "It was just a quick peck on the cheek," he said, sounding bemused. "Is it really that big a deal?" Sherlock tilted his head, genuinely puzzled by everyone's fuss. Chapter 436. "Hermione, could you step outside for a moment?" Gemma Farley called softly. Hermione Potter looked up from her place at the Gryffindor table. By the time Gemma returned to the end-of-term feast, the long tables were aglow with warm, flickering candlelight, and the great hall buzzed with laughter and conversation. Everywhere she looked, students feasted, toasted, and celebrated. Everyone, that is, except Sherlock Holmes. His seat at the Slytherin table stood conspicuously empty. Hermione's brow furrowed. She'd been watching Sherlock all evening, curious about the strange friendship he and Gemma had formed, and now she wondered if she'd been mistaken. Were they really together at all? Her gaze darted from the Gryffindor side of the hall to the Slytherin benches, but there was no sign of him. When the final bell rang to mark the feast's end, Hermione still hadn't seen Sherlock. Refusing to leave until she'd gotten to the bottom of things, she slipped out from behind Harry and Ron, determined to check the boys' dormitory. After all, Hogwarts had its own peculiar rules about dorm access. Girls could wander freely into the boys' quarters, but any boy who tried to enter the girls' stairway would find it unnervingly steep and slick, an old safeguard established by the school's founders and enforced to this day. Hermione's robe swished around her as she followed the corridor to the boys' landing. If Sherlock was hiding out here, she intended to find him, no matter how slippery the stairs might get. Boys weren't normally allowed in the girls' dormitory without special permission from the dean, but exceptions existed. Take the time Sherlock had come to investigate Cho Chang's missing eyeshadow. He'd been escorted through the Ravenclaw girls' corridor by Prefect Penelope. In the months since, Harry and Ron had grown used to Hermione's impulsive inspections of her own friends. As they hurried along the hallway, Ron nudged Harry with an amused grin. "I wouldn't be surprised if we woke up tomorrow and found Hermione camped out by Sherlock's bed." He was half ready for a fight, shifting his weight and glancing between Harry and the closed dormitory door. To Ron's bafflement, though, Hermione didn't bristle this time. She simply pursed her lips and walked faster. Ron's eyebrows shot up, and Harry paused for a moment to study her determined expression. At last they reached the boys' dorm, and Harry pushed the door open. On the top bunk lay Sherlock, motionless in his usual pose, hands clasped under his chin, eyes wide and staring at some distant invisible point beyond the room. He didn't even blink when they entered. Harry stepped forward, and before Hermione could speak, asked gently, "Sherlock, where did you just go?" Hermione, catching Harry's eye, offered him a grateful smile as they waited for his reply. Sherlock turned his head slowly, his eyes drifting over the group before settling on Hermione. "The feast has ended, Hermione. You should go rest." "I'm not tired." Hermione bristled, her chin jutting defiantly. "It's far too early for bed. Now tell me, where did you go just now?" Sherlock offered a faint smile. "My dear friend, I assumed you already knew." Hermione's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "In the moments you noticed me slipping away from the Great Hall," Sherlock continued calmly, "did you not first glance over at the Slytherin table? And when you saw that Gemma wasn't there, didn't it occur to you that she and I might be together?" Hermione went silent. All around them, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Dean, his four roommates, eyes widened in surprise. They exchanged uneasy looks. "Sherlock," Hermione stammered, reddening, "you can't just say that out loud." Sherlock merely shrugged, as if the idea were the most natural thing in the world. The others looked on, unsure whether to laugh or scold him, while Hermione's cheeks glowed with both indignation and something unspoken. "Didn't you deduce our meeting place?" Sherlock sat up in bed, his eyes locking onto Hermione's with unnerving intensity. Hermione rose. Had he really assumed she'd worked it out? Around them, the other four dormmates exchanged impressed glances. "Truly, it's you, Sherlock." "I did figure it out," Hermione admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks warmed with embarrassment. "Then why didn't you tell Harry and Ron?" Sherlock asked coolly, motioning toward the two boys leaning against the doorframe. "Instead of sneaking into the dorm looking for me." Hermione's mouth worked as she searched for an explanation. "I saw Gemma head back to the feast, and you didn't follow, so I thought." "You thought what?" Sherlock prompted. "That you were staying away," Hermione finished lamely. Sherlock waved a hand dismissively. "That makes no sense. Gemma is still our student council president until tomorrow, which means she's obligated to help the teachers with administrative duties. Of course, she returns to the feast once her tasks are done. As for me, I'm merely a third year, no formal responsibilities to keep me there." Hermione let out a shaky breath. Harry and Ron exchanged relieved smiles, and even the other two boys nodded as if they'd been enlightened. Though her cheeks still burned, Hermione found herself oddly grateful. She'd never seen Sherlock quite so matter-of-fact, and strangely, so human. "Once I've taken care of my business, whether I come back or not won't change a thing," Sherlock said flatly, as if discussing the weather. The handful of people in the room stared at him in stunned silence, each one quietly absorbing his cold self-assurance. "Any more questions? No? Then you'd best head back to your rooms. It's very late." Sherlock sank back onto his bed and closed his eyes. "Right, Sherlock," Hermione replied, though inside, her mind was buzzing with unanswered questions. Most urgently, what exactly Sherlock and Gemma had been doing all that time. He'd admitted, without protest, that he'd been alone with Gemma in the room of requirement. Whatever happened there, it clearly went beyond a simple conversation, yet now was not the time to pry. With a curt nod, she slipped out of the boys' dormitory. No sooner had the door clicked shut behind her than the other four boys crowded around Sherlock. Harry was the first to speak, clapping him on the shoulder with a wide grin. "Brilliant, Sherlock. Absolutely brilliant." "Buck up, man," Ron added, lowering his voice as he peered down at Sherlock, who still looked half asleep. "You look like you've been up for days. Get some rest, yeah?" Dean leaned in, eyes shining with admiration. That was some spectacular work tonight. You really pulled it off. Seamus nodded vigorously. Honestly, Sherlock, I don't know how you do it. You're like magic. Sherlock cracked one eye open and regarded his friends coolly. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Good night. With that, he rolled onto his side and shut his eyes again. The others exchanged triumphant looks, their excitement practically vibrating off the walls, before finally retreating to their own beds, confident that Sherlock's singular skills had once more saved the day. As expected of our Lion King, you really did us proud, Dean cheered, clapping Sherlock on the back. I'm not even sure why I'm saying this. Everyone else has already, but I'd be a fool not to join in. Neville, looking somewhat shell-shocked by all the attention, managed a meek, well done, and fell silent. Once the last echoes of praise had died down, Ron leaned forward, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Sherlock, did President Gemma ask you to meet her alone just to say goodbye? Sherlock nodded coolly. She did, and she handed over her prefect badge, along with her student council president badge. Ron's jaw dropped. She gave you both? Indeed, Sherlock replied, arching an eyebrow. Are you surprised? Surprised? Ron stepped back as if the very idea were scandalous. Those badges are keepsakes. You know Penelope Clearwater tried to persuade Percy to part with his prefect badge, and he flat out refused. Dean scratched his head. Penelope Clearwater of Rave, Enclaw? But doesn't she already have a prefect badge herself? What could she possibly want with your brother's badge? Dean asked, raising an eyebrow. Seriously, Dean? Ron rolled his eyes. She's after the student council president's badge, of course. Right, Dean said, backing off. Sorry, Ron, I completely forgot your brother is the student council president. Ron flushed but pressed on. Still, the fact that Gemma was willing to hand over both her prefect badge and the president's badge shows just how much she values you guys. It's such a shame, though. Neville looked confused. Why is that a shame? Isn't it wonderful that Sherlock has a friend who cares about him so much? I wish I had friends like that. None of that, Neville, Dean interrupted, draping an arm around Neville's shoulders. If I become a prefect in 5th year, I'll give you my badge when I graduate. Harry smiled and nodded. Count me in too, Neville. Me as well, Ron chimed in with a laugh. Actually, forget the prefect badge. I'd even give you the student council president's badge. The real pity is that President Gemma is graduating at the end of this year. It's unlikely we'll see her again before we leave Hogwarts, Ron muttered, leaning back against the compartment wall. If only she'd been in our year. Neville hardly heard the second half of the sentence. He felt the concern in his friends' voices like a warm cloak, and his eyes brimmed with tears. His voice caught in his throat as he whispered, Thank you, all of you. Dean shrugged and dropped his arm from around Neville's shoulders. He balled his fist and grinned. Honestly, we've got nothing to give you in return. By 5th year, prefects' badges will belong to Sherlock or Harry, I reckon. Thomas leaned forward, excitement lighting his face. And if anyone dares to challenge them for student council president, a Thomas will be the first to object. Harry and Ron burst into laughter. The others joined in, teasing Thomas about his sudden political ambitions. They carried on joking and jostling one another until their eyes grew heavy with sleepiness. Soon each of them slipped out of the compartment to wash up and climb into their beds. The next morning, sunlight danced across the rolling fields as the Hogwarts Express chugged eastward. Inside the compartment, Hermione took a steadying breath and turned to face her friends. I've decided to drop Muggle studies. Silence fell. Cho Chang pressed a hand to her mouth, eyes wide. But you scored 320 points, she exclaimed in awe. No one's ever done that before. Hermione gave a small, determined nod. Around her, her friends exchanged surprised glances, but they said nothing more. The train rattled on, and each of them settled into the unexpected news, wondering what other surprises the term might bring. Isn't it such a pity to give up so easily? Cho Chang asked, genuine concern in her tone. She knew all too well how challenging Muggle studies could be. After all, many of the top scorers in that subject were half-blood or Muggle-born witches and wizards, like Cho herself. Despite her stellar record, she'd never managed to break 300 points in Muggle studies. Hermione flinched, then sighed. I know, Professor Burbage even tried to convince me to stick with it, but I just can't go through another year like this. If I drop both Muggle studies and divination, I can finally have a normal timetable." She didn't add that she'd already returned the time-turner to Professor McGonagall. Sherlock was the only other person who knew about it, and Hermione had no intention of dragging it back into the conversation. "This year has been far too strange," she admitted softly. Cho folded her arms, thoughtful. "I've never seen a schedule so packed with overlaps and reruns. It almost seems like someone deliberately designed it to stop you from attending every class." Hermione shook her head, resolve settling in her features. "Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter now. Muggle studies is off my list, and divination, too." She met Cho's eyes, and then let her gaze drift across the great hall to where Sherlock sat. In that look lay an unspoken plea for understanding and support, and a promise that, at last, things would be different. He sat by the window of the Hogwarts Express, his face half turned toward the late afternoon sun. Luna Lovegood, seated beside him, had settled into exactly the same posture, chin tilted, eyes tracing the mosaic of scratches and smears on the glass. Their quiet, synchronized stillness struck Hermione as almost uncanny. She had already resolved not to pry. As long as Sherlock kept silent about his conversation with Gemma Farley, she wouldn't ask a single question. After all, once term began again, she wouldn't see Gemma for another 4 years, 3rd year versus 7th, and the upperclassmen always went their own way. In the next compartment, Hermione, Harry, Cho Chang, and Ginny Weasley were deep in debate over the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Cho was positively giddy with excitement. "I'm going with Mum and Dad," she announced, "and we've already sorted out our seats with some friends of theirs." Ginny's shoulders slumped until she remembered that her own ticket would almost certainly come from her father's connections at the ministry. Promptly, her frown turned upside down. With that matter settled, Ron produced a deck of exploding snap cards, and they launched into a boisterous match. Laughter rang out as cards detonated across the table. Mid-game, the trolley witch clattered through the corridor, laden with pasties, pumpkin tarts, and plates of roast chicken. Harry flagged her down and insisted on treating everyone to a full dinner. Soon, steaming sandwiches and frothy butterbeer mugs cluttered the compartment. As dusk fell, the gentle sway of the train steadied into a soft, comforting rhythm. Hermione leaned back against the seat, watching the last sliver of sun slip beneath the rolling hills. She was just starting to relax when the compartment door slid open, and in stepped Gemma Farley. Her 7th-year robes billowed, her silver prefect's badge catching the light. Gemma's cool gaze swept over the group, and in that instant Hermione knew this journey had just become a great deal more interesting. When Gemma, the student council president who would relinquish her post as soon as the train pulled into the next station, stepped into the compartment, the chatter died away instantly. All eyes swung toward Sherlock Holmes, convinced she'd come to see him. Sherlock, however, shook his head before anyone could speak, as if reading their thoughts. "She isn't here for me." "What?" Ron blurted out. "He's right. She didn't come for me either." Sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating Gemma's gentle smile and setting her chestnut hair aglow. She swept her gaze over the assembled friends before settling on Hermione. "Miss Granger, would you step out into the corridor for a moment?" Gemma asked. Hermione froze, puzzlement written on her face. She lifted a hand, pointing at herself. "Me? Yes, Miss Granger. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Still bewildered, Hermione rose hesitantly and cast one more look at Sherlock. His expression remained calm and unreadable, so she followed Gemma through the swinging doors. As the compartment door clicked shut behind them, Ron couldn't hold back. He slid into the empty seat beside Sherlock, the one Hermione had just vacated, and whispered, "Sherlock, how did you know she wasn't here for you?" Sherlock leaned back and offered a small, knowing smile. "It's really quite straightforward." At that familiar cue, everyone else in the compartment leaned forward, ready for his trademark breakdown. "First," he began, "when she pushed the door open, her eyes didn't dart straight to me. Instead, she performed a quick but thorough scan of the entire compartment, and her gaze immediately fixed on Hermione. If she had come to see me, that would have been her first focus. Second, consider last night's exchange. She handed me both my prefect badge and the student council president badge. Gemma has a flair for ceremony and an efficiency that underscores the finality of her gestures. By giving me those insignia then and there, she signaled the end of that chapter. There was simply no need for her to revisit it. And third, Sherlock continued, notice her approach just now. Her stride carried the direct purpose of negotiation, yet she made a point of avoiding eye contact with me. If her visit had been intended to reinforce her farewell message, she would have looked me in the eye. This deliberate evasiveness tells us that her true business lies with someone else entirely. As he finished, the others sat back, impressed. Sherlock's deductions weren't just clever, they were decisive, pinning down intentions that even the visitor herself would have struggled to articulate. Sherlock leaned back in his seat, arms folded across his chest, and spoke with his usual unruffled calm. Of everyone in this compartment, Hermione is the one most likely to encounter Gemma, and certainly the one Gemma would go out of her way to find. After all, they share a common focus, me. That only amplifies the likelihood. Ron's jaw clenched. Great. He was casually announcing that two girls were interested in him as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and he was doing it without so much as a smirk or a boast, just that infuriatingly level tone. Around him, Harry, Cho Chang, and Ginny scarcely reacted. Luna, for her part, tilted her head, curiosity bright in her eyes, but she didn't seem overly concerned with Sherlock's claim, only intrigued by the way he said it. Ron glanced from one indifferent face to another and felt heat creep up his neck. He was the only one who'd let Sherlock's words ruffle his feathers. Why was he the only one making a fuss? He sighed inwardly. Maybe he truly was overthinking things. Chapter 437, Gemma's Second Kiss. Hermione stumbled out of the compartment, still dazed, and trailed after Gemma Farley along the gently swaying corridor of the Hogwarts Express. Her thoughts were in total disarray. Why had Gemma sought her out? Surely it had to do with Sherlock. Her pulse sped at the very idea. Had Gemma come here just to rub last night's tryst in her face? Or worse, had they already kissed? Lost in these swirling doubts, Hermione barely registered Gemma's hand on the next compartment door until it slid open. With a single gesture, Gemma invited her inside, and the noise of the train faded into a distant rumble as the door clicked shut. It was the first time Hermione had ever been alone with Gemma. Sherlock, their mutual friend and usual link, was nowhere in sight. The silence between them felt suddenly charged. Dust motes drifted lazily in the shaft of light from the window, dancing as if marking the moment before everything changed. Gemma turned to face Hermione. Gone was her customary elegant composure, her expression now tinged with an unusual intensity. Those sea-blue eyes locked onto Hermione's, unblinking, revealing a spark of genuine feeling Hermione hadn't seen before. Despite the quiet rivalry between them, Hermione couldn't deny Gemma's beauty, far more striking than Cho Chang's, and a constant reminder that Cho's bid for the title of school beauty would never go uncontested. When Gemma spoke, her calm voice carried surprising conviction. If she were a boy, Hermione mused, few could resist her charms, perhaps only Sherlock Holmes. Miss Granger, Gemma said, steady and direct. I know this is sudden, but I need to talk to you about Sherlock. Just as she'd expected. At Gemma's mention of Sherlock, Hermione's heart skipped a beat. She sat up straighter, curiosity and caution warring inside her. Sherlock. What about him? Was this Gemma's opening salvo in their unspoken rivalry, or a last decisive move before she handed over the student council presidency? Hermione paced the length of the room of requirement, her mind racing over every detail of last night. What exactly happened between them here? She nearly stopped herself from overthinking until Gemma let out a gentle breath, choosing her words with care. You need to understand something about Sherlock, Gemma said, her tone earnest. He doesn't take good care of himself, especially when there's a puzzle to solve. His curiosity takes over completely, and his sense of adventure outweighs any instinct for self-preservation. Hermione paused, leaning against one of the room's enchanted walls. Gemma's concern was obvious. It carried the weight of someone entrusting her with a serious responsibility. You know how brilliant he is at observation and analysis, Gemma continued, but he's terrible at showing vulnerability. He'll gladly put himself in harm's way just to see how things play out. Hermione nodded slowly. She understood all too well. Sherlock's near-obsessive need to watch, to dissect every moment, often led him into reckless situations. It was precisely this daring streak, his willingness to leap before looking, that the Sorting Hat must have seen when it placed him in Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw. Hermione had admired his intellect, but it was his indomitable courage that set him apart. Silence settled between them, broken only by the soft hum of magic in the room. Hermione took a steadying breath. She knew now what she had to do. Hermione found herself recognizing a hint of her own experience in Sherlock's story. After all, the Sorting Hat had wavered for minutes over whether to place her in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Yet she knew the difference clearly. Sherlock possessed a genius far beyond her reach, while she could lay claim only to a measure of quick wit. When Gemma added that even Sherlock Holmes had his vulnerable side, Hermione immediately shook her head. Vulnerable isn't the word I'd use for him. Gemma gave a gentle smile. Everyone has vulnerabilities, Hermione. No one is exempt. Not even he. Sherlock was passional. Hermione wanted to protest, but Gemma simply laughed. That's where we'll have to agree to disagree, but I actually asked you to meet me today for a different reason. Gemma's tone grew softer, tinged with regret. Once this train pulls into the station, I'll have officially left Hogwarts behind. For the next 4 years, I won't be able to keep the same watchful eye on Sherlock that I have until now. We can exchange letters, of course, but there will be things out of my reach, or things he chooses to conceal. Hermione's brow furrowed with concern. So that was it. Gemma was really leaving, and there would be no more pretending everything was normal. Gemma's voice dropped to a whisper as the late afternoon light slanted through the window. I won't be able to keep an eye on him the way I used to. Hermione looked up, surprised. Gemma hesitated for a heartbeat, then met Hermione's gaze with unexpected intensity. But you, she said, you're different. Hermione frowned. Different how? Gemma reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind Hermione's ear. You're one of Sherlock's closest companions. You live under the same roof. You see him nearly every day. You're brilliant, brave, insightful, and you care about him more deeply than anyone else I know. Her words settled over Hermione like a gentle weight. Since Sherlock had come into her life, so brilliant, so elusive, Hermione had tried to deny the special place he held in her heart. But Gemma's observations stung with truth. She swallowed hard. Sherlock and we do share something unique, she admitted quietly. Gemma's eyes softened, her voice lowering to an almost pleading tone. You and he, you're partners in everything. You've been there when no one else could reach him. To him, you're irreplaceable. She leaned forward, taking Hermione's hands in her own. Her sea-blue eyes held nothing but earnest trust. Hermione, I have to ask you, in the corners of his life where I can't look, will you watch over him for me? Hermione's heart hammered in her chest. She'd anticipated every eventuality, outright refusal, tears, even anger, but never this, a heartfelt plea of friendship. Words failed her for a moment as she met Gemma's hopeful expression. Finally, she nodded, voice soft but steady. Yes, I promise. I'll look after him. A brief, relieved smile broke across Gemma's face. Hermione squeezed her hand, aware that in that silent pledge, something real and powerful had shifted, between herself, Gemma, and the man who presided so mysteriously over both their hearts. Hermione sat across from Gemma Farley, bracing herself for some pointed warning, not an outright demand that she stay away from Sherlock, or a triumphant declaration that Sherlock belonged to Gemma alone. But surely not this. Because this was Gemma Farley, Slytherin prefect extraordinaire, flawless in every respect. Even the faint suspicion that she came from a pure-blood family, an almost imperceptible stain in Hermione's eyes, couldn't tarnish her brilliance. Gemma was the one who always stood tall, commanding respect, who could rein in half the school with a single look. And now, she was asking Hermione Granger to protect Sherlock Holmes? Hermione's jaw dropped. How could the girl who'd been protected herself all these years suddenly turn vulnerable like this? Gemma's calm smile softened into something almost shy. I know it sounds strange, she said, voice low and earnest. But someone has to be there to pull him back when he goes too far, to remind him of what matters. Hell, to punch some sense into him if he's being an idiot. Anything to snap him out of his own head. She leaned forward, her bright green eyes suddenly grave. He's a genius, Hermione, brilliant to the point of danger, but he doesn't know how to value that gift. I need you to watch over him. I'm sorry, Hermione, but he needs someone like you, clear-headed, level-headed, strong. I can't play that role anymore, at least not up close. Gemma released Hermione's hands and slipped a wax-sealed envelope from her robe pocket, pressing it into Hermione's palm. Hermione looked at the envelope, puzzled. What's this? Gemma's voice turned grave. Inside is my 3-year analysis of Sherlock's recurring weaknesses and behavioral patterns. Certain blind spots he develops when tackling advanced subjects or dealing with specific people and situations. To be honest, some of these vulnerabilities are ones he doesn't even recognize in himself. You mustn't let him know you have it. Keep it hidden as long as you can. If ever you believe he's headed down a perilous path and refuses all counsel, these notes will reveal his logical blind spots and give you a chance to intervene. Hermione's eyes filled with gratitude and awe. She'd never imagined Gemma would go to such lengths for Sherlock. No wonder she'd said Sherlock had his vulnerable moments. Hermione stared at Gemma. You've been observing him this whole time? Exactly, Gemma admitted with a shrug. That's the biggest difference between you and me. Don't think I'm some saint. I'm thoroughly pragmatic. From the moment I first met Sherlock, I had, let's call them impure motives. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You mean you were after him? Gemma raised her hands in mock surrender. Please, not in the way you're imagining. He was only 11 then, and I'm not so twisted as to prey on a child, even one whose thoughts and manners were more mature than many adults. A flicker of irritation passed across Hermione's face. So now that he's 14, he's fair game? Gemma shook her head, smiling ruefully. No, my so-called impure motive was simply that I recognized his talent and brilliance and wanted to be near someone so extraordinary. But the more I got to know him, the more I genuinely cared. He has a charm I've never come across before. Over time, I abandoned my initial utilitarian approach, but the habit of studying him stuck. I've gathered everything I know about him, in case it's useful when I'm not around. She reached into her coat pocket and pressed a sealed envelope into Hermione's hand. Hermione hesitated only a moment before taking it. The weight of the package and of Gemma's confession settled between them like an unspoken promise. The envelope in Hermione's hand was surprisingly light, just a few thin pages, really, but to her it seemed unbearably heavy. The simple act of being entrusted with something so secret, so vital, pressed against her chest like a physical weight. Mixed in with her anxiety was an unexpected warmth. Gemma Farley, the one she'd always seen, always felt as her rival in romance, was passing her the very means to protect Sherlock. And this wasn't a challenge or a display of authority. It felt like a deliberate passing of power. Hermione's throat went dry. You? Why me? Why do you think I can do this? A faint, knowing smile curved Gemma's lips, as if she could peer right into Hermione's thoughts. Because you don't just like him, Hermione. The words settled on Hermione's heart like a stone, rippling through her in a shock of realization. Her cheeks turned warm, and she almost choked on her next breath. Gemma, however, didn't dwell on Hermione's reaction. She unfolded the edge of the envelope and continued, her voice calm and certain. You understand his complexities better than anyone. You're steady enough to stand up to his stubborn streak. And more importantly, you care enough to stop him when he's about to make a reckless mistake. Hermione held the envelope tighter, suddenly aware that this fragile bundle of paper was more than instructions or plans. It was Gemma's faith in her, and a challenge to rise to the occasion. Most importantly, you must stay by his side. If I were your age, I'd seize this chance without hesitation, Gemma said, her tone blunt but earnest. Hermione hesitated. Gemma, I know I'm asking a lot. I can't be there forever, and I need to know he's safe when I can't watch him myself. Gemma's voice softened, weighted with exhaustion and relief. Please promise me, Hermione. Hermione met those steady eyes and felt the rush of responsibility behind them. Any lingering jealousy or awkwardness vanished. This was no small favor, but a heartfelt plea from someone embarking on a journey that might never end. Hermione inhaled deeply, resolved. She closed her fingers around the envelope Gemma had pressed into her hand and met her friend's gaze. I promise, she said firmly, I will watch over him. She left the words for you unspoken. In that moment, They needed no further assurance. Gemma lingered at the corridor's end, a single shaft of afternoon light catching in her sea-blue eyes. At last, a relieved smile spread across her face, grateful, yet shadowed by an unspoken melancholy. "Thank you, Hermione. I know you can do this." She reached out and gave Hermione's shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Take care of yourself." Hermione opened her mouth to reply, but Gemma turned to leave. Then Hermione burst out, "Wait!" Gemma halted and looked back, curiosity dancing in her eyes. "Last night you were with him in the room of requirement, weren't you?" Hermione's heart thudded. "You didn't ask him?" "If he'd wanted to tell me, he would've." Gemma chuckled softly. "Oh, Hermione, you're too polite. If you keep holding back like this, you'll lose him." Alarm bells rang through Hermione's mind. She stepped closer and fixed Gemma with a determined stare. "Please," she said, "just be clear." Gemma's smile turned gentle but firm. "Haven't you noticed? That girl you call Loony is shockingly compatible with him." Hermione blinked. "You mean Luna?" "Yes," Gemma said. "Luna has no romantic interest in him, at least not the way you do. But intentions don't matter as much as actions, and right now no one else stands by his side the way you could." For a moment Hermione said nothing. Gemma's words echoed in her mind. Actions over intentions. She swallowed hard, her resolve hardening. This was her chance, and she wouldn't squander it. "Who else can speak with her without barriers, apart from him?" Gemma asked, her voice soft but insistent. "You, my dear Hermione, mustn't fall into that childish trap of, 'I was here first.' Love doesn't work on a first-come, first-served basis." Hermione's face turned bright red. "How can you say such things?" Gemma's lips curved into a knowing smile, part teasing, part worldly, and tinged with something almost sad. "Let me teach you another lesson, silly girl." Before Hermione could collect her thoughts about Luna's place in all this, Gemma moved. Her motion was as swift and precise as when she'd trimmed Sherlock's hair yesterday, but with an entirely different intent. The carriage lurched, yet Gemma's steps were lighter than usual. In a single stride, she closed the gap between them. Hermione froze, heart pounding. There was no time to step back, to question her, or even to raise a hand in defense. In the space of a single heartbeat, Gemma's arms slipped naturally around Hermione's shoulders, part gentle blessing, part silent confession. Hermione's large brown eyes widened in a mix of confusion and astonishment. Then, with a soft tilt of her head, Gemma pressed her warm, tender lips to Hermione's left cheek. Hermione froze, her breath catching as surprise and wonder flooded her senses. Chapter 438. For Sherlock, Hermione never expected Gemma to lean in so suddenly. She was never as quick on her feet, and before she even registered what was happening, Gemma's face was unexpectedly close. Yet there was nothing clumsy or awkward about it. Gemma moved with the soft grace of willow catkins drifting on a breeze and the speed of a meteor streaking across the night sky. Hermione felt, almost simultaneously, the cool brush of Gemma's cheek against her own, and the faint, decisive scent of citrus and fresh linen before Gemma gently pulled back. The movement was seamless, practiced as if performed 1,000 times, but it carried none of the shy hesitation Gemma usually showed around Sherlock. Instead, her eyes were steady, her expression solemn, as though she had just completed some silent ritual. Hermione stood frozen, heart fluttering, senses still tingling from the brief contact. "Gemma?" she whispered, uncertain what to make of it. Gemma's lips curved into a small, composed smile. She didn't flush, she didn't look away. She simply offered Hermione a single, meaningful glance, then turned, her motions fluid and assured, as if she'd delivered a silent vow. As the door closed behind her, Hermione was left with a swirl of questions, and that clean, lingering fragrance in her hair. What had Gemma meant by that fleeting kiss? And more importantly, how did it tie back to Sherlock, whoever he was, and whatever he meant to them both? Deep in Gemma's sea-blue eyes gleamed a clear trust, a gentle encouragement, and a hopeful spark that seemed to say, "Now it's your turn." The weight of the envelope she just handed over infused their brief closeness with a new intensity. In the empty carriage, dust motes drifted lazily through shafts of sunlight, making the sudden intimacy feel almost sacred. Hermione froze. She could still feel the warmth from their brief touch, as though it carried an unspoken promise. In that moment, every theory she'd entertained, provocation, a test, even a simple farewell, shattered under the unexpected truth of Gemma's gesture. Gemma watched her with a satisfied smile. "Do you understand now, Hermione?" she asked softly. Earlier, Gemma had ambushed Sherlock, yet he'd gone on acting as if nothing had happened. Really, he wasn't Holmes. He might as well be called Wood. What a blockhead. And Hermione's stunned reaction? Exactly what she'd hoped for. Hermione's voice wobbled so badly it lost all trace of her usual polished Oxford accent. I don't understand." Gemma let out a soft, almost gleeful chuckle. "Oh, you will. But first, what if I told you I did exactly the same thing to Sherlock?" Hermione's heart lurched. "What did you say?" She staggered back, eyes wide. Sherlock and Gemma had kissed? No, it was Hermione who had kissed him first. She nearly opened her mouth to protest before Gemma held up a hand. "Shh! Don't cling to childish notions like I was first." Her tone was light, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. Hermione stared at her as though she'd lost her mind. "But you can't." Gemma just smiled and hooked a finger under Hermione's chin, tilting her face so that Hermione couldn't look away. Then she traced lightly across Hermione's cheekbone. "Relax. I kissed him too. Right here." A jolt of shock ran through Hermione, as if she'd been scalded. She jerked away, pressing a hand to her tingling cheek. Gemma tilted her head, regarding her friend coolly. "You wanted to know what happened between Sherlock and the Room of Requirement, didn't you? Since you're not going to ask Sherlock himself, I'll fill you in." With that, Gemma launched into her story. The way Sherlock had summoned the hidden door, how the room had transformed around them, the stolen glances that turned into shy smiles, and finally, the tender brush of lips as they gave in to a moment neither of them had anticipated. She spoke with perfect clarity, recounting every heartbeat, every soft word shared in the hush of that secret place. Hermione listened, dumbfounded. Each detail hit her like a stone. Sherlock's citation, Gemma's laughter, the sudden urgency of their kiss. When Gemma fell silent at last, Hermione could only stare, her mind reeling at the image of her two closest friends entwined in that enchanted room. Gemma folded her arms, an almost teasing lift to her brow. "There you have it, everything you couldn't bear to ask him yourself." Hermione's legs wobbled, but she pushed herself upright, forcing words out on a trembling breath. "I." But the words wouldn't come. All she could do was stand there, staring at Gemma, the truth of that secret encounter echoing in her chest. By now, Hermione finally understood the full weight of Gemma's gesture. That fleeting kiss hadn't been idle flirtation, but a solemn rite, a silent transfer of authority, as binding as a knighting ceremony, marking Sherlock as Gemma's entrusted ward. In the swaying carriage, it was the branding of a covenant. Hermione stared at her, dumbfounded. Her lips trembled, but no words came. She felt utterly defeated, like a dog with its tail between its legs. How had she, an experienced 7th year, been so completely outmaneuvered by a 3rd year? The realization burned. She had no hope of winning. Gemma's brow furrowed at her reaction. "I didn't tell you all this to leave you looking like this," she said gently but firmly. "Remember what I told you back there? Pull yourself together." Hermione's heart pounded. "What did you say?" A small, wry smile curved Gemma's lips. "I reminded you that Sherlock barely reacted to my kiss compared to how you're reacting now. You don't actually think I've already won, do you?" Hermione's cheeks flared. "But you still kissed him." Gemma's exasperation was plain. "Go ahead, have a go yourself if it bothers you so much." She rolled her eyes. If she weren't about to leave for good, why would she have gone to all this trouble? "If this keeps up, forget about me. Soon even that little girl will be ahead of you. And what then? Will you curl up in a corner and cry?" At that moment, Hermione finally understood. In those words, Gemma had entrusted her with something far deeper than a warning. She'd passed along her faith, her solidarity, and a silent promise of encouragement. It was Gemma's way of leaving her mark, her seal of approval, just as she'd woven a strand of her hair into a ring to symbolize life and loyalty, and just as she'd solemnly handed Sherlock her badge as a testament to responsibility and power. Through these gestures, Gemma was saying, "From now on, you're not merely assisting me in keeping watch. You are an essential guardian in your own right." Hermione's gaze cleared. The last flicker of teasing had vanished, replaced by a steady, profound trust. Everything that needed saying had been spoken. Every necessary action had been taken. And, just as she'd given Sherlock no chance to question her when she slipped away from the Room of Requirement, Gemma offered no further words. Gemma held Hermione's gaze for a long moment, as if trying to imprint her features on her heart, then quietly opened the compartment door. "Take care, my dear Hermione." The gentle warmth in her voice was almost identical to the farewell she'd given Sherlock, an irony Hermione had no way of knowing. Without another word or a backward glance, Gemma stepped into the corridor. Her chestnut hair caught the glow of the carriage lamps as she walked away. The door clicked softly shut, muffling the rumble of the train beyond, and sealing away the last sight Hermione would have of her. Inside the compartment, Hermione remained frozen. One hand rose instinctively to her cheek, still tingling from Gemma's touch. The other gripped the envelope containing Sherlock's secret files. What looked like a simple sheet of parchment now weighed on her like 1,000 pounds. A gentle lurch of the train shook her from her reverie. The coolness on her skin had barely faded, and yet it kindled a curious warmth in her chest. Hermione stared out the window as the countryside blurred past, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, dawning responsibility, and something like destiny pressing in on her. Gemma Farley's farewell had hit harder than she ever could have imagined. Even now, hurtling toward King's Cross Station, Hermione felt as if her whole world was being sucked into a deeper, inescapable vortex. When the train finally slid to a stop, she still hadn't shaken the shock from her thoughts. Harry and Ron, sensing her distress, didn't press her for details about whatever had passed between her and Gemma. Sherlock, for his part, seemed utterly indifferent, more interested in his next case than in emotional entanglements. The corridor behind them erupted into noise as students jostled to disembark. Ever since Harry and Sherlock first set foot in Hogwarts, every holiday had seen them swarmed by admirers calling Harry the Savior and Sherlock the Lion King. Today was no exception. Cheers, waves, and camera flashes greeted them all the way down the platform. "I wish I could be famous like you two," Ron murmured, a twinge of envy in his voice. Harry watched the crowd, a distant look in his eyes. "I'd give it all up," he said quietly, "for a normal family." Ron's offhand wish brought another name to Harry's mind, Snape, and a sudden pang of something he couldn't quite name. As students streamed past them and into the station, Harry wondered how anyone could truly trade fame for the simplicity of ordinary life. Had Voldemort never learned of Trelawney's prophecy, Harry's parents would be the ones waiting for him on the platform, wouldn't they? Ginny shot Ron a fierce look. "Sorry, mate, I didn't mean it like that." Ron cringed, scrambling for words. Harry held up a hand. "It's okay, Ron. I know you didn't." Leaning against a stack of luggage, Sherlock murmured, "People envy what they lack." Ron needn't apologize. He spoke the truth, and Harry doesn't need to propose any kind of family exchange. You can't trade one set of parents for another. Cho Chang sighed. "Sherlock, your logic is impeccable, but it's like a bucket of ice water every time." "But he isn't wrong," Luna piped up, her brow furrowed in thought. "Ron truly is overshadowed by 5 brilliant older brothers and a darling little sister. No wonder he craves attention. And Harry, who's never known the warmth of a real family, must long for it more than anyone, just as I do, having lost my mother so young." A stunned silence fell over the group, everyone except Sherlock staring at Luna in shock. After all, you can mishear a person's name once, but a nickname, once given, never goes astray. Luna's nickname, Loony Lovegood, wasn't entirely undeserved. Yet somehow, her train of thought mirrored Sherlock's so perfectly that she'd instantly sided with him in the debate. Hermione fixed Luna with a long, assessing stare. Could Gemma Farley, the girl who had already slipped away, really have perceived everything so clearly? And was it possible that Luna, of all people, was a better match for Sherlock than Hermione herself? "No, I noticed him first. Stop. Enough. If I let these jealous thoughts fester, I'll end up a miserable, defeated dog." With that resolve, Hermione banished her doubts. No more hesitation. Hesitation only leads to defeat. As third-year students, they no longer needed guidance from the platform attendants. Consciously, they fell into step and passed through the barrier at platform 9 3/4. Once on the other side, Harry immediately spotted Sirius Black, tall, handsome, impossible to miss in the throng. Beside him, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley chatted merrily, their laughter carrying across the platform. A little farther off, Uncle Vernon stood with arms folded, scrutinizing the happy trio with thinly veiled suspicion. Mrs. Weasley, spotting Harry, broke into a warm smile and swept him into a hug. Vernon's glare only sharpened. At that moment, Ron bounded up, gave Harry an enthusiastic backslap, and called, "See you soon, Harry. I'll ring you about the World Cup." Harry returned the grin, already brimming with anticipation for the term ahead, and Hermione, watching it all, felt her heart steady at last. "See you, Harry. See you. Bye." A ripple of farewells swept over Harry as he guided his trolley, stacked high with trunks and Hedwig's cage, across the platform. He steered toward Uncle Vernon, who was leaning against the station wall with folded arms, brows knotted in suspicion. "Uncle, I'd like you to meet my godfather," Harry said, beaming. "Godfather?" Vernon echoed, one eyebrow rising. "You don't have a godfather." "He does now." At that moment, a tall man with dark hair and a commanding presence stepped forward. He rested a steady hand on Harry's shoulder. "I'm Sirius Black," he announced quietly. "I was my best friend of Harry's parents. Years ago, I was wrongly convicted of murder and only recently cleared." Vernon's initial impression, formed by Sirius's handsome features and confident stride, vanished the instant he heard the word convicted. His face paled, and genuine fear flickered in his eyes. "Sirius!" Harry exclaimed sharply, stepping protectively between them. He understood all too well why Sirius had volunteered that detail. The Dursleys' past cruelty still haunted him. If Harry hadn't held him back, Sirius would have marched straight to number 4 Privet Drive and given them a severe reprimand. But thanks to Sherlock's intervention, relations with the Dursleys had gradually improved, and Harry was determined not to let old wounds reopen. He offered Sirius a quick, apologetic glance, then turned back to Vernon with a hopeful smile. "Uncle Vernon, Sirius is family," Harry said softly. "I hope we can all get along." Vernon swallowed. For a tense moment, none of them spoke. Then, with a stiff nod, he managed, "Right. Well, welcome, Mr. Black." Harry exhaled, relief flooding through him, as Sirius returned the nod with a warm, understanding smile. The journey back to the Dursleys might still be awkward, but at least the first step had been taken. Although Sirius's remark was technically accurate, he'd been far too blunt. It was practically an invitation to trouble. He raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, I was only kidding. Let me do this properly. I'm Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Dursley. On behalf of Harry's parents, I'd like to thank your family for looking after Harry all these years. And to show my gratitude, I've brought a gift." Harry buried his face in his hands. Sirius hadn't intended to pick a fight, but his sarcasm was unmistakable, and Vernon, proud as ever of his generosity, missed the irony completely. His eyes lit up at the word gift. "Splendid," he said, already heading for the car. "Let's discuss the details inside, Mr. Black." Sirius stood speechless. Sarcasm is wasted on some people. Harry exhaled in relief, glad the confrontation was over. But as he climbed into the Dursleys' car, he froze. Nearby, Hermione was on tiptoe, her arms gently wrapped around Sherlock's neck as she pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. She moved with urgent resolve, her chestnut curls bouncing as she hurried forward, and Harry could clearly see Hermione's ears flush rosy at the gesture. Before anyone could react, she pressed a quick kiss to Sherlock's cheek. "What's going on?" Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow at Harry's open-mouthed surprise. Harry hurriedly looked away. Nothing," he stammered. "It was only a peck on the cheek." Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley had both kissed him, and after Gryffindor's Quidditch victories, the 3 chasers often planted celebratory smooches on his cheek. There was nothing extraordinary about that, except that this time it was Hermione and Sherlock. Hermione had never showed Harry that kind of affection, and yet she and Sherlock were inseparable. A quick farewell kiss between them felt perfectly natural, but it still knocked Harry off balance. He told himself to get a grip, turned back toward the platform, and found Sherlock doing the same. From where Harry stood, he could see Sherlock's silhouette pausing amid the bustle, his eyes fixed on the spot Hermione had just left. Chapter 439. Does she have to pin you against the wall? King's Cross Station. Sherlock tilted his head and gently rubbed his right cheek, where Gemma's lips had just brushed against him. The kiss had been so light, so fleeting, that it left only a whisper of warmth on his skin, warmth that lingered at his fingertips even now. Sunlight streamed through the station's vast glass dome, illuminating the calm steadiness of his gray eyes as they met Hermione's. Only a barely noticeable rise of one eyebrow betrayed his curiosity. "So," he said evenly, "Gemma told you?" Despite being kissed by a young woman in full view of the concourse, his voice sounded as measured as if he were commenting on the weather. Hermione forced herself to look surprised. "What are you talking about?" In truth, Hermione already knew every detail. Gemma had filled her in on Sherlock's reaction the moment it happened. But she couldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing she'd been briefed. She blinked innocently and shrugged, feigning ignorance. "Gemma? Told me what? I don't." Sherlock's eyebrow lifted a fraction higher, and a faint smile curved his lips, as if he found her acting rather endearing. Hermione forced her own lips into a casual grin, praying he wouldn't press the matter further. After a heartbeat, he turned away, dismissing the conversation. The kiss, and whichever secrets it had carried, would have to wait for another time. Hermione realized she'd overlooked one crucial fact. In front of Sherlock, lies were as clear as glass. There was simply nowhere to hide. On top of that, she was completely flustered. It's odd, perhaps, but while a boy being kissed often stays composed, the girl delivering the kiss tends to turn to jelly. And this time, the boy was Sherlock Holmes. Deep down, Hermione nursed an even more private wish. If only none of their family members were standing by with encouraging smiles. If only she could press her lips somewhere more intimate than his cheek. Gemma had kissed Sherlock's left side, so Hermione had deliberately gone for the right. But there were no ifs in reality. Plucking up the courage to kiss him publicly had already drained every ounce of bravery she'd been stockpiling. Even her fingertips trembled. Hermione stood frozen, her mind replaying the sudden yet determined kiss. Her heart thundered so fiercely she feared it might burst from her chest. Sherlock, noticing her distress, chuckled softly and addressed her with that infuriatingly knowing tone. "I had a feeling you two were scheming together," he observed, then added pointedly. "After all, she kissed my left cheek. You went for the right one." Those words should have been ambiguous. Who was she? Yet coming from Sherlock, they were razor-sharp. His simple remark struck Hermione like lightning, shattering the fragile composure she had fought so hard to maintain. Her cheeks flared, matching the heat that blossomed in her ears. "Sherlock, I don't know what you're talking about," Hermione stammered, her voice trembling. She shuffled her feet, too embarrassed to meet his piercing gray eyes, which seemed to see straight through her. Instead, she cast a desperate glance over his shoulder at her parents. Her mother's smile was too bright, too knowing. Her father's expression was more complex, one she couldn't quite read. "Hello, dears. Good afternoon." Sherlock and Hermione startled as Mrs. Holmes appeared beside them, impeccably dressed in a tailored beige trench coat and wearing a bright, relieved smile. Her eyes swept first to the faint kiss mark on Sherlock's right cheek, then to Hermione's blushing face, and her expression softened, as if a long-held worry had at last been released. "Are you discussing something interesting?" she asked, her voice warm with understanding. Sherlock tensed for a moment, but his mother simply laid a gentle hand on his shoulder, and he relaxed under her touch. With her other arm, she naturally draped an affectionate shield around Hermione's still warm shoulder. "That little scene just now was delightful," Mrs. Holmes remarked, beaming. "Isn't it wonderful to be young?" Hermione, cheeks still rosy, managed a shy, "Hello, Aunt Holmes." Sherlock couldn't help an inward grin. Perfect timing, Mother, though perhaps it wasn't so mortifying after all. Mrs. Holmes gave Hermione a reassuring pat, and the simple kindness dissolved most of her embarrassment. "It really was quite a sight," came a warm, slightly husky voice. Mr. Granger, having watched Mrs. Holmes step forward moments before, couldn't remain on the sidelines any longer. He hurried over, but the easy grin he wore was peculiarly formal, even more deliberate than the friendly smile he reserved for patients at his clinic. When he looked at Hermione, his eyes softened with that unmistakable fatherly pride. Yet the moment they flicked to Sherlock, his expression sharpened, assessing and taut. No one knows a son as a father does. Hermione, bright and strong-willed, always struck her dad as her own person, until she was with Sherlock, when she seemed to slip into someone entirely different. Especially now, after that bold, impromptu kiss. Rationally, he reminded himself it was mere youthful exuberance, a display of innocent friendship. Still, a sour pang knotted in his chest, as though his precious rosebud were being plucked from his garden. The urge to intercede rose sharply, but he swallowed it down, determined not to let his emotions show. Mr. Granger paused for a heartbeat, lips pressed together as he met Sherlock's steady gaze, and for an instant his thoughts showed on his face. Then Mrs. Granger hurried up behind him, her smile wide and welcoming. Ever the open-minded parent, she looked at Sherlock as though he were one of her own. "Hello, Sherlock. You're looking very well. How was the school year? Hermione's letters mentioned all the little mysteries you two have been solving together." She lingered over the word together, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. That sweet moment just now, it really warmed our hearts. Mrs. Granger made no effort to conceal her fondness for Sherlock or her approval of Hermione's bold kiss. Her expression seemed to say, "My daughter has excellent taste." "Happy holidays, Mr. and Mrs. Granger," Sherlock replied with a courteous nod, as composed as if he'd never been kissed. His gaze flicked back to Mr. Granger, noting the faint tension in his father-in-law's features, an unease Sherlock couldn't quite explain. Sherlock couldn't fathom why Granger would get so worked up over him. The whole scene felt oddly déjà vu. "It was just a kiss on the cheek. Really, is it that big a deal?" he asked, tilting his head in mild bewilderment. Mrs. Holmes, ever the dramatic, looked positively elated, and her relief was written all over her face. At that moment, Mr. Holmes stepped forward and stood beside his wife. A rare, genuine smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Rather than examining Sherlock's cheek, he swept a thoughtful gaze over his son, then turned to Hermione with a nod. "You've had a long journey, Hermione. Thank you for looking after Sherlock at school. He didn't give you any trouble, did he?" "Not at all," Mrs. Granger replied cheerfully, slipping her arm around her still flushing daughter. With a fond squeeze, she added, "Hermione was in excellent hands." After a few more polite exchanges, the two couples formed a little circle on the platform. Both mothers beamed at each other, their eyes flicking between Sherlock and Hermione. A shared warmth and quiet understanding passed between them as they stood there, the hum of the station around them forgotten in that perfect, peaceful moment. Holmes met Velita's eyes, and she gave Tanan a knowing wink that spoke volumes. Their anxieties, that Sherlock might end up like Mycroft, had evaporated thanks to Hermione's bold intervention moments ago. Mr. Granger exhaled and looked at his daughter, still blushing as she nestled between Mrs. Holmes and his wife. Then his gaze drifted to the boy, uncannily composed for his age, who showed no sign of awkwardness in the charged atmosphere. Sherlock's steely calm eased somehow of Mr. Granger's unease about losing Hermione to the Holmes household, but he still cleared his throat, determined to steer the conversation toward everyday topics. "Ahem, so, any plans for the holidays, Sherlock?" he asked. "Still in the planning stage, Mr. Granger," Sherlock replied, meeting Hermione's father's eyes once more. "If all goes well, I'll dedicate myself to self-improvement and the pursuit of truth. Naturally, I'll also schedule plenty of downtime." True to form, his answer was crisp, orderly, and entirely to the point. Hermione couldn't help but murmur under her breath, "His definition of ample rest time must be very different from ours." Although she spoke softly, both Mrs. Granger and Mrs. Holmes couldn't suppress a chuckle. Mr. Granger glanced from Sherlock's earnest expression to his daughter's exasperated but resigned look, and at last the tension eased from his face. A wry smile tugged at his lips. "Well," he said, "it's good to see you cherish your studies, but holidays are for enjoying too." He reached over and gave Sherlock's shoulder a friendly pat. Mrs. Holmes beamed. "Exactly," she agreed. "The poor children must be exhausted after the train ride. Let's not keep them standing here any longer. We'll have plenty of time to meet up again over the holidays. Sherlock, go on, say goodbye to Hermione." Obediently, and with his customary cool reserve, Sherlock turned to face Hermione. "Goodbye, Hermione." Hermione's heart fluttered, but she forced her voice to steady itself. "Goodbye, Sherlock. Have a great holiday." With that, the two families exchanged warm smiles and parted ways, each heading in opposite directions along the busy platform. Mrs. Holmes slipped her arm through her husband's and couldn't keep the smile from her face. In a low, excited whisper, she said, It seems our dear Sherlock has finally come to his senses, thanks in no small part to Miss Granger. Mr. Holmes's own grin widened. He glanced in the rearview mirror and spotted Mr. Granger struggling with a pile of luggage on the platform. With a friendly wave, Mr. Granger acknowledged them and climbed into the back seat. Once the family was settled, Holmes set the car in motion and, unable to hold back his curiosity, turned to Sherlock in the passenger seat. "How did it feel to be kissed by Hermione?" he asked, feigning nonchalance. Sherlock shrugged. "It felt nothing out of the ordinary. Isn't that how a kiss is supposed to feel?" "Ordinary?" Mrs. Holmes shot him an incredulous look. "How can a kiss from Hermione be ordinary?" Mr. Holmes chimed in, amusement in his voice. "Honestly, by the way Hermione's face was glowing back there, it was clearly her first kiss." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't mine." Mrs. Holmes's eyes went wide. "What do you mean, it wasn't your first?" "It wasn't," he repeated calmly. Both Holmeses exchanged stunned glances. Mr. Holmes nearly swerved before regaining control of the wheel. "When, then? I can't imagine who it could have been." Sherlock offered only a faint smile, as if privately amused. "That, dear father, is a story for another time." Mr. Holmes eased the car onto the shoulder and killed the engine. Turning in his seat, he shot a puzzled look back at Sherlock in the rear. "Say that again?" Sherlock leaned forward on the back seat, expression perfectly calm. "I said this isn't the first time." Mr. and Mrs. Holmes exchanged bewildered glances. Their son, unfazed, continued in the same cool tone. "Just last night at school, Gemma kissed my cheek on the left side." "Wait, Gemma Farley?" Mrs. Holmes managed, voice pitched high with surprise. Sherlock tilted his head. "Yes, she said good night and planted a quick kiss on my cheek. It was just a kiss. Is it really such a big deal?" "It certainly was." Holmes had always maintained that Hermione had been the first to show affection for their son. Now it turned out Hermione might have been first chronologically, but she wasn't the only one. Gemma Farley, the graceful, admired young lady sweeping everyone off, bare feet, had beaten Hermione to the punch, and Sherlock, he'd treated both moments like routine happenings. Seeing their son's utterly nonchalant reaction, Mrs. Holmes felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Sherlock," she began gently, "do you realize how remarkable it is that two girls have kissed you in the past 24 hours, and you haven't even commented?" Sherlock considered this with mild curiosity. "A kiss on the cheek is hardly a nation-shaking event," he said. "Besides, I've been busy studying the most efficient route home." Mr. Holmes sighed, leaning back. "Son, sometimes life isn't just about efficiency." He reached into the glove compartment for a moment, then looked up with a wry grin. "I think we need to have a little talk about noticing the world around you, especially when it comes to things like this." Sherlock offered them a blank stare. Mrs. Holmes pinched the bridge of her nose and smiled. "Well," she said, "let's start with the basics." And with that, the Holmes family settled in for what promised to be a very enlightening conversation. Mrs. Holmes, in particular, was nearly driven to distraction by her son. Did he really need a girl to throw him against the wall and plant a full-on kiss on him before he'd get the message? Across the courtyard, Mrs. Granger linked arms with Hermione, cheerfully planning their holiday. Mr. Granger followed beside them, quietly pushing the luggage trolley. His gaze lingered on his daughter so long that his stern expression melted into something tender. Then he glanced back toward the Holmes family as they climbed into their car. The boy, Tannen, caught his eye and gave a friendly wave. Mr. Granger returned the gesture, then looked away, quietly reassuring himself. Well, if this is how it has to be, at least the boy is exceptional, precisely the sort Hermione would have the nerve to pursue. He tightened his grip on the suitcase handle, feeling a weight settle over him, heavy, yet sweet. It was far too soon to get tangled up in all that. The road ahead was still long. For these two 14 or 15-year-olds, their story was only beginning a new chapter. Could you please provide the full text of the chapter you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the complete passage, I'll polish it into a coherent, idiomatic English version ready for an English-speaking audience. Chapter 440, What I Learned in Hawaii During My Summer Vacation Time, has a way of slipping by without notice. More than a month had already passed since Hogwarts summer break began. One afternoon, the telephone rang insistently in the living room of 128 Kings Road. Mrs. Holmes, just emerging from the kitchen with her hands wiped clean, hurried over to answer it. "Hello, Holmes residence. Oh, Harry!" Her tone brightened the moment she recognized the caller. "You're still at Privet Drive today? You're coming here? Splendid! You won't believe it, but we only got back from Hawaii yesterday." Mrs. Holmes chattered away happily, catching up on Harry's news and their own Hawaiian adventures. Finally, she said, "Of course, I'll tell Sherlock. Just come right over." After hanging up, she bustled up the stairs. Pushing open the study door, she called, "Sherlock, Harry's on his way." Sherlock looked up from the stack of papers on his desk, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Excellent," he said smoothly. "I'll be ready for him." Mrs. Holmes nodded and hurried back downstairs, already picturing the reunion ahead. Outside, a cool London breeze stirred the curtains, heralding the arrival of an old friend, and a summer's worth of stories waiting to be told. Sherlock was deep into a case study when his mother swept into the living room, her eyes bright with excitement. "Sherlock, Harry just rang. He's coming over today, and his godfather's with him." Even without the phone in his hand, Sherlock recognized Harry's eager tone echoing through his mother's chatter. He closed his book, an annotated volume on criminal psychology, and pressed his fingertips together. "Mother," he said evenly, "we've only just returned from abroad. Harry's visit is hardly a surprise." Mrs. Holmes beamed and perched on the arm of his chair. "It's lovely, though, isn't it? As if the prodigal son came home." "It isn't Providence," Sherlock replied, standing. "Harry is obliged to spend a month at Privet Drive every year. His coming here now fits that timetable exactly." "Oh!" Mrs. Holmes tucked a stray curl behind her ear. "So that's what you meant when you said you were keen to get back to London early?" Sherlock nodded. "Partly. The other reason is this." He crossed into his study and returned with a single sheet of parchment, laid out flat on the coffee table. The handwriting was unmistakably Slughorn's, flourished, precise. Clearing his throat, Sherlock read aloud, "Dear Sherlock, if it is convenient for you, I will call for you and Harry this Friday at 2 in the afternoon, so that you may accompany me to visit Professor Horace Slughorn. Yours sincerely, Horace Slughorn." Mrs. Holmes clapped her hands softly. "Professor Slughorn, what a treat! I'll have tea and scones ready for Friday." Sherlock offered a small, approving smile. "Very good. 2 o'clock, then. I'll confirm with Harry as soon as he arrives." As Mrs. Holmes fluttered off to prepare, Sherlock tucked the invitation into his jacket pocket and turned back to his book, already anticipating the peculiar delights of a Slughorn sojourn. "I would be very pleased to have your assistance. We can discuss the details when we meet. Please send your reply with my owl. See you Friday. Your most loyal, Albus Dumbledore." Sherlock read Dumbledore's letter twice, noting how tight the schedule was. His mission in Hawaii had just wrapped up, so he replied at once, and arranged with his parents to return to London immediately. Sure enough, within 24 hours of landing back home, Harry's owl arrived. Harry, too, had received Dumbledore's invitation and called Sherlock right away. By the time Friday rolled around, Sherlock was fully prepared for the meeting with Professor Horace Slughorn. With Harry's help, he was confident they could uncover whatever secret linked Slughorn to Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore had hinted that it would be the key to understanding Voldemort's Horcruxes. At 1 o'clock sharp, Sirius Black pulled up outside 221B Baker Street with Harry at his side. When the bell chimed, Mrs. Holmes flung open the door. "Harry!" she cried, sweeping him into a warm embrace. Harry returned her hug with a relieved grin, and even Sirius, standing just behind him, looked as though a weight had been lifted. Together they stepped inside, ready to join Sherlock on what promised to be a crucial and dangerous investigation. Sherlock's parents truly treated Harry like a second son, much as his grandparents once welcomed him into the Potter family. "Mr. Black, good to see you. Do come in," Mrs. Holmes called cheerfully as she ushered Harry and Sirius through the door. Then she raised her voice toward the hall. "Tanan! Sherlock! Harry and Mr. Black have arrived." Stepping into the familiar living room, Harry felt a warm wave of nostalgia. Aside from 4 Privet Drive, no place on earth felt more like home than 128 King's Road, certainly more than grim old number 12, Grimmauld Place. He spotted Sherlock emerging from the study and started toward him. "Hey, Sherl! Wow, you're so tanned!" Harry exclaimed, startled by how much color his friend had picked up in just a month's time. Sirius followed Harry's gaze, eyebrows lifted. Sherlock, who's this? He's the dark-skinned boy in our dorm. He sings, dances, raps, and plays basketball. Oh, you mean our little dark horse. Sirius's eyes lit up. He turned to Sherlock with a broad grin. Long time no see. Where have you been? Hawaii, Sherlock replied coolly. He glanced from Harry to Sirius. Did you apparate straight from Privet Drive? Harry merely nodded. He was used to Sherlock's uncanny insights by now. But Sirius stared at him in astonishment. How on earth did you know that? Sherlock shrugged as if the secret were trivial. Elementary, he said, and then, as though indulging a child, he explained in rapid detail. There's a smudge of red clay on the instep of your shoes. That exact soil comes from Little Winging in Surrey, Privet Drive to be precise. If you'd rather not announce your departure point next time, a quick scouring charm would eliminate every trace. Sirius's face cleared as the deduction fell into place. I see. It really was that simple, he admitted. But how do you even know what Privet Drive soil is like? Sherlock fixed him with a sardonic smile. Mr. Black, hasn't my dear Harry told you that this is hardly beyond me? Hardly common knowledge, Sirius muttered, shaking his head in both admiration and mild exasperation. Are you seriously suggesting that you can pinpoint exactly where the mud on someone's shoes came from just by looking at it? Sirius demanded, eyes wide. Sherlock met his gaze evenly. Is there something wrong with my understanding of the obvious, or yours? Uncertain, Sirius turned to Harry. In the Muggle world, would anyone consider that normal? Harry shook his head. Not among Muggles, but with Sherlock, all bets are off. Sherlock inclined his head in thanks. My dear Harry, I appreciate your faith in me. He picked up a slim volume from the table and passed it to Harry. I'd planned to write several treatises over the summer, but my study of Bartitsu consumed my time. I managed only this one. Harry opened the book. Both he and Sirius leaned in. The title read, On the Identification of Various Ashes. Inside, Sherlock had catalogued 140 types of cigar, cigarette, and pipe tobacco ash, each entry accompanied by full-color illustrations detailing their distinguishing characteristics. Sherlock offered a slight, confident smile. Here you have it, a comprehensive guide to recognizing ash, an indispensable tool for any discerning investigator. Chapter X, Ashes and Handprints. It might sound unbelievable, but ash identification often turns up as evidence in criminal trials, and sometimes it becomes the single most crucial clue. Imagine proving that a murderer smoked Indian cigars. Just like that, your pool of suspects shrinks dramatically. In the magical world, telling different ashes apart is equally vital. Countless cases in the Wizarding crime archives hinge on cigar ash, yet the minis, tries aurors rarely appreciate its importance. To a trained eye, the jet-black ash of an Indian cigar and the pale, flaky residue of bird's-eye tobacco are as unmistakable as cabbage and potatoes. Harry and Sirius exchanged a knowing look. Of course, the trained person Sherlock mentioned was none other than himself. Sherlock's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward with a grin. Actually, he said, I'm working on a new paper, How a Person's Profession Can Subtly Shape the Contours of Their Hands. Sherlock tapped a page in the manuscript and gave Harry and Sirius an excited grin. Just like this treatise, see these illustrations? These are the hand signals used by masons, sailors, woodcarvers, typesetters, weavers, even diamond cutters. They're of immense practical value to both scientific and magical detective work. You can use them to identify unknown bodies or to trace a criminal's origins. For a moment, Harry and Sirius were completely silent as they absorbed Sherlock's enthusiasm. Harry flipped ahead to a chapter titled On the Identification of Various Ashes, skimmed a few lines, and promptly lost interest. Sirius, however, stole the book from his hands and began reading it as though it were the most riveting novel he'd ever encountered. At that moment, Mr. Holmes himself entered the room to welcome the guests. Mrs. Holmes followed, carrying a silver tray piled high with pastries and a steaming teapot. Once the refreshments were served, the Holmeses quietly withdrew, leaving Sherlock alone with Harry and Sirius in the softly lit drawing room. Harry cleared his throat, recalling something Sherlock had mentioned earlier. You said you studied Bartitsu? He asked, leaning forward. Sherlock nodded. That's right. I spent this summer in Hawaii learning it. Suddenly Sherlock's customary calm gave way to something sharper. He stood, straightened his jacket, and let his gaze travel over Harry and Sirius, as if he were taking careful measurements of their posture, their carriage, even the lines of their faces. The two friends exchanged a glance. Sherlock's interest, after all, often meant that he was about to spring into action. But what exactly was he planning, and how would Bartitsu fit into it? Bartitsu? Harry asked, tilting his head. Is it like the boxing we do in Hogwarts morning drills? There are similarities, but the essence is very different. Sherlock shook his head, his tone clinical, almost as if he were comparing two samples of ash. The boxing you learn at Hogwarts is foundational. It's designed to coordinate basic fitness, to stretch your muscles and bones, and to awaken latent potential. You may have noticed how when I taught you, my movements were broad and sweeping. That's because it's primarily a conditioning exercise. Harry frowned. But what about the punch I threw at Malfoy? Wasn't that just a boxing blow? Sherlock's eyes narrowed. He was too weak. Draco has been raised to believe that a wizard's fight belongs to his wand. He never expected you to use your fists. And beyond that, his physical condition is far inferior to yours. His jaw simply couldn't withstand the force you delivered. Harry fell silent. He crossed the room to a clear patch of carpet, squared his shoulders, and settled into a proper fighting stance. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the windows as he considered the growing gap between mere exercise and true combative art, Bartitsu, and wondered how much more Sherlock intended to teach him. After 3 years of training under Sherlock's watchful eye, Harry's perception had sharpened to a remarkable degree. He could now detect the slightest adjustment in Sherlock's posture, the subtle lowering of his center of gravity, the magnetic tension coiling in his muscles, the almost imperceptible shift that heralded an explosion of power. Each of Sherlock's movements carried a deliberate grace, as if every step had been preordained. Sherlock began to explain. The founder of Bartitsu was an Englishman named Edward William Barton Wright. During his years in Kobe, Japan, Barton Wright immersed himself in traditional Japanese arts, Shinden Fudoryu Jujutsu and Kodokan Judo among them. In 1898, he returned to England with a bold vision to fuse these Eastern disciplines with the Western fighting styles he knew. Drawing on his own name, he christened the new system Bartitsu and set about introducing it to Britain. But Barton Wright's interests did not stop at combat techniques. He went on to pioneer clinical medicine, advancing methods of heat, light, and radiation therapy. In fact, he eventually broadened the Bartitsu name to encompass his medical treatments as well. At its core, Bartitsu, refined by Barton Wright himself, blends English boxing, grappling maneuvers, and a unique repertoire of defensive and offensive tactics. It's a holistic art, born of two worlds and tempered by both science and tradition. Sherlock Holmes paused in the center of the training room, arms folded, as I adjusted my stance. Light from the tall windows slanted across the wooden floor, illuminating the array of practice weapons and punching bags that lined the walls. Bartitsu, he began, his voice calm, precise, is founded on one principle above all else, practicality. Every move, every block and counter serves a purpose in real combat. He stepped forward and unfolded his arms, adopting a classic fighting posture. The system's strengths lie in 3 core areas: striking, weapon work, and grappling. First, the striking. We borrow liberally from English boxing, straight punches to the face, jabs to the abdomen. Notice my lead hand. Not only does it deliver a quick punch, it also intercepts incoming blows and gauges distance. With that, he fired a crisp jab to the air, retracting it like lightning. Next, our leg techniques come straight out of French savate. Low kicks target the shins and knees, especially the stomp kick, designed to ruin an opponent's mobility. We also employ whip kicks aimed at the torso. High kicks are rarer. They leave you open if you overextend. He demonstrated, sweeping his leg in a fluid arc, barely grazing the air with practiced precision. I mirrored his movements as he explained, feeling the mechanics of each technique settle into my muscles. Holmes moved to a rack of walking sticks. For weapon skills, Bartitsu adopts the French can de combat, observe. He whirled a slender cane between his fingers, then suddenly thrust it forward. Long-range strikes to the eyes, the wrists, vulnerable spots. A sharp jab to the throat or solar plexus can end a fight swiftly. But the cane isn't just an offensive tool. You can use its shaft to parry, to deflect blows, even to apply chokeholds. He slipped into a short demonstration. A block with the cane's body, a spin of the wrist, then a simulated choke around an imaginary assailant's neck. Every motion was efficient, economical, no wasted energy. Holmes straightened and replaced the cane. Finally, he added, we round out the system with grappling, wrist locks and throws adapted from Japanese jiu-jitsu. But that, he smiled, is a lesson for another day. His steady gaze met mine. And that, Watson, is the essence of Bartitsu. Agility from boxing, kicks from savate, the reach of the cane, and the clinch of jiu-jitsu, all blended into one seamless defense. Standing there, I realized I was not merely learning a collection of moves. I was discovering a martial art honed for the streets. Precise, effective, unforgiving. Besides brute force, there are ways to use clothing, handkerchiefs, even a simple scarf, to throw your opponent off guard, Sherlock continued. Actually, in my first year, when I tangled with that Slytherin up in the stands, I unconsciously used Neville's toad as a distraction and slipped in a few Bartitsu moves. He paused, then straightened to his usual composed posture. Think of it this way. Boxing awakened my dormant strength, but Bartitsu taught me how to wield it with precision. My instructor in Hawaii was a true master. He took down several of the island's toughest men in under 3 minutes. That training was worth every second. Siryu S., who had been absently studying the ashes at his feet, looked up with brightened eyes. Now that sounds even more thrilling than an Expelliarmus. When can you teach me a few moves? Sirius asked, leaning forward. Sherlock considered him for a moment. With your current physical condition and fighting habits, jumping straight into Bartitsu would be pointless, and you'd risk pulling a muscle. Frankly, you're in worse shape than Harry. You need to start by strengthening your core and improving your joint flexibility. Sirius bristled at the comparison, but he couldn't deny Sherlock's reputation for flawless observation. He gave a reluctant nod, picked up his magnifying glass, and returned to studying the hearth ashes. Sherlock shot Sirius a quick look, then turned to Harry, who was seated quietly on the sofa. Harry, he asked, when did you receive Dumbledore's owl? Harry started, then replied, 2 days ago. He said he'd be taking us to see Professor Slughorn today. Since I'd been stuck at Aunt Petunia's for a month, I wrote my godfather. He arrived yesterday to pick me up. At that, Sherlock's eyes sharpened, as though he'd just uncovered a crucial clue. Chapter 441. If only you were Harry's older brother. Sherlock had never admitted to anyone that he'd once pressed Albus Dumbledore for the full story of Harry's miserable childhood. He wanted to know whether Dumbledore's own upbringing in the rigid, morally tangled Victorian era, when toddlers swept soot from chimneys, had made him blind to cruelty, so that Harry's treatment at the Dursleys seemed ordinary rather than monstrous. Dumbledore's answer was neither defensive nor dismissive. He spoke in that calm, deliberate tone Sherlock knew well. At the time, I believed Harry's situation was extraordinarily dangerous. Although Lord Voldemort had been vanquished, his Death Eaters remained at large. No one could guarantee they wouldn't come after Harry next. That is why I turned down countless offers from wizarding families eager to adopt him and insisted on placing him on the Dursleys' doorstep. First, I wanted to preserve the protective magic born of love. As long as Harry could call a place home, Lily's sacrificial protection would endure. Second, I reckoned that a home in the Muggle world offered a kind of concealment. Nobody searching for a wizard would think to look for him in a nondescript suburban house. Dumbledore paused, gazing into the crackling fireplace. I confess I did not foresee how cruel Vernon Dursley would become. If Harry had had an older brother, someone to shield him, he might never have been so utterly alone. Sherlock listened, stunned by the quiet gravity underpinning the headmaster's words. In that silent moment, he understood how thin the shield of love could be when duty and compassion become entangled. And he resolved that, if ever Harry needed a brother, he would stand by him. Albus Dumbledore regarded Sherlock Holmes with steady eyes. The first reason I left Harry with the Dursleys, he explained softly, was that as long as he could call number 4 Privet Drive his home, he would enjoy a powerful protective charm. It was the most urgent safeguard I could offer him. Sherlock nodded, his curiosity piqued. Dumbledore continued. The second reason was to keep him away from the magical world. at least until he was old enough to understand the weight of his past. You must remember, defeating the Dark Lord who had terrorized our world for over a decade made Harry famous before he could even walk or talk. I didn't want him to grow up like Gilderoy Lockhart, chasing fame and glory without grasping their consequences. I wanted him to be ready to accept who he was on his own terms. I wrote to the Dursleys, Dumbledore went on, explaining that Harry's parents had died and expressing my hope that they would care for him as their own son. Regrettably, they never honored that request. He paused, his face shadowed with regret. Harry suffered neglect, and far worse, at their hands. Sherlock's lips curled into a sneer. "So you knew all along," he said, disdain dripping from every word. "And you allowed it?" Dumbledore drew a slow, weary breath. "I was fully aware," he admitted. "But amid that cruelty, there was one saving grace. Harry never endured the cruelties that his cousin Dudley so freely dispenses. In a strange way, he was spared the worst of their world by being kept in mine. He was treated like a fragile treasure, cradled so gently they feared they might drop him, pampered so thoroughly they whispered his name as if their breath might scorch him. And yet, despite all that doting, Harry remained kind and pure, never giving in to bitterness. It was nothing short of a miracle." Sherlock's eyebrow twitched. "Hearing you describe him that way is like asking me to choose the less odorous of two piles of dog droppings." Dumbledore winced. "You mean he was either horribly abused or spoiled beyond reason?" "I can't imagine the White Dark Lord himself subscribing to such a black-and-white view," Sherlock said flatly. Dumbledore flushed, at a loss for how to respond. Overly simplistic distinctions, he realized, would never do justice to Harry's extraordinary story. "Forgive me. Sherlock." His time Dumbledore doesn't dodge the question. He meets Sherlock's steady gaze and admits his mistake. "I'm truly fortunate that Harry met you and that you stand with us. If you were our enemy instead, I shudder to think what this world would look like." He allows himself a small, rueful smile before continuing. Despite the misery he endured under the Dursleys, the neglect, the abuse, they at least begrudgingly gave him a roof over his head. But that protection expires the moment he turns 17, when he legally becomes an adult, and the magical safeguard fades. Dumbledore leans forward, sincerity in his eyes. "My request is simple. Allow Harry to return to Privet Drive one last time before his birthday. That single visit will keep the protective charm active until he comes of age." Sherlock studies him for a long moment, then replies quietly, "The request is modest and the reasoning sound, but I doubt everyone will see it that way." He shifts his gaze across the room to Sirius Black, who sits curled up in an armchair, absorbed in a well-worn book. As Harry's godfather, Sirius is precisely the other Sherlock fears. The instant Sirius learned of Harry's childhood hardships, he vowed to march straight to Privet Drive and teach the Dursleys a lesson, despite how Harry himself had downplayed the cruelty he suffered. The Dursleys had finally softened toward Harry, but Sirius hadn't loosened his grip one bit. He seized every opportunity to spirit Harry away. Today's plan, it seemed, was a visit to Professor Slughorn at Hogwarts. From Sirius's confident air, Harry could tell. He expected to spend the rest of summer at Grimmauld Place. Sirius flipped through an owl-wrapped letter as they sat in the drawing room. "Sherlock, do we need to prepare anything before we see Slughorn?" Sherlock, Harry's friend and traveling companion, leaned forward. "Not really. Slughorn's a Slytherin, yes, but he's nothing like the rest of his house. Charming, very well connected, and he's taught half the rising generation of witches and wizards." Sirius glanced up. "Sherlock wrote to me about him last month. Regulus had only praise for Slughorn, back when he was at school. And in potions," Sherlock added with a grin, "he'd regale us with stories about goblet winners and aurors while the cauldrons bubbled. He knows exactly how to keep an audience." Sirius folded the letter, tucking it into his pocket. "Sounds like Slughorn's up to the task. I'd say our only preparation is to show up on time." Harry, silent until now, shifted in his seat. He stared down at his hands, fingers twisting the edge of his jumper. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, hesitating. He darted a quick look at Sirius, his godfather, his closest ally, and then at Sherlock. Sherlock caught the exchange in an instant. Despite Sirius's unflagging vigilance, Harry still hadn't revealed his true reason for this trip. and Sherlock's sharp eyes missed nothing. Nor had he told Sirius about Professor Snape's secret. Sherlock had anticipated that, too. After all, as Dumbledore once observed, Harry is decisive, Ron is strategic, and Hermione is eloquent. Those qualities made Harry and Hermione seem unusually mature, while Ron, by comparison, came across as a typical teenager, nothing more childish than his age required, but the contrast was striking. Sherlock, however, belonged to a category of his own. Now that Harry understood the full implications of Snape's secret, he hesitated to confide in Sirius. He knew his godfather's brilliance was tempered by a streak of impulsiveness, as Harry had witnessed over the holidays. Even after Harry assured him that he'd made peace with the Dursleys, Sirius couldn't resist taunting Uncle Vernon at every opportunity. Harry feared that if he revealed Snape's secret, Sirius's hot-headed nature might lead to unpredictable and potentially dangerous consequences. Harry decided it was best not to tell Sirius about this. If left to his own devices, Sirius would almost certainly try to rip Snape to pieces. "Just as you said, sir," told Sirius. "We don't need to prepare anything. Let's leave it all to Professor Dumbledore." "I understand," Harry added, giving a respectful nod to Sherlock, but Sirius's brow furrowed. Dumbledore. At that moment, Sherlock's mind traced the relationships at the heart of the Order of the Phoenix. He saw now how utterly Minerva McGonagall and Rubus Hagrid trusted Dumbledore. McGonagall might pound her desk in protest when she disagreed, but when Dumbledore stood firm, she always yielded. Hagrid was even more unshakable. If Dumbledore said, "Go east," Hagrid would never question it. James and Lily, Sirius and Remus Lupin, these veterans of the First Wizarding War, were different. Still, among them, Lupin's faith in Dumbledore was the strongest. It had been Lupin, despite fierce opposition, who had ensured a werewolf would return to teach at Hogwarts last year, even without an open invitation from Dumbledore himself. James and Lily were naturally cautious, and Sirius even more so. Were it not for their insistence, Sirius would regard Professor Dumbledore as he did any headmaster, perhaps with less respect than he showed Professor McGonagall. It was precisely this mistrust that kept him from informing Dumbledore when James and Lily changed their secret keeper. But that's a matter for another time. When Dumbledore arrives, he'll handle Sirius himself. Meanwhile, Harry peppered Sherlock with questions about his month in Hawaii, desperate for every detail. Holmes's answer, however, was disarmingly simple. He'd gone to Master Bartitsu and to complete his specialized treatise on ash identification. The hours slipped by unnoticed until the living room clock's minute hand struck 12 and the doorbell rang. Sherlock allowed himself a faint, approving smile. Right on schedule. Harry leapt to his feet as if struck by lightning, but before he could reach the door, Holmes had already reappeared at his side and swung it open. Framed in the doorway stood a tall, lean man. His silver-white hair and beard tumbled past his waist, and a pair of half-moon spectacles perched on his hooked nose. He wore a black traveling cloak over robes of deep midnight blue, and atop his head sat a pointed hat that looked every bit as venerable as he did. "Good afternoon," he said, stepping lightly across the doorstep. "You must be Mr. Holmes." Sherlock, reclining in a plush armchair by the fire, rose with a small bow. "I believe Sherlock told you I'd be coming to collect him, did he not?" At that moment, Mrs. Holmes bustled in from the kitchen, her apron dusted with flour. Her warm smile brightened the room at the sight of their distinguished guest. "Why, you must be Principal Dumbledore. Please come in out of the wind." "Thank you kindly, Mrs. Holmes." Dumbledore closed the door behind him with a gentle wave of his hand. "Sherlock, Harry, good afternoon." His eyes swept the room, lingering for a moment on Sirius Black, who stood near the hearth. The corners of Dumbledore's lips curved upward in a genuine smile. "And Sirius, it's truly a pleasure to see you here as well. Please, don't just stand there. Sit down," Mrs. Holmes urged, motioning toward the sofa. She turned to Dumbledore, with a cup in each hand. "Would you like sugar in your coffee? Harry once mentioned you have a sweet tooth." Dumbledore's smile widened. "I'm afraid Harry is quite right. Thank you, Mrs. Holmes." He accepted the cup and settled into a chair opposite Sherlock. Sunlight filtered through the windows, illuminating the familiar, cozy clutter of books and papers scattered about the room. Outside, the wind rattled the panes, but within the Holmes household, all was warmth and anticipation. "So," Dumbledore said, lifting his coffee with a twinkle in his eye, "are we ready to depart?" "That would be wonderful, madam," Professor Dumbledore said, surprised as he glanced at Harry, then breaking into a warm smile. "I do admit I have quite the sweet tooth." Mrs. Holmes presented him with a cup of lightly sweetened coffee. Dumbledore lifted it carefully, took a sip, and his eyes sparkled. His silver eyebrows rose in genuine delight. "Exquisite," he declared. "Thank you for your hospitality. This is superbly brewed, though perhaps a touch more sugar would make it perfect." "Oh, no," Mrs. Holmes replied with a serious shake of her head. "Too much sugar will ruin your teeth." Mr. Holmes, watching the renowned wizard's polite enjoyment, allowed a gentle smile. "Professor, whether or not you're Sherlock's and Harry's headmaster, you are a guest in our home. The Holmes family believes in treating guests with respect." He paused, inclining his head in deference. "And you are a scholar of great renown." Dumbledore's lips curved into a wry smile. "I mean no offense," he said softly, "but I can't help wishing you were Harry's aunt and uncle. What a joy that would be." For a heartbeat, the room fell silent. The professor's eyes moved from Mr. Holmes to Mrs. Holmes, clearly moved by their kindness and genuine warmth. Mrs. Holmes's expression softened as she recalled Sherlock's guarded attitude toward Harry and toward wizards in general, and thought back over all Harry had endured. A flicker of heartache and sympathy passed across her face, and she and her husband exchanged gentle, understanding glances. "Yes," Mr. Holmes murmured, "indeed." Sherlock leveled a hard look at Dumbledore. If things had been different, Harry would have grown up knowing what a real family feels like, rather than just being a nameless asset under some magical protection charm. Professor Dumbledore sighed deeply, memories of his earlier conversation with Sherlock about Harry's childhood stirring uneasily in his mind. Sirius, standing nearby, shot Dumbledore a cold glance. Had this been any other moment, he would have erupted on the spot. The mere thought of the Dursleys locking Harry in a cupboard under the stairs still set his teeth on edge. But Harry had insisted more than once that it was all behind him now, that he'd forgiven them. And this was Sherlock's home. Sirius refused to lose his temper here. Harry himself listened quietly, his expression calm. The pain of his past no longer weighed on him the way it once had. Instead, he simply nodded, accepting the kindness radiating from the Holmeses and the fierce loyalty of his friends. Harry's relationship with the Dursleys had improved so much that he actually looked forward to spending time with them. In fact, he'd enjoyed the first month of his summer holiday at Privet Drive so thoroughly that the thought of staying there for the rest of the break held no sting at all. Dumbledore had been right. If Sherlock really were Harry's cousin, his childhood circumstances would naturally have been very different. But in the end, it scarcely mattered whether they shared blood. From the moment they first met, Sherlock had been the older brother Harry never knew he needed.